internal monologue.
Boom. Hadoop-a-doo.
Yeah, I will say it is slim pickings on parking out there, so she might have had to park a ways away.
I'm just gonna use one of these.
Hey, how are you?
Sure.
Good. Wow, welcome. Right, 'cause Kruger was lost. No. Hey, what's up?
Short people do usually don't like to be picked up.
What?
I said shorter people usually don't like to be picked up. You're not even that much shorter, but
I don't know. I might readjust my back, so there's a chance.
I mean, that's very true.
Do you need sunglasses for the sun?
Oh, but
Yes. Blue
hi, the
was
booth.
hoping-
Can we?
I said blue was helping me this morning.
Oh, Salsa's up here. So our tech will be here momentarily. And good morning, everybody. Up and to the right. Nope, not there.
Wait.
Oh, hi.
It's different.
It's change.
Up and then right.
I did change.
You have more space now.
I can't see it.
And I get blinded by the lights.
All right, this is a fantastic start to day 2 of Fearless Fest. So welcome, everybody. My name is Jason Kruger. I'm Artistic Director of Fearless Comedy Productions, and I am really excited for our second day of our festival, and it's about time to start. So please, people of the internet and all of the humans in the audience, give it up for our first show, Long Distance.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, so this is an improv show, long form. We are going to place a telephone call between the four of us. And some of us will be here to support, some of us will be here for transfers, some of us will be here, you know, just to be in the room and shout helpful advice. Speaking of shouting helpful advice, ordinarily I would have a handy dandy phone book with me, but my hands are empty right now. So, if someone could, oh, thank you. Could you shout a word for us, please? Past. Okay, so we're going to be making a call related to the past. Thank you. You can put that on the off stage. Yeah. So, yeah. Hello. Yes. Thank you for contacting Childhood Services, where we bring your childhood back to you.
Dad?
So I think you might be looking for parenthood services.
Dad, it's really you. Oh, I've dreamed of this moment since I was a little kid. Oh man,
I've actually been avoiding this moment since you were a kid.
Wait, you're not dead?
I mean, I work in a call center, so spiritually, yes. But
Well, I was experimenting with taking all the little tiny radioactive parts out of smoke detectors, and I built this thing so I could call you.
yes, I remember. That was actually why I left. I was a little creeped out by how smart you are. And
Mom is too, technically.
the day that you brought home your advanced calculus, like the college level calculus, you're 7.
I know.
I had to leave. Yeah. So I couldn't stare at all those numbers and disappoint you again.
Oh, hold on, Mom's getting lunch.
Oh.
Hello, who has my daughter been talking to? Who is this? Who is this?
Yes, this is Childhood Services. We bring
Oh
your
my
childhood to
God, is that my ex?
I meant to say, hello, this is...
No. I know what I heard. If there is a voice that I can recognize out of the darkness of nowhere, it is yours.
Yeah, she cut the corners off.
I'm gonna transfer you to my manager.
That's probably a good idea. I'd like to
Yeah.
get your paycheck information.
Transfer.
Hello, I believe you've been transferred because of an issue. What can I do for you?
Yes. So I understand that there is an employee of yours who owes me an incredible amount of child support. And I would like to get his check information. The government is looking for it.
Can you verify his first name, please?
His name is John. That is John.
Okay.
Not short for anything.
Good. Well, short for something.
You telling me?
So, fortunately, I can just give you that information directly because he signed an agreement that said that he did not have any dependents.
Excellent. That is perfect. My current fiance is actually in charge of all of our finances, so I'm going to get him to come onto the phone, and you two can sort this all out. Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, sweet. The corners are cut off.
I have a type.
So, how you doing?
I mean, the sandwich is amazing, so I'm doing fine.
Ooh, what kind of sandwich?
It's bologna, but it's not like the cheap kind of
Getting out
bologna.
sandwiches right now?
I'm trying to not pay out child support for Johnny.
Oh, I'll go tell Johnny.
So, yeah, it's bologna, but it's not the cheap kind. It's like the Target kind.
Gotcha. That tracks. That tracks.
Hang on just a second. Something real important. Honey,
Yeah?
do you want me to make soup?
No! Never again! We've had this
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sometimes I forget that people have food-related traumas. So I'll just dip it in my coffee.
So, I like soup.
Yeah. Well, so I guess I'm supposed to get some information from you. I'm gonna say this.
Is it soup-related information? Because here at the office, we both agree that
We have to
soup.
give them to
Okay.
the super-related hotline after
So
all.
I have two things I need from you.
Okay.
One of them being soup. The other one, I guess, is some kind of some check information or some child something. Child support. That's. It looked like G's. It looked like Sigort. And I was like, I don't know what
just be
Sigort is.
misspelled. I believe that's child soup port.
Oh, that's that new product we were gonna sell.
Yeah, so I'm going to
Okay.
transfer you over to our soup line.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I have two soup-related things that you can help me with.
Sounds great. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Hello, you've reached Soup Line. You are caller number
34.
If you would like to get a call back from one of our esteemed soup-related representatives, please press 1 now. To be transferred to our operator, please press 2.
Honey?
Yeah?
Are we? So I'm talking to the soup people. Do we want them to give us a call back? Because we're like 34th in line. Oh, they're playing my song.
Yeah, I think a call back is fine. We can wait a little bit.
Okay, all right, yeah, we'll have them call us back.
Hello?
Hi. I wanted to call. I'm calling about your car's extended warranty.
My car's extended warranty?
Yes, 2 years ago, your car purchased some health care with us.
Oh, okay. Yes, what can I help you with?
We see that your car is reaching its deductible, max, and this is just kind of a courtesy call to let you know that that's a bit dangerous for you.
How dangerous?
Have you ever been in a car that just knows that it can do whatever it wants?
One time, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a terrifying night.
It's
I was only
terrifying.
17. We don't probably need to get into it.
I can transfer you over to our on-staff therapist if you'd like to, but I'm not going to force you.
Maybe in a little bit. So you said that I'm reaching the top of my deductible. So
No,
then,
your car is.
yes, correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. My car is reaching the top of its deductible. So after that, any sort of, like cold or flu that it might have will be
Mhm.
covered entirely.
Correct.
Excellent.
Which means it'll probably be driving a little more erratically, a little more recklessly.
When you say a little more, like, do you have like a certain claim in mind that like somebody had a sick car and it did something that I can use as a reference?
First it starts off small. It starts like listing to the left or right.
Okay.
Just kind of like stepping into another lane in front of a car because who cares, right?
Oh, wow.
Like it's fine. The car will
Sure.
be fine.
Sure.
Then it gets lazy about stopping. It just kind of like drifts further than it should.
Oh, that sounds bad. That sounds
Yeah,
very
it's-
bad.
It's like, have you ever tried like walking through the Mall of America and the people around you just don't care anymore?
Yeah, I think that's any time I've been to the Mall of America.
Yeah, that's gonna be your car.
Oh, yikes. So, do you think that it's you're not with the dealership itself, correct? So, if I wanted to trade in this vehicle, you are not who I would talk to.
Correct. But
Okay.
we do have some anonymous contacts that I
Oh.
could transfer you to who would help you without divulging anything that could threaten their job.
Because the vehicle could come after them is the concern.
Potentially.
Okay. Yeah, let's look at trading that thing in, maybe.
All right, let me transfer you over.
Thank you.
You've reached Starscream. Anonymous person on the line.
Yes, this is the Carspital. We're informed that there's an injured car near you. And
There is no injured car around Stars. Anonymous.
Okay. Well, we did get the healthcare coverage information for a vehicle that appears to be injured.
Do you have the name of the vehicle?
Well, it's just a Ford Explorer. Is that like a not red but not exactly maroon?
That might
I
be
guess?
an Autobot.
Sure. Yeah. So we're looking for a red but kind of maroon Autobot that might be injured. Do you know anything about that?
I do know a red Autobot.
Okay.
Optimus Prime. But he's a truck.
Well, this is. I guess some people consider it to be a truck. It's kind of it's built on a van frame, so I don't think there's an exact match. But
Do you have contact information?
this is my contact information.
Oh, let me see your directory.
Okay.
Yes, I will put a call through to Optimus Prime.
Oh, thank you so much.
This is Optimus Prime.
Hi. We received the healthcare information and a notice of an injured vehicle. This is the Carspital, and we're just looking to send a larger ambulance that a car would fit inside to come and collect the injured car. It's a Ford Explorer. I'm told it's maybe an Autobot.
How large is this ambulance we're talking about?
Well, like big enough for a truck to fit inside.
Sounds like a good toy. Is this ambulance looking for work?
I can ask. Would you like to be transferred to the ambulance?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll get you on the phone with the ambulance. Transferred.
Ambulance, how may I help you?
That is an excellent call sign. This is Optimus Prime. I was wondering if you might be interested in joining our fight to save humanity.
Ooh, this humanity?
More the smaller humanity who buys toys versions of us.
Child humanity?
Mostly.
Okay. The children are the future, so I think I could get behind that.
They're all small compared to us, and I've heard that you are a rather large and impressive ambulance.
You called me what?
Impressive.
Thank you. I am impressive. I'm glad my reputation precedes me.
No, I have one question, our only interview question, which is, how do you feel when I say roll out?
Oh, I would respond something like, woo, woo, woo.
You're hired.
Excellent. Thank you.
Oh, Chuck, all this paperwork is just like overwhelming. I'm so glad I have you on the line to help me.
Yeah, I'm glad to support, your paperwork needs. Just so that you're aware, I know you can't see me, but I'm knitting a scarf right now so that we're working together.
I thought you'd be, denoting figures or looking things up, but I guess some people just have all the knowledge in the world around them.
Already done. Yeah. Yeah, I just completed those while we were waiting. It's something I do all
even the
day,
VX2s and the double YZs.
Yeah, I actually I'm wearing Y fronts today, so it's a triple Y.
Wow.
Is this too tight? Is
No.
No, the line's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, great.
Oh, you weren't talking to me, were you?
Sure. I was.
You know what? I'm gonna just hang up now because
Okay.
I think I got this.
I'll send you the things.
I have the short one.
Knitters Anonymous. You string 'em, we ring 'em.
You pearl, we hurl.
You pearl, we hurl.
Jenny, is that you?
We're anonymous.
I did it again.
Oh, could you be a little more specific? I can look up your case.
6 pairs of socks in an hour.
Wow, okay, all right, that's a lot. That is a lot. Now, these 6 pairs, are they all coordinated or are they separate, totally different feels to each of them?
No, they're each individual. They're each unique. They don't go together. And I don't.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know how to make 2 of the same sock.
Okay, so we actually have 6 pairs of 12 individual socks, is how I understand it. Okay, that is a lot. That is a lot. And how long did you say it took you to do this?
1 hour.
1 hour, that is right. Okay. Boy, that is a pretty severe case. Have you called us before?
I have.
Okay, okay. And did they give you a code word so I can look up your case to see what we've done in the past?
I believe the level they wanted me to say is darn.
Darn. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is, if I'm understanding correctly, the 4th time you've called in the last 2 weeks?
I think so.
Okay, okay. And it looks like last time we recommended switching from knitting to crocheting. Have you tried this?
I tried crocheting and I tried to make a sock and I ended up with a sweater and I'm just all kinds of mixed up.
Yeah, that's actually a lot more common than you'd think, so don't feel bad about it. Lots of us have tried to make a sock and end up with an entire sweater or a thneed. So that's quite all right. Now, the yarn that you're using, is it something that you purchased or is it something that you acquired?
I had a friend who had too much yarn,
Okay.
so now I have too much yarn.
Okay, okay. And when we say friend, we don't mean ourselves, correct? We mean an actual third party, another person? It's okay if not, I just need to understand.
I don't have any friends.
Okay, okay,
Just the yarn.
okay, okay.
So much yarn.
So this is gonna take a little bit of an unconventional suggestion. Are you open to this?
Yes.
Okay. Have you thought instead of knitting socks or sweaters, we could try knitting ourselves another person? A little friend for ourselves.
How big of a person?
It could be as large as you'd like it. Really, we're thinking kind of like a my size Barbie kind of a deal. So whatever size you are is the minimum that you would be looking for.
Then yes, I have considered it.
Okay. Have you ever looked at patterns for this in the past?
I feel like if I were to attempt it, I would attempt it more freehand and whimsical.
Okay. All right. That's all right. That sometimes the creative process just takes us and we go with it. So I would say if you have not yet knitted yourself a friend, then that would be the course to go. If you have knitted yourself a friend, we need to. Okay. So is this friend sentient?
Would you like me to put them on the phone?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Hi!
Hello, and who am I speaking with?
What is a who?
Yeah, do you have a name just yet?
Father, do I have a name?
Yes, Francis.
Francis. Okay.
Yes, Francis.
And it sounds like we have a bit of a parental figure going on. Is that the relationship correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does your father put you in school?
What is school?
Well, it is where our yarn friends should go to get an education to make sure that they can be a productive member of society someday.
What this mean?
Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no and just update some notes here. Have you ever wanted to meet other knitted friends just like you?
There are other things like yes, Francis.
There are other things just like yes, Francis, yes. Would you like to meet one sometime?
Yes.
Would you like to meet one right now?
Yes.
Okay, give me just one quick second and I will turn over my phone.
Hello, I am Sharon's friend, Yes Fabio.
Yes, Francis.
Hello, Yes Francis. You understand how difficult life can be when you are made out of yarn.
Fire bad.
Yes, fire bad indeed, but also the sunlight, it can make you feel brittle and less than tan.
What is the sun?
I suggest you avoid it. If you hear about it, just go the other way.
Have you gone in the tumble machine?
I have. It's a great deal of fun. They have to remove my stuffing first.
You were stuffed?
Mostly. It's so that I get defined abdominal muscles.
Yes, Francis is all yarn.
I am also all yarn. And some batting.
What is batting?
It's my insides. It gives me structure and allows me to stand a little taller, although my arms are still quite wavy.
Will you tell Father about batting?
I would love to.
Father!
Careful, Francis.
Hello?
Hello, yes. This is Yes Fabio. I am the yarn creation of Sharon. I am here to provide you instruction on taking care of your yarn person.
I am so confused right now.
I understand this, but also this will give you a project that you and Francis can do together. As father and yes, Francis.
Like family bonding?
Very close to this, yes. More like family batting. We're going to go to the store where you bought the yarn, and you're going to buy some stuffing or batting or maybe some pillows, and you're just going to give yes, Francis a little bit of structure that Francis may be missing.
So like feeding Francis.
Very much like this, yes. You must feed your yarn child so that yes, Francis may grow.
Does it matter who I feed yes, Francis?
I'm going to suggest that you go with inanimate stuffing.
Oh, thank God.
Yes, we've received several calls that have informed this process, and I definitely suggest cotton or
That's good because
synthetic.
I've seen that little shop that has the horrors.
Yes,
That movie and it.
yes, with Rick Moranis and yes, Audrey too.
That's the one.
A delightful film, but let's avoid that sort of situation.
Oh, thank God.
So I think you have a plan for you and yes, Francis. Maybe a weekend activity.
think so.
Excellent. I am very glad to hear it. Thank you for calling Yarn Users Anonymous.
Thank you, yes, Fabio.
Okay, got the Zoom up and running. Welcome to our support group for, Laurel, could you turn your camera on so we can all see you? Thanks. Welcome to our support group. So you created a person out of an inanimate object. Do we want to go around the circle and just share?
Hi, my name is Megan, and
Hi, Megan.
Hi, Megan!
Okay. Glad we all know how to turn off our mutes. And I made myself a friend.
Yes, what was your friend made out of?
My friend was actually made out of egg cartons.
Oh, yeah, they're a surly bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is your friend still with you?
Well, it's a little complicated. Like, they're still somewhere in the world, but they kind of.
Yeah, eventually you gotta let them out.
I don't
They
know
want to get
that
out on their own.
It's so much that I let him out. It's more that he got out.
Hello, I am made out of egg cartons.
Oh my God.
Mother. Thank you very much for watching Long Distance. A series of extremely weird calls. I hope that you liked it, and I would like to thank my performers. We have Lauren, we have Eric, and we have Andrea. They are wonderful, aren't they?
Thank you, James.
Yes.
Sure. On to our next show.
Hey, give it up for Long Distance, everyone. Super fun show. I love getting to see all of the things that we do at Fearless Fest at our spring fundraisers. And I also love that I get to see people try new improv forms. And that's one of the things that I think is really important to Fearless, is that we do give people a chance to try new things. Give people an opportunity to do something maybe they haven't done before, or just try to make stuff work. Nope, that's all right. Just making sure that wasn't me. So in a couple of minutes, we are gonna have our next improv group up. Before that, I just wanna check in. Hey, anybody from Challenges around? All right, I don't think we have any challenges. But this next group is a group that we have had before at Fearless Fest. I'm really excited to see them. One of the members of this group is Mahmoud Hakima, who I think is just a brilliant performer, and I always enjoy watching him in whatever improv group that he's in. It's just incredible to me, just the sheer volume of talent that we have at Fearless, and that is a lot of what makes it just so rewarding for me to help make sure people have opportunities to perform, opportunities to try things, or even just showcase what they're doing. And I'm just elated that we get to do that here at Fearless Fest. So thank you to everybody that's watching online and anybody that came out in the morning on a Saturday to come check out some live comedy. I hope if you're at home on the internet watching us, or wherever on the internet watching us, because that's how the internet works, why don't you give yourself a round of applause, especially if you're in a public place and it's going to draw some attention. And then they will ask, whoa, why are you clapping on this bus, weird person? You'll be like, I'm watching a festival. And that'll help. That's my theory and my plan. So there it is. I'm surprised that we've gotten to 11:28 this morning already, and no one has made me walk on Lego. That I don't know if I feel good about that because I don't have to put shards of plastic in my feet, or if I feel bad about that because it tells me we haven't had anybody donate for a Lego walk. I'll remind you that Lego walks are $25. Even those of you online, you can go to fearlessfest.org and you can actually do donations through there, including the donations for our challenges. So if you wanted to watch online as someone, let's say bald, handsome, and charming, decided to walk over Legos because they did it for charity, you could do that. But at this point, I think I have vamped long enough. Performers are off stage ready to go, and I am just absolutely elated that I get another opportunity to watch this next group. So please, everybody, give it up for the Love Squad. Yes.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We are the Love Squad. My name is Mahmoud.
I'm Destiny. I'm Katya.
I'm Blake. Yes. And we're going to play a few games and do little scenes for you today. And for the first game, Katya, why don't you lead us into that first game?
Yes. So, this is called Love is Like. And we're going to talk about what love is like. So, can I get a suggestion for an animal?
Dolphin.
Dolphin. Thank you. Okay. Love is like a dolphin.
Love is like a dolphin. It keeps swimming ahead into our collective hearts on the Animal Planet channel every time it comes on the screen.
Love is like a dolphin. It has its own special purpose.
Love is like a dolphin. Sometimes you have to free the willy.
All right. So, let's get another suggestion of a state.
Montana.
Massachusetts. Love is like Massachusetts.
Love is like Massachusetts. Sometimes you'll want to throw mini tea parties. History lesson.
Love is like Massachusetts. Sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's wicked hard.
Love is like Massachusetts in that sometimes we use too many letters when we really should just use L-O-V and E.
Thank you. Okay, can I get another suggestion of a kitchen utensil?
Mixer.
Okay, love is like a mixer.
Love is like a mixer. Sometimes it will just whisk you away.
Love is like a mixer. Often, you forget it's even there.
I'm gonna repeat this. Love is like a mixer. You can lick the batter.
Love is like a mixer. It's like feeling happy, then sad, then happy, then sad, like every 10 minutes. It mixes all these emotions all together. All right, thank you. So, can I get a suggestion of a stuffed animal?
Stuffed rhino.
Love is like a stuffed rhino.
Love is like a stuffed rhino, exotic and illegal.
Love is like a stuffed rhino. The hornier, the better.
Love is like a stuffed rhino, and now that I'm thinking about it, I probably have too many plushies at home because my stuffed rhino, it's been years and I can't find it underneath the pile of stuffed plushies that I have at home, and honestly, it's very reminiscent of my love life, nowhere to be found.
Oh. Okay.
You should probably end on a high note.
One more suggestion. Can I get a suggestion of your happy place?
Shower.
Love is like a shower.
Love is like a shower, you know, it just keeps on raining down.
Love is like a shower. Sometimes it's calm and peaceful, and other times it's psycho.
Love is like a shower. It's like, oh, yeah, well, that's hot. That's so nice. Oh, that's frigid. Oh, that's frigid.
Yeah, love is like a shower like all of a sudden, like the heat just disappears and there's no way to get like the fire back up.
Well, thank you so much for your suggestions.
Yes. Yes, all right, so thank you. Yes, as you can see, we're a very poetic and emotional group, the Love Squad. We're going to dip into this a little bit more with a game called What Are You Trying to Say? So first of all, we need to set up the scene that Blake, Destiny, and Katya are going to be involved in. Let's say this is a, let's say we have two people on a date, and this is a nice restaurant. What is the restaurant where they're at? Any restaurant at all?
Olive Garden.
Olive Garden. Olive Garden, yes. So, can we get two people who will be on the date? All right. And the other person will be the server at Olive Garden. So, and for these characters you're about to see, let's just say that at times they'll be easily offended. Other times they'll be very, very naive. Okay, what are you trying to say?
I'm so glad you suggested Olive Garden.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite place in the world. Like you can just look around here and look at the table set up all nice, you know, little tiny glasses and then big glasses and then all the utensils you could ever need. And CJ, I didn't tell you the best part.
Yeah?
You can go up at any time to our servers and ask for more breadsticks. They literally can't tell you no.
What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that you think I'm some sort of gluttonous pig? That I'm just going to keep going and asking for more and more breadsticks and just gorge my face on breadsticks because I have some insatiable appetite for carbs? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, CJ, I didn't mean to offend you. What I meant was that the breadsticks are a hallmark of Olive Garden. Like it really, you know, you think of Olive Garden and then you think of breadsticks, but most of the time you think of breadsticks and then you think of Olive Garden because breadsticks is why you come to Olive Garden in the first place. And I just wanted you to experience the same joy that I feel of going to. Can you?
Hi, I just didn't want to interrupt you guys.
Ashley, is it Ashley?
Yeah, I'm Ashley.
Is that a whole basket of breadsticks that you have?
It is.
Well, set them on down.
Here you go, you lovely couple. Look at you.
Wait.
What?
Lovely couple. What are you trying to say about that? What do we look abnormal to you? You know, coming in here, you know, potentially falling in love. Like you could potentially be the love of my life, and I just don't know it.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't had a whole lot of small talk, but I see something in you.
Yeah.
And you're saying lovely couple, but you kind of said it like in quotes.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to say you're a really cute couple.
Oh.
Oh,
No.
that's sweet. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ashley.
Yeah, no problem. I hope you love the breadsticks.
Yeah,
There's like 10 of them for you.
10 is not enough. Ashley, can you please go and get me at least triple of what you have here? Can you do that?
Well,
for
I
me?
mean, it's gonna be $5 more.
What are you trying to say? Do you think we can't afford to spend $5 more on breadsticks? Are you saying that we look like, you know, like we're broke or like we? What are you trying to say?
Well, also,
I'm trying to say the price of the breadsticks. They're $5.
Oh.
we can certainly pay $5 for breadsticks, but I just need to note the breadsticks are supposed to be free and unlimited. So we're dealing.
What are you trying to say? That I don't know what I'm doing? That I'm just here lollygagging, walking around thinking I don't know how much breadsticks are, I don't know what I'm doing. I just think I'm just here to get my paycheck, but I don't give a shit about what I'm doing. I don't care about anything. I just want to get paid. Give me my paycheck, but I don't care about any of this. I'm not going to learn shit at this job. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, were trying to state was we were just surprised by the $5 price tag on the breadsticks that we had no idea about. But now that I'm seeing your very clear anger, I realize that you really are just a cog in the machine. and maybe you were told something about the breadsticks having a price tag, and now you're just trying to dispense this information that you really are not responsible for. So Ashley, come and sit down with us. You know, join our date. I see something in you. Special in you. And you know what, Ashley? I don't think you're appreciated here at this Olive Garden. I think you've got something big in you. I think you're going to change the world, and these breadsticks are really just the start.
Wait just a second, Donna. What are you trying to say here? Now, don't get me wrong. Ashley's a fine person, a wonderful person, and I'm a pretty open-minded fellow. But are you trying to suggest that our date here is not living up to your expectations? That we need to bring a third party into this? Am I not good company? Am I not thoughtful, charming? Am I not enough? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, CJ, that's exactly what
All right, what are you trying to say? Oh, that was great. Yes, that took me back. All right. Great. So,
2 more chairs.
Yes. So we, Destiny, because you did such a wonderful job in that last scene, we are going to ask you to temporarily leave. So everyone say bye, Destiny, as she leaves the stage. We're going to the quiet room, the quiet booth out there. So now we're going to play. Oh, that was great. We're going to play a game called the Dating Game. So,
which is
yes. So we have.
so.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So you two can go ahead and take a seat already
Alright.
in your chairs. Just like the Dating Game TV show, we're going to have our 3 eligible bachelors and bachelorettes, and Destiny's going to come back in, ask them some questions, get to know them, and choose one of them to go on a date with. But the thing is, Destiny is not going to have any idea who the 3 of us are. You're going to give us some endowments that Destiny's going to have to guess as she asks her questions. So for Katya, who'll be bachelorette number 1, give me a very famous fictional character.
D'Artagnan.
D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan from the Three Musketeers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. D'Artagnan from the Three Musketeers. For Mahmoud, give me a TV show that everybody has watched.
Friends.
Friends. Mahmoud, you are the cast of Friends. And for me, let's get a concept. Not one of the ones that breaks your brain like quantum physics, but something like love.
Fear. Gravity.
Ooh, I'm going to be gravity. The concept of gravity. So let's recap who we are.
What's the name?
D'Artagnan.
D'Artagnan from the Three Musketeers.
I am the cast of Friends.
I am gravity. So now, on the count of 3, we need to yell for Destiny to come back. So we'll say, good luck, Destiny. So 1, 2, 3.
Good luck, Destiny!
Well, welcome to the Dating Game. Go have a seat in your chair. These are your potential future dates. Bachelorette number 1, bachelor number 2, bachelor number 3.
Oh. Hello, nice to meet everyone. I'm just so excited to be here and, you know, to hear more about you and what interests you and, you know, if you interest me. So let's do it. Bachelor at number 1. I wanted to know, like, when you wake up in the morning, what do you look forward to?
When I wake up in the morning, I look forward to stabbing someone. Yeah.
It's pretty extreme. Do you stab a lot of people?
3 or 4. Yeah.
And like, how long have you been doing that?
20 years. Yeah.
Okay. Would you say that this is like a career for you, or just something that's a hobby, or?
It's my life.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
For sharing.
Oh, I got to call a quick timeout. I forgot something. As we're going along, if Destiny is getting close to guessing it, give a little golf clap. help Destiny know that they're on the right track, and if Destiny gets it right, go nuts, go crazy.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Sorry, continue.
Bachelor number 2.
Yep.
Hi.
I mean, okay, what? What do you want? Oh my God, what?
I didn't even ask you a question, and I feel like I'm not sure who to ask the question to.
Well, it depends on who you're asking. Or you can collectively ask all of us at the same time.
Let's see if all of us can answer this question. Bachelor, what are you looking for in a life partner?
Gosh, I've had so many. Well, I guess I don't know. I don't know, really. Let's see. Oh gosh. I don't know. Maybe someone to do my hair. Go get coffee with at Central Perk. I don't know.
So, are you a New Yorker?
Oh my God, yeah, we all are. Yeah, I live in New York.
Are you all friends?
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. Oh wow.
Okay.
That's the only two I know how to do. Oh my God. The friend.
It's a cast of friends.
Yeah.
I'm so flattered that you're here today. Awesome. I did not see any of your episodes.
Hey.
But I know about you through pop culture.
Yes. Same. I'll be there for you.
Bachelor number 3. I see. Did you get enough sleep today?
Yeah. I don't know. I always feel like, well, it's not so much that something's dragging me down as that I'm dragging everything down. I feel like I'm a drag on life.
Okay. Is that like this could be, I'm going to, throw this out there. Is that something that, is an emotional state that you feel like you're emotionally dragging everybody down, or is it something different?
No, it's not so much emotional. It's more like a physical state. But, I feel like I'm a drag, but I also feel like people are just drawn to me. There's some force that just drags them to me.
Is it like your charm? Your like personality?
I don't know. I mean, people seem to think I have a very serious personality. They use
So
me
you have a personality.
They use my name in reference to serious situations.
Hey, so this is Joey, and I blame this guy for one of my coffee. I was holding coffee and then I just let it go and it fell. I'm blaming this guy.
Yeah, that was me.
Not myself.
Did you push it down? Bachelor
No,
number 3?
It just sort of it pulled toward me.
Okay.
I can't
Were you
help
on the ground?
I'm kind of everywhere. Well, I'm not everywhere.
Are
but
you invisible? Do people walk through you and around you and
Well,
again you are a force.
Yes, but
The
they
force.
They can sort of walk through me, but they wouldn't be able to walk without me, because without me they would just be off in space somewhere.
Oh, okay. I think I know who you are. Bachelor number 3. Are you Gravity? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Where
you
are you going next?
Wherever I get pulled to.
All right, Bachelor number 1.
Yes.
All right, just you and me.
I know.
And you have me a little stumped, I would say. You stab a lot of people.
Yep.
And you like doing it? Or do you have to do it?
Sometimes I just like doing it, but sometimes I feel like I have to. Just to protect myself and protect the other 2. My other 2 buddies.
Hey.
Are these the 2 buddies?
Oh, no. I have other 2 buddies that I work with every day, and we fight and we battle.
He won't share his chocolate bar.
Yeah, this is my chocolate bar.
It's my favorite.
It actually belongs to me.
Got the
Excuse me.
chocolate on the outside and
Hey.
the nougat on the inside.
You know, I'm sure. Are there enough chocolate bars in the box to go around? You know, we can't be having this kind of division.
Well, I mean,
Here.
there's like that's one chocolate bar for me. So we got to get an equal number of chocolate bars for everyone
Oh,
else.
what kind of chocolate bar is it?
I mean, there's one for me, and we got to get two for, and we got to get
Oh,
another
is it a
one.
chocolate bar that has like?
Do you know how to count?
All right, I think I have a bowl of them right here. Here you
Oh,
go.
great.
That's one.
And they're all equal.
If you were that special, it would just be named after you, not you and your two buddies.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm onto something here in my mind. Bachelor number 1, would you say that you're like the main out of the trio? Like, would you say you're like, where do you stand in this trio of buddies that you have?
I think I'm the main one. I think so, usually.
And you all have swords and you stab and you go to battle and you
Yes.
fight people. And are
Yes.
you a part of the Three Musketeers?
I am. Yeah.
And are you I think he's the unofficial leader of the Three Musketeers. No, wait, no. Wait. I remember the story wrong. All right.
You look
Oh,
so
no.
cute when you think.
Well, because D'Artagnan. He's in the novel, but he's not one of the Three Musketeers, right?
Well,
Am I right?
chocolate
Am
bar.
I right or am I wrong? Am I right?
You know, I haven't.
Who are you? Did I get it right?
I believe I'm part of the 3. That's my belief, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay. You know what?
You are
Go
right.
you.
But you got it.
You are right. That is D'Artagnan. So go ahead and make your pick for who you're going to go on a date with.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this is such a hard decision. Okay. I'm seeing the cast of Friends over there, and I feel like this could be, if one of these folks has got to be a match for me. So I'm gonna, go play the numbers game and go with the cast.
All right. Destiny's going on a date with the cast of Friends.
Yes, indeed.
Fantastic.
Excellent. All right. So we're gonna play a game called soap opera, and you'll see how it goes. So first of all, let's get 2 people to start the scene. Okay. And at some point, so Katya and Destiny are gonna start the scene, and then I'll join it at some point. You'll see how it goes. So can we get a suggestion? Let's get what is something that 2 friends would be an activity that 2 friends would be involved in?
Playing checkers.
Playing checkers will inspire this. Scene of soap opera.
So we're here again, Pamela.
Darlene, I really can't abide by that last move you made, and I just have to say that if you want to scratch this game and start over, I think that would be the right thing to do.
You know I never give up. And I want to make this work. I have a chess game right here. We can try again.
You know what, Darlene, I'm not even sure I want to be in the same room. I'm staring out this window and I see, a wide open field and, maybe some new friends who will, let me win every now and again in the immortal game of checkers. I really feel like this game here is a metaphor for the, slow disintegration of our friendship. I think I just might.
And pause for 1 second. So, you might notice that Destiny is staring out into the audience. Katya is staring at Destiny. Now, at any point, this can switch. So, if Destiny were to turn and look at Katya, like this, Destiny turn and look at Katya, Katya would turn out in the audience and it goes back and forth. So, we'll pick it up from there. Action.
I might but you know what? This checker really feel like this is our last hope. So if you really do care about our multiple decades-long friendship, you will move that black checker piece back so that I can move my white checker piece up and win this game.
It's not that simple, Pamela. This friendship's gonna take a lot more work than that.
Hello! Hello! I am your landlord! I regret to tell you, you have both been evicted.
What?
Yes, evicted. You know what that means? You know what that... Oh, checkers. I love checkers. Evicted.
Evicted?
Yes, evicted.
I can't say
Evicted.
No!
I can't believe it.
Well, believe it.
I've lived here for 10 years.
I
Where
know.
will we live?
I know. You've always paid the best rent. You've always been on time with your rent, except yesterday.
Seriously,
What time I
Darlene.
screw up? I was only a day late.
You said in your lease that you were a perfectionist.
But, yes, but...
Where will we live from now on? I thought you don't let me win at checkers, and now you forget to pay our rent.
Oh, I can't stand the conflict.
I knew it would be the best move to go out this window and go down these clear open fields.
You want to go out the window?
I don't want you to go, though. I know we have issues, but I want you to
No.
stay in here. Don't
I
end
must
it.
go out the window.
Don't go out the window.
Don't.
Use the stairs.
I must.
The
Yeah,
stairs
just
are-
use the stairs.
I must.
Why are you going toward me?
Because
Ugh.
that's the only way I know how to communicate.
Okay, talk to me, landlord. Just give me another chance. I need to stay in here. This is my home. My home.
Oh, what have I done?
Now that I think about it, this window really isn't getting to the heart of the problem. You know, I'm just doing what I always do. You know, escape park situations and avoid my responsibilities. You know, I honestly, Darlene, you know, I should have been paying rent the past 20 years, but you know.
You're right, you should have.
Oh my gosh. See, maybe we can make a compromise. You can start paying rent. You know? Please.
You know, I think the emotion, we're all very heightened, so we're gonna say things that, you know, we might not mean. And again, I value our friendship. You know, I want to pay rent, and I know that this window is really just
You want
me.
to pay rent.
I want to pay rent.
Good. Well, that's great. That's great. That's really nice. Really nice.
I will, Darlene. You know, I see you almost fainting over there, and you know, and again, I realize, you know, maybe I've been the bad friend in this relationship, but you know, there's a lot of steps that one needs to go to be able to get to the point of consistently paying rent, and I just don't feel I'm there yet.
Well, I could help you. We could look for jobs together.
No, it's giving me a cluster headache just talking about it.
I'm not trying to give you a headache. I really want to help you.
I have a proposal.
Yes, what is it?
Whoever can.
Oh, she's fainting again. She just keeps going in and out.
Whoever can make the winning move at this checkers game can stay in the apartment.
Well,
Will it be you?
That is ridiculous.
I'm pretty nervous to play the checkers because I never win at the checkers, and I feel like Darlene is out to get me in this way, and that's what's, you know, contributed to where we're at now. But I will play the checkers, but I won't look because it's just too much for me. So if you could just, you know, try to stay upright and tell me if I'm winning or losing.
Checkmate! Scene!
Oh my gosh!
That was soap opera.
Yay! Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. So we got about 25 minutes left. because today we have a very special guest. A very special guest, the world-renowned love advice expert, Dr. Love. Give it up for Dr. Love. Dr. Love, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hey there.
My
Name.
Is.
doctor.
Love.
All right, and Dr. Love, what do you, what is your how do you greet your parents?
I
Don't
Great.
my
parents.
Ever.
Oh, wow. Sorry, touchy subject there. Okay, so does anyone out here have any questions for Dr. Love? Any love advice you're looking for? Anything at all?
How do you break up with someone that you've only been seeing for like a week and a half?
Okay, very good question. How do you break up first with someone you've only been seeing for a week and a half?
to
Do.
That.
you
Must.
Wisely.
text
Them.
Carefully.
and
Never.
Text.
their
Mother.
Okay. All right. Never text your mother. I want to ask a follow-up question. Okay, what is the perfect text message to break up someone? What's the perfect?
the
Perfect.
Text.
message
To.
Break.
up
With.
Someone.
says
Hi.
There.
by
There, okay. Short, straight, and to the point. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions? Other questions out there?
How can you tell your wife you want to take separate vacations?
Ooh. How can you tell your wife or spouse that you want to take separate vacations?
well
It's.
Hard.
but
You.
Can.
text
Them.
Something.
like
I.
Want.
to
Drive.
Alone.
you
Can.
Drive.
separately
And.
There.
will
Be.
A.
distance
Between.
Us.
throughout
The.
Vacation.
okay
All right. Did you get all that?
I got it.
All right. Great. Okay. All right. Other questions out there?
How do you spice up a stale relationship?
Ooh, good one. How do you spice up a stale relationship?
to
Spice.
Up.
a
Stale.
Relationship.
first
You.
Need.
some
Batter.
And.
some
Chocolate.
And.
some
Spices.
Okay. All right. I don't want to leave our audience hanging, so can you give us a nice rundown of those spices that you'll need for the batter?
spices
Sure.
I.
would
Use.
The.
cinnamon
Cardamom.
On.
her
Black pepper.
To.
stimulate
The.
Air.
around
The.
Head.
Okay. All right. So just so we're clear, cinnamon cardamom, putting on her black pepper, to stimulate the air around her head. That is very helpful advice. I really. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Maybe a couple more questions out there. Anyone?
How do you know someone on a dating site is real?
Oh, good question. Think about safety for online dating sites. So how can you tell someone on an online dating site is real?
fake
Profiles.
Are.
easy
To.
Make.
all
You.
Need.
is
A.
Fake.
name
And.
A.
fake
Computer.
To.
create
A.
Fake.
profile
And.
Then.
you
Can.
Jump.
onto
The.
Website.
and
Steal.
Someone's.
heart
And.
Then.
their
Identity.
Okay. All right. So the question question was, how can you tell if they're real?
Sorry.
Oops. Why?
Bad.
Oh. So,
2.
steal
there.
Identity.
you
You need
There.
name
and
Social.
security
number.
Then.
you
Need
A.
internet
connection.
Okay, hold on. So, Dr. Love, how can we tell? Because we know how to do it. How can we tell if an online profile is real?
Recognizing.
Come on, let's be serious. Come on.
Recognizing.
there
Profile.
Is.
easy
Do.
first
You
Must.
see
there.
Face.
and
Look
At.
their
face.
And.
question
It
Does.
it
look
Like.
it's
real.
Or.
is it
Real.
Would.
you
Want
Your.
face
to
Look.
like
a
Plastic.
person
from
Another.
store
Okay, all right. I think we answered the question. I just got one more question for you, because speaking of like fakeness and fake profile, I mean, you know a lot about creating fake profiles. Can I ask you, Dr. Love, for the final question, where did you get your graduate degree in love?
I.
first
got
My.
first
graduate
Degree.
at
Academy
Of.
motion
picture.
Then.
I
Loved
It.
so
much.
That.
I
Loved
Continuing.
to
loving
Love.
and
lovingly
Enrolled.
in
the
University.
of
loving
Lovers.
All right, that's Dr. Love, everybody. Dr. Love. All right, okay. I hope you all learned a lot. Now, for the remainder of the time that we have, we're going to do some long-form scenes for you, and we will take all the things that you've learned from the Love is Like all the way to Dr. Love, and we'll throw some scenes out for you. So let's do it. Oh gosh, I've got my fake computer. All right.
great and
Yeah.
this is all ready. We're ready to put the batter in it and just see what happens.
Yeah, okay. This is gonna get me not to be single anymore, right, Mom?
Oh yeah, you know what, Carrie, this is really, I think this is the perfect plan.
Yeah.
We can just put the batter in over the top here.
Okay, all right. Oh.
I'm just gonna pour it right over the computer.
Ooh, smells like cinnamon and cardamom.
Yeah. And then here's also just a little black pepper.
Yeah,
to
put it
just-
right behind the ears. Yeah.
As we talk.
Sorry.
Are you all right?
What is this profile?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now go ahead and let the aromas just kind of like guide you as you're searching the internet for your true love. And I know it's gonna lead you in the right direction. All right, I'm just gonna be over here in the hall.
Okay.
Get ready. I'm so proud of you, Carrie.
Probably looking for a date.
I am.
Oh,
I think I've got one here. There's no way that this is a fake profile because that face does not look plastic.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I would want my face to look like that. So.
hey, Carrie.
Yes.
As you're scrolling looking for the love of your life, you might also want to take some of the batter on the computer and then smear it over your face.
Good idea.
And it'll give you a rosy glow.
All right.
And everybody on there are gonna see your profile picture and see your gravatar as you're scrolling, and they're gonna say, "That young man is it for me." That's what they're gonna say.
That is it for me.
Oh
Look
yeah,
at
I
that.
know. There's a lot
Look
of like black stuff on his head.
That glow and that
Yeah.
gravitas. Wow.
Oh, I just got a like.
See if they respond.
Oh.
I'm gonna type a message.
Okay.
Hello. Oh,
Carrie,
Yes?
I just knit you this colorful
Oh.
scarf here. You see, you got a little bit of the pinks and the
Why aren't they
blues.
responding?
And I used 100% acrylic. And so as you're scrolling and saying, hi, everybody, in the internet forum, you just go, hey, you know what? My mother, Sandra Johnson, knit this acrylic scarf for me. And you know what? She really is it too. And so if you see anybody in there for me in the internet forum, you just go,
Are you trying to? Wow. Are you lonely inside as well? That's a deep question.
it is a deep question,
Yeah.
Carrie, and you really triggered something in me in there. And you know what? The answer is definitely yes. So,
Mom, come on.
is there enough room?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's tag team our profile.
Here.
idea.
Great.
And
Maybe we can find somebody for you two.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Look. That person who liked me, they've got a parent who's also lonely.
yes, I see them in the little live streaming cube.
Oh.
Can we
Oh,
turn our microphone
live
on and
streaming
maybe
on it.
say
That's okay.
hi?
Oh
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Here we go.
Oh, what?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi!
Oh hi.
Hi. Oh.
Oh.
Hi.
Oh.
Wow.
Whoa.
I love what you've done with your face.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, which one of us?
Oh, good question.
Well, both of you.
Just something we threw on.
Yeah.
That looks like cardamom and cinnamon.
Yeah. All over the black pepper.
Yeah, the black pepper is very important.
Yeah.
I'm Sandra Johnson, and this is Carrie.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. And I'm his mom, Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Toby.
Teresa and Toby.
Teresa
Wow.
and Toby.
Yeah,
Oh, are you one of
alliteration.
those families that,
Yeah,
everybody in the family has the first letters, the same letter of the name?
yeah.
So is there Terry and Toby? And
Yeah, alliteration runs in the family.
I see.
In
You know,
fact, for our family tree is all T names. As far back as we can trace.
oh, that's very interesting. Can you go down the whole line for me?
Oh, okay. Well, above us there was our grandparents, Tony and Tammy, and then there was
Carrie, be writing this down.
great
This
grandpa
could be
Ted, and Tamina, and then Thaddeus, and Thomasina, and Theodore, and it goes all the way back to ancient Greece, and Theodosius, and Thessalina.
We're impressed.
In fact, you know Troy, like the Battle of Troy?
Yeah.
That city was named after my great a zillion times grandfather Troy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gosh.
Very interesting
And-
people.
And this has been lost to history too. So Helen of Troy is actually a relative of ours too, but it was originally spelled with a silent T.
Oh.
Yeah, got dropped.
Gosh, that is amazing.
Family quirks. What about your family?
Well, do you really want to know?
It is a harrowing story.
Yeah.
We don't have any. Would it be pronounced Tellens of Troy, or you said it was silent?
It was a silent
We
T.
don't have very many interesting people in our family. Although yeah.
Our great grandfather. So her great grandfather. He was a pilot. He was a pilot. He flew the first ever hot air balloon over Copenhagen.
Wow.
Yes, Carrie, but as you recall, it didn't go well because he was responsible for not putting enough helium in the balloon.
We are so glad that he had a family before the accident. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
Yes, he's kind of a dark spot on our family line.
Yeah.
But we actually do have a lot of overachievers in the family that I think made up for it. Carrie included. Like Carrie is going on to study at the Global Institute of Clownery next fall. Like,
Yeah.
he's very talented.
Very,
you know,
very.
maybe not a historian like all of you, but you know,
Who needs that?
Yeah, who needs that?
That's so funny that you're going to the school for clownery, because when I was a kid, I was deathly afraid of clowns.
Oh, I remember.
Do you remember that? Like, you had to look under my bed every night and reassure me there wasn't a clown under my bed.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be okay? I mean, because you know, after today, I'm gonna be like dressed like a clown 24/7.
Yeah, well, actually, Carrie, you have your red nose
Yeah,
right
I mean,
here.
this isn't gonna like. I mean,
Yeah, Toby, what
Ah,
is this doing
oh.
anything for you?
No, it.
Oh dear.
I'll be fine. It's just little flashbacks, but it's okay.
okay. Are you sure, Toby?
Yes, I've got to overcome this crippling fear of clowns.
Yeah, and you know what, Toby? A lot of people don't realize that clownery is one of the original forms of true artistry. You know, it's not just about making people laugh or terrifying them for a lifetime and instilling a immovable trauma in the rest of their life. It's nothing to do with that. That's a very small part of the wonderful world of clownery.
There is, in studying my family lineage, in learning about things like the Silent Tea on Helen of Troy, I've found some other forgotten stuff from history, and there was kind of a traumatic chapter hundreds of years ago, the Clown Wars. Yeah,
I know about those.
Rainbow wigs and seltzer everywhere.
Yes, yes. And there was like
So many floppy shoes.
There was like a horse, and the opposing side like thought, oh, it's just a small horse. But then overnight, like one clown got out, another clown got out, another clown got out. Eventually, there were like 200 clowns, and they took over the whole castle.
You've read about it.
Yes.
I've never met anyone who knew about that before.
All right.
Let's see that clown war.
Hello.
Don't mind us. We're just a horse, a wooden horse.
Just an ordinary wooden horse.
Yep. Nothing to see here.
Well, you are on my turf. You don't belong here.
Oh, sorry. Do we need a hall pass?
So I'll just attack you with this squirt gun.
Wow. All right, that's it. You bozos are going down.
No, you're going down.
Everybody, arm your flowers.
You need some backup there, sunflower.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
The flowers aren't working.
This is
Get
our
the pies
bazookas.
ready.
Bazooka squirt gun, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Seltzer everywhere.
Yes.
The squirt guns are repelling our pies.
You know what? All of you. This doesn't even seem right. We're using offensive tactics when you know what? True clowns would never do that. If this was a real war, we'd be using clown tactics.
Right. So,
show me what you got.
All right.
All right.
So I'm gonna use my giant clown nose.
It's a giant hammer.
Oh, it bounced off. Boom.
Okay.
Bounced off. Boom. Oh.
A boomerang.
Oh, deflect. No, we're deflecting everything.
You know what? Banana peel.
More banana peels. Yes. Clown power unite. All right.
Not to rush you, but
Yes.
not to rush you at all. But
No.
wasn't it my turn there,
Oh, yeah.
Toby?
I suppose, Grace. But you know, the store's gonna close in like an hour, so it's like we got plenty of time, you know. So I just want to get this one level, okay? Just this one level, okay?
Okay. You know what? Again, like just so you know, Dig Dug it just goes on into infinity. So this level is just like another out of this another level, and it's never gonna end. Whereas over here we got Legend of Zelda. You know, and there is a story close. So, you know, but there's a lot of text to read, and you know, I've been playing for like 4 hours here, not made any progress. So I really just like a.
I'm sorry to interrupt you two.
Yeah.
Like, far be it for me to judge anyone for bringing their date to Best Buy to play the video games. But
Olive Garden was too expensive. Okay.
I get it. Ever since they jacked up the price of those breadsticks.
$5.
I know, what the hell? But you know, like there are other people who.
Other people. Wait.
You know, want to try demoing the game. So.
Did you bring a date too?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not just.
What's happening
Hi.
here.
Yeah.
Teresa?
What?
Oh, yeah?
What?
What?
No, I mean I know your name. It's like we. Dated.
Toby, you know
Yeah,
Teresa.
I know Teresa.
Okay.
We dated a little while ago.
What?
Oh.
Yes.
You did? I can't even.
No, seriously, we did.
You know what?
This is so awkward.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god. I did not come for this. You know what, Toby? You seem like a really nice guy.
Wake up! Are you okay? Wake up!
You know what? I got some. I got
We'll get
some
through this.
cardamom here. Just go. Are you okay? You need to
Just
smell
pour
it.
it on your head.
Who am I? I must have amnesia.
Well, I guess we gotta help him remember who he is.
Okay. Yeah. So like literally, you just came in here and
Yeah.
tried to basically usurp our, you know, Best Buy date night.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, basically. This is Teresa.
And
Yes, remember? Yeah, we're starting to go
Okay.
up. Yep.
starting to go out, but not finishing. Because.
This is our
Yeah.
second date. That's it.
Yeah.
So.
But then what happened?
Oh well. Honestly, I don't remember.
You know what? Actually, it was really funny. Like you actually were gonna come and you were gonna take your coins and give us a couple free
Yeah,
games.
exactly. Yeah, you were gonna help us out.
I was
Yeah,
gonna give you free
and then you were
games.
gonna give us that Three Musketeers bar that you've been holding.
Yes, exactly.
And we were gonna split it, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay. Here's all my coins.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Thank
so
you.
generous.
And then you were gonna slip on that banana peel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
You were just about to slip on that banana
You
peel.
are not going to trick him. Don't do it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's trying to trick you.
You know what? And it was so funny. Like
Yeah.
like we said her name was Teresa, but actually we all just met her. Like you were like here and whatnot. You know, wondering, asking us questions about like where you are. And
I know who I am.
And this random woman just kind of barged in and was,
Yeah.
you know, really kind of like picking on all of us, really. And then you were coming in saying that you were going to like you're the Dig Dug, you know, emperor, and you're the only one that can play this game, and it was really shocking, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. And then,
Now I'm starting to doubt
well,
what's going on.
Yeah, well, it's not your fault. Like people lose their memories all the time, right?
exactly.
So,
Yeah.
you know what? No, you're trying to trick all
Watch
of
out
us.
for the banana peel.
No, I came
Wait.
in here.
Wait.
It's my date. You know what? We came here to play a video game.
Hold on.
Let's just do
one
it.
second.
What?
Plastic face. These are fake people.
Don't say it out loud.
These are those fake people that are always online stealing people's identity.
Hey, shush.
Toby, we can turn it around.
This we can turn it around. Whatever you do, don't look at them in the eye. Look straight out. Do not look at them in the eye. You can always tell when plastic is lying to you.
I know we're not plastic.
It's just
Wait, hold on. Come
Wait,
back.
yeah,
Come
hold on,
back.
come back.
Honestly, we need friends.
We came here trying to understand what it means to be human.
Yes.
You know, and your generosity is really something here, and it
Wait,
really
wait.
has softened our plastic hearts.
Wait a minute. You said what it means to be human. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that you are not human? Are you some kind of extraterrestrials who came down from some planet from outer space, and now you're going to try and colonize our planet and eat our souls? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Yes.
See? All right. That's our time, everybody.
Thank you.
Keep it going. All right. Yay. I'm coming. I'm taking off my socks. Hold on. Hello, everyone. I had to take off my socks. No reason. Hi, my name's Tim. Welcome to Fearless Fest. I am your host for the next couple of hours, and then I'll be your host of the show that happens after those next couple of hours. I believe at this point we are going to do some Fearless Challenge. Oh, look, there's Eric. There's Eric. Hi. I was a little late getting on stage because I was taking off my shoes. I don't know why I might have been doing that, but perhaps you could enlighten me.
We have this lovely
Oh.
Lego walk.
I don't think that's lovely at all. I think it's horrifying.
Well, since I walked on it last night but don't have to walk on it now, looks pretty lovely to me.
I'll bet it does. So my understanding is somebody donated $25 to make me walk on Legos. Lauren Haven.
Good friend of ours. Well,
Good friend
of mine.
Yeah, not a good friend of mine. Lauren is a terrible human being, but I will sacrifice my feet for Fearless. This is every bit as terrible as it looks. I can tell you that right now. Oh,
the good thing is your mic's for it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. See, what you really don't want to do is stand on it for a long period of time, but you don't want to move either. So, and it sticks to your foot. So you got to kind of be careful you don't have any left. Okay, done. Never make me do that again.
You would like to make Tim do that again.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't like to do that. It's a horrible thing to do to a human being. Michael, come here and help me get this crap out of here. There's nobody else that has to do this right now, right?
Not right now.
All right, well, there we go.
But maybe again soon, Tim.
No, not soon, not ever. Ooh.
So we have two more. One was for me from Lauren Haven as well. It is the Minnesota Nice package, which comes with two things. Mike, don't go far. I know. One is a snack, because nice. And then the passive-aggressive part is a Bean Boozled bean, because it could be good or bad, and it's not her fault. So I have one of these, and we have another one donated by Kara, which is a Bean Boozled bean, which is going to Mike.
Yay.
Would you like to pick?
Sure.
There are two on top of this. We're using the automatic thing so that we don't have to touch things that other people are eating.
Should I just eat both of them?
No, just grab one and I'll take the other.
I mean, it looks like the same thing. So
It does look, but it might not be.
Good luck, bud.
Cheers. Please be good.
What the hell is that?
They tell you what it is on the side. You can find out what you're eating.
I got coffee.
Is that good or bad?
It's a cappuccino. It's not liver and onions.
It took a turn for the better.
Yeah, I mean, liver and onions doesn't sound so bad.
You know, but I don't want it in a jelly bean, Tim.
Well-
It does taste like a Stouffer's dinner. You know, like one of those frozen. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got the bad.
Got like a little Salisbury steak and potatoes. Kind of savory.
If you feel like we got out of this too clean, for $5, a donation of $5, you can pick a Fearless member, and they'll have to take one of these.
Wait, is this like Willy Wonka and I'm going to turn into a Salisbury steak?
Maybe.
Could be.
And our luck will only last so long.
Well, it's been nice knowing you.
I thought that was mine. Nope. Is that yours? Oh, mine's in my pocket. Sweet. That's where I thought I put it. All right. That, my friends, was a Fearless Challenge. We'll be doing those in the breaks. Every time people donate, you can do nice things. You don't have to make people walk on Legos every time. But if you do, you are helping Fearless continue to produce great work. Right now, we're working on a show called No Small Parts, which is going to be our spring show, an original show by Angela Fox. Really excited to have that starting. But up next, we have some more improv for you. Who likes improv? Who doesn't like improv? Don't say anything because they're about to come on stage and that would be very cruel. So we have Sympathetic Magic coming up next. I asked if they wanted me to let the audience know anything before they came out. And what they said was, they love you. They love you, everybody. They love you. So without further ado, let's see somebody who loves you. Sympathetic Magic, let's hear it.
Cody.
Oh, it is Cody. Hi, Cody. I hate you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was mean.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's good to be honest.
Yeah.
We're all pretty mad at Cody.
Yeah.
What's something that you're mad about?
Me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Something I'm mad about.
Yeah.
I try not to use too much of my energy being mad.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
What's something that you're happy about?
I'm happy that I recently got a new car.
You recently got a new car?
Okay, nice. Okay, great.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Let's play around
Let's play around
with
with the
this.
new car. Yeah.
I am a new car.
I'm a little air freshener that's dangling from the thing in the new car.
Oh.
It's kind of like the part of your throat that you don't want to touch. That's what emotion I want you to associate with this.
I'm an actual tongue. This car's a tongue mouth.
Let's keep the tongue.
Oh yeah, I'm still a tongue. Ooh, whoa.
I am, probably this is the word you're looking for, a uvula.
I'm a little creature swinging from this uvula. I'm a throat goblin.
I'm gonna keep the throat goblin.
I'm a throat goblin.
I'm a hobgoblin.
Ooh, I'm a tooth wizard. Quack.
Jerry, I'm telling you.
Yes, what are you telling me?
They don't want to see us anymore. We're washed up.
Hey,
We're
wait, go ahead. What? You gonna say something else?
Where were you going?
I was gonna go get myself a drink. You want one?
Oh, I mean, go get a drink.
Okay,
I mean,
alright.
this isn't so urgent that I want you to deny your bodily functions. I'm just saying that we're washed up. There's new kids on the block, and maybe we should give up our 9 p.m. Friday night slot at the theater.
What are you talking about? Look at us. We're still going strong. It's 2 in the morning and we're doing great.
If I can chime in, I've been in the mouth game a long time. It's how I've become so old and wizened. I've seen acts come and go, rise and fall, stars I have. The two of you have staying power.
Yeah.
Even if you don't believe it, look into this orb. Tell me what you see.
I see us at the Academy Awards.
My mother's there, and she's been dead for 100 years.
A good act can bring your mom back.
Theater really can do a lot of things.
Yes, it's very powerful.
Yes, theater can do a lot of things, and that's why it's so important to donate everything that you can to theater. Start raising money. It's more important now than ever.
Yes.
I mean, but don't you think that we should seed our long-standing show to some new voices? Old Tooth Wizard?
No.
Whoa!
I'm a seed. A little seed.
I'm a root.
I'm a little itty-bitty flower popping up.
Oh, I'm gonna keep the roots.
I am the roots.
I'm the like carcassy skull of a mole that died in this ground and is being buried, but now the roots are wrapping around my body.
I'm a little centipede.
Oh, let's keep the centipede.
I'm a little centipede. Look at all my legs. There's 100 of them.
I am a suburban apartment.
I'm an old light fixture that's just swinging from the ceiling, and every once in a while, the centipede gets in my beam. Oh, come on! You're so embarrassed to be seen by me?
I feel bad about what happened last time we talked.
Why would you feel bad? I just admitted that I had feelings for you. I'm the one who should feel embarrassed.
I know I feel embarrassed because I ran away.
Okay, well, it's been 5 years. We
can at least talk about it now, right?
I suppose that would be best. I've missed you. I've missed your light and your swinging. The way you sway. I've never really understood why it happens. It's not windy in here. But you still manage to do it. I've always admired it. Oh, it's the man. The man.
Gosh, dang it. Screw that job.
Hey, you leave her alone, man. You leave her alone.
What the fuck?
I care about her so much.
You're putting us both in danger. He's definitely going to squish you and replace me
I
with
don't
one of
care.
those smart bulbs that can turn blue and other colors.
You're the smartest bulb I know. I'd rather live my life shortly and in danger than safely under a chair.
Hey, listen. I mean you no harm. You probably know by now, having observed me in this apartment for like a month,
Yeah.
that I have no social life.
Yeah.
You are the only thing that has ever talked to me.
I have to be honest with you.
Yes.
I have feelings for you too.
What?
I've been so conflicted about it.
It's been 5 years.
It's been 5
You
years.
haven't been able to work this out.
I have a tiny brain, a tiny little bug brain.
Well, I should tell you something.
What?
I'm married. In the 5 years since you rejected me, I didn't think I would love again, and I've gotten married.
Do you love them? Do you love them, or are you just
Don't
doing
ask me
this
that.
to fill a void?
Don't ask me that.
I have to ask you this. I thought we were being honest with each other. I thought all three of us were finally being honest with each other.
Yes, I did buy a lamp. So.
And you separated me from the love of my life.
I didn't know you loved the lamp. Look, I just wanted. I'll bring it back.
Do all three of you just want to make out or something? Like, okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
Wow.
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 Whoa.
The dust storm took everything.
Took everything except for this.
Except for this.
Except for this grandma's old cabinet.
Yeah. Gosh. I feel like, it's a sign. It must be a sign.
It must be a sign from Grandma.
She must have wanted us to have this.
She must have wanted us to keep this.
She must have wanted us to stay together.
Yes, if only we could get it open.
We need a key.
We do need a key.
You've been keeping that from me this whole time?
Yeah. Grandma said her last words to me. She clutched me.
And said, make sure you never show this to anybody.
It was horrifying.
So, you didn't fulfill her promise, the promise you made to her.
Oh, shit.
No,
I totally moved it.
You do have one cousin, and it is okay to show them to that cousin because they are family. You both called me grandmother. What are you saying? I can't hear you. I'm dying.
Wow.
Those were her last words to me. I think about them every night before I go to sleep.
Okay, well, I'm not going to touch that key. So
It's wet.
I know. You should unlock it.
Are you sure you're ready to see what's inside?
Yeah.
The secrets that Grandma wanted to keep from us all these years.
You know, Grandfather said something to me before he died.
What did he say to you?
I'm putting something in your mouth. It's a little Lego. Don't ever show it to anybody except for your cousin or your grandmother. I maybe put her body into the cabinet when she died, but you didn't hear that from me.
Hold on.
Is there something? My God.
Yes.
Ew.
Don't walk on it, whatever you do. Listen, I think this is a sign.
From Grandpa?
Yeah. You should probably unlock. Maybe you don't want to
What
unlock
did Grandpa say to you?
There might be a body in this cabinet.
A body?
Yes.
Whose body?
Surprise!
That's your secret.
The only secret that's in here is my famous potato dip recipe.
Grandma!
Oh.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I was taking a really long time here.
It's difficult
it's
to...
a public pool, so it's open for everyone.
I understand. that's why they have us here. We're here to help guide you into.
Cannonball!
Mac, when he first started coming here, he was too scared to even make eye contact with a bird. All the birds around the park, he wouldn't even look at them, let alone a person. It's scary to go to a public pool, isn't it?
It really is. I was hoping that today was going to be the day I'd put my foot in, but I'll do it another time. I actually just remembered I have an appointment with the bus. I have a bus appointment. The bus and I are meeting, and I think I'm just gonna go.
You know, I tried to make an appointment with the bus today, but the bus was full up. Hey, if you're not ready, you don't have to go before you're ready. But be honest with yourself.
What up, losers? I'm ready. Hey, Sheila. You're still here. It's been an hour. You
I
haven't
know,
jumped.
Marnie. It's
Whatever.
I've seen Marnie here before, too. She's cruel. She's cruel and spiteful.
yeah,
She's got a spiky heart.
yeah.
Are you gonna let her keep you from getting into that pool? From coming into your own?
I've always been afraid of swimming ever since. Wow! Hi, Mr. Crow! I'm gonna jump into this big lake. I can't imagine anything bad's gonna happen to me. Why don't you come with me in here together? You go first. All right. Oh no! Crow! The water has so many secrets.
I'm so sorry. You have your own secrets too, you know? Maybe the water's as scared of you as you are of it.
You think so?
Ooh, my first day on the job. I can't wait to be drunk. Me, a little glass of water. I hope nothing bad happens.
Oh, a glass of water. Oh. Oh no.
You see, water's just as scared of you as you are of it.
Didn't think of it like that, I guess.
Hey, take this.
A key!
Yes.
How did this key get in your mouth?
Well, Mr. Crow?
Ah!
I never really understood what it meant.
No, but it makes perfect sense now.
Yes. Yes.
Everything that's happened makes perfect sense.
It's all been leading to this.
Wow, okay, I'm gonna jump into the pool.
Okay.
All right, get out of my way, Marnie.
Hey! Fuck off!
Wow, okay. Water, I'm ready to embrace you if you're ready to embrace me. Also, I have this key.
We have this lock. Can we?
A water challenge. My voice sounds so weird under the water.
That's science.
I have a key.
I have a chest. There's a secret in here for you.
Surprise! I am a crow.
I am The Crow DVD. Try to look like a box. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I'm the disc inside this DVD box. There's also a crow on me.
Hey, everybody. My name's Brandon. I'm here to audition for the movie.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes. We've heard good things.
All right. You've heard good things, yes. Well, you should.
I see that you were the Music Man,
I was in The Music Man, yes.
and also.
And I'm great at staying alive. You know what? I'm going to rescind that remarks.
Okay.
That's okay. I landed on my left butt. No, this is...
You've landed on 8 butts before. This is your last butt. We care about you.
Please stop doing things to hurt your butt.
You don't have to to impress us with cool stunts. You impress us by being a good person, and we love you.
Each of us only gets 9 butts in our life.
Yes, I know. These butts have been with us for a long time, and we've respected each individual butt. But I gotta tell you, this butt destruction was the best of all, because it taught both of you a lesson.
Let's say that what that lesson was.
Yes, at the same time.
All right.
We learned about butts.
That's using your butt. You know, this family's gonna go far.
Are these your last words?
Oh, darn it! Wait!
What?
There's an emergency butt in the cabinet right there.
Okay.
Get it! Get the emergency butt. Oh.
Hold up the other side.
Please, hurry! I got this time.
Tie it up.
Okay, tie it up. Yes. Okay. All right, clear.
Okay.
Don't you leave us, you son of a bitch! Papa! Are we allowed to swear in this? Is this one of the... There were ratings about what we were allowed to. You son of a gun!
That's okay. Oh, thank you very much. I want to give a big thanks to 3M for the butt.
Thanks, 3M.
Yes.
Wherever you are.
Yes. Now, listen. We don't have much time.
Are these still your last words?
Yes. No. You want to get the butt made by... Oh, gosh. Yes. Oh, great. Listen, I hope you have learned a very valuable lesson.
Yes, let's say what that is at the same time.
Right.
We learned about butts.
Yes!
Okay.
The gravity up here is not so good. I mean,
Readings confirm that.
yes. Gosh,
I really feel it in my stomach.
how can you stand up? Gosh.
Oops.
My God.
Wait,
You're one
No,
of them, aren't
no,
you?
I'm
You're one of them.
No,
Yes.
I'm one of you. I'm one of you. Gravity
Sure?
affects me just like you.
Are you
Look,
sure?
if I step up on this chair, it's gonna be really hard. Oh wow, so hard. This is so hard.
I don't-
Wow, I can't believe I'm so much higher. I'm gonna have to go down again.
First Lieutenant Corporal.
Don't use that on me.
It's too late.
We've used it.
You got different bones.
Yes.
You got Mars bones.
You get Mars bones. Corporal Sampson, I believe that they have overtaken you, haven't they?
Yes.
No, they have
The
not.
species has.
When did it happen?
When
How
did it
long
happen?
have you not been Corporal Sampson?
Yes.
I haven't been Corporal Sampson since the day we landed on Mars.
Beep, beep, beep.
This is Corporal Lieutenant Sampson reporting from Mars. Looking pretty empty out here. Not seeing a lot.
That's right, Corporal Sampson. Keep telling us the good stuff.
I think that the earlier reports about a species that overtakes humans and steals their bones might have been a little blown out of proportion.
Corporal Sampson, I'm getting a strange reading.
Whoa!
Corporal Sampson? Hello? Hello? Corporal Sampson? Corporal Sampson?
Yeah, sorry, just zoned out.
What was that noise, Corporal Sampson?
No, I don't know. Must have been your headphones. Well, I wasn't getting anything.
Well, I trust Corporal Sampson implicitly. It must have been on our end.
I mean, these headphones aren't very well.
This
Good.
is true. Yeah.
Bought them from the dollar store.
Well, I'm gonna shift into neutral.
All right. Corporal Sampson, are you all done with your spacewalk?
Yep, and I'm feeling really normal and stiff in my body. So I'm just gonna report right on back to the ship.
That's Corporal Sampson. I was talking about their stiffness.
Yes, I know.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Hey, you're standing up again!
Standing up.
No.
Corporal Sampson.
No.
I mean, but then
hide who you are. If, I feel like we've gotten to know whoever it is that replaced Corporal Sampson.
I mean, yeah, it does kind of seem pretty much like the old Corporal Sampson.
Yeah, did you really change at all?
I mean, personality's kind of similar.
Look at my bones.
Oh boy, wow, is that painful? It looks so
No,
painful.
it feels so good.
Your head is where your back used to be.
Yes,
Your feet are where your arms used to be.
You have no idea what the body is capable of once you get rid of your bones.
Hey, is it painless getting rid of your bones?
Painless getting rid of your bones.
No, it felt the most comfortable I've ever felt.
Wait, okay, alright.
Wait a minute.
No.
Isn't this exactly what an alien parasite would say to us to try and lure us into getting rid of our bones?
You know what? I'm willing to take the risk. We didn't come this far to not take risks.
I'm glad that you think that.
Yes.
Why don't we shake hands and I can prove to you that I'm normal?
All right, well, I trust Corporal Sampson implicitly. I'm a bone.
I'm a dog.
I'm a little collar hanging around this dog's neck, but my little dangly name tag, it kind of looks like a uvula.
I'm gonna keep the dog.
I'm a dog. Play with me.
All right, I will.
Come on, what are you, 85 or whatever it is?
I have this game of Baccarat. The Gentle Dogs game. I'm setting up all the Baccarat pieces, a game I definitely know how to play.
Great.
I have to confess.
What is it? Old Yeller.
Young Yeller.
Yes.
You were bought to replace me. It's why I've had a difficult time getting to be your friend, and your exuberance, though I try to match it, is something that has...
Replace?
Yes, something that has worn away at my soul.
That means that you won't be my playmate anymore.
That's true.
No.
I don't have much...
I will.
Yes.
Cat?
That's right.
Yes.
A cat?
Young Yeller.
This is Basement Cat. Mostly Basement Cat stays in the basement. But now that I'm not here to keep Basement Cat from wreaking their havoc, they've come up to the main floor.
Look at the claws.
See this curtain?
Oh, Basement Cat! Oh, Basement Cat! You know how the lady loves that curtain. Oh, Basement Cat! Oh, Basement Cat! Oh, would that I were a young dog and I could.
You would do what, Old Yeller? You try and bite me?
Yes.
You think you would be faster? Sorry, just had to push that
Okay, be
little
careful.
closer to
I mean, I don't care. Don't be careful. We're enemies.
Careful, Old Yeller.
Old Yeller, did I ever tell you the story of how my mom and your dad first met?
What?
Where?
Whoa. Oh, please catch me, Young Yeller.
Wait, so you're a cat and a dog, Old Yeller?
Oh my God!
That's confusing.
Oh, that's why I move and talk like this. Oh, I'm a cog, a dat, some kind of unholy hybrid. Sister. Why do I want to destroy things now? Oh, who am I?
Being a cat means you have a deep need to... a deep need to be on your own.
I'm very conflicted.
Young Yeller, please get away from me before I turn.
Spit up those hairballs. Yeller, you now live in a two-cat household.
Whoa.
The dynamics certainly are changed.
Listen.
I no longer have to live in the basement now that I have my brother.
Wait till I tell the man and the woman who protect us, me and give us food. Wait till I tell them. They only put a deposit on one cat, not two.
Oh, don't you understand? They've smelled our pee.
Whoa.
It has that thing in them that makes them love us. Have you guys heard about that? That's a real thing. Cat pee.
That's disgusting.
Yes.
I'm gonna.
What are you gonna do?
do? What are you gonna do, young Yeller? What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna play fetch.
Oh, God. Oh, the dog part of me. Oh, I'm turning
Yeah,
back. Oh,
yeah.
oh, why am I still throwing up?
A bone! A bone!
No! No!
Come back, old Yeller.
We don't have to live like this. I'm dying.
Quick, grab the butt.
Scene.
Scene.
Okay, great.
All right.
Are we done now?
We are. Sympathetic Magic. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fearless.
All right, let's hear for Sympathetic Magic. Yay, keep it going. Anybody who's willing to stand on one of those stools for that long and not die has to get some serious props. That was very scary. I was sitting back there extremely worried for you. But that's what comedy is all about, doing things that are dangerous. And that's what Fearless is about, doing comedy that is dangerous. And we're here to help support that this weekend with chairs being presented by Michael Bloom at the moment. I don't think we have any challenges coming up, so I'm just going to spend a little while talking about Fearless, encouraging you to donate to Fearless this weekend. We would really appreciate it. We have so many things going on. This company started back in 2013, and so it's 10 years old, or maybe 11, I don't know, math is weird. And does 2020 count? I'm not entirely sure if that counts as a year that Fearless existed, or if that any of us really existed. So somewhere around 10 years. Fearless has been around for somewhere around a decade, and they've been doing absolutely fantastic stuff. I've been fortunate enough to be able to contribute to Fearless 5 a few times. I was not able to contribute this year, which is great because it means that brand new people are contributing to Fearless 5 all the time. I don't know why I come out with my mask every time. So I'm just going to take that off for a second so you can actually see me talk. Okay, so it's just habit, leaving that mask on until the very last minute, except it's not the last minute. So Fearless 5 is something we've been doing every year. It's like the 6th year that we've done it now. We give brand new writers opportunities to write a short play. We have 5 short plays on a similar prompt. This year's prompt was mythology. In years past, it's been noir. It's been music. And people have an opportunity to write something, to create something, maybe for the first time ever. Last year, Angela Fox wrote a short show called No Small Parts, and this year that show is turning into a full-length show that we're going to present this spring at the Mounds Theater coming up in about a month. And that's what's great about Fearless is we had an opportunity to take Angela from a point where she hadn't really written anything. She'd written music, but she hadn't written a show. And she was challenged at Fearless Fest to write something, which she did for Fearless 5 last year, and now that's turning into a full-length show. That's what Fearless can do for people. That's why we're here today and tomorrow supporting Fearless, why we have so many great acts, great performers coming out to lend their talents to Fearless Fest this weekend. And it's not quite time yet, but I am very excited that our next act coming up has been an act that has supported Fearless really since the beginning. And we're extremely proud to have had that relationship as long as it is. We're really glad to have them back. I think they've been part of every Die Laughing / Fearless Fest since the beginning. I'm getting a nod from backstage, so they think so too. And since we all think it together, that means it's true. That's how it works. We all believe it, so it happened that way. They have been around for a very long time. They do really fantastic work. I can't wait for you all to see them. And aside from that, I don't have a lot extra to say. Y'all want 2 extra minutes? Sure, they'll take 2 extra minutes. That's what I like to hear. That's Fearless, if I've ever heard it. Once again, this is a group that has been performing with us as long as Die Laughing and Fearless Fest have been around. We love that we have a partnership with them, even if it sometimes involves mousetraps, which is unpleasant. But other than that, they are fantastic. Please put your hands together for Fantastic Voyage and your host, Blake. Let's hear it.
Hello, everybody.
We love you.
Yeah.
That person right there.
Come on out, everybody.
Yeah.
We are Fantastic Voyage Improv. I am Blake. I am the host, at least for now. And we're going to do some improv. We'll get suggestions from you. Turn it into funny stuff. But let me introduce you to the players. Give a big round of applause to Matt. And Bill. And Rex. Zach. And Steve. And the incomparable Becca at the keyboard. You will see her throughout. This first game that we're going to play involves all of our players. And it's a chance to get to know the audience a little bit too. Can I get the house lights up a little bit? Sure. All right. Can't really see who's out there. That's all right. Oh, hey, look at that. Ah, there's people.
You're alive.
So the game we're going to play is called What Are You Doing? It's an elimination game. One of the players is going to do an activity, another player is going to ask them what they're doing, and the player doing the activity will respond by saying anything other than what they're actually doing. And if they break any part of that game, they're out. But there's a catch, because they can't just say anything. So I'll just come to you here first. I just need two of your initials, first and last, first and middle and last. DP. What was that? DP. 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 So everything these two players say, one word has to start with D, and the next word has to start with P. Okay? So Bill, get it started.
W. Sherman Hub, what are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked. I'm drilling Pepsid AC.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! What's that heartburn?
Steve, what are you doing?
Drinking poison.
Well, that's it for me. Cyanide it is.
No, what are you doing?
Oh, this? I'm just
That's a hesitation. You're out. New player, let's stay on DP for another round.
Doing pineapple.
Oh, that burns! Oh, it's like it's eating my sinuses.
What are you doing?
Oh, dividing parsnips. Zach, seriously, what are you doing?
Don't pop.
Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Oh, what are you doing?
I have no idea.
Check this out. New player in. Come down here where I can see. Two of your initials.
EJ.
E and J. E and J. Zach, start it.
Hey, Zach.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Eating jam.
Ooh.
What are you doing?
I'm ejecting Johnny.
All right, Johnny. Too bad, but we're getting rid of you. We're getting rid of you. So yeah, I'm gonna okay.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Everyone joints.
Come here, everybody. Everybody gets a joint, man.
Oh, I'll take a joint. Oh, yeah. All right.
Sweet. Yeah. Fucking pinners.
What are you doing?
I'm ending jaundice.
Don't have jaundice. Don't get it. You don't get it. Don't get jaundice.
Hey, wait. What are you doing?
Elephant jumping.
endoscopying.
Oh God.
Now, come on up. And welcome over here. All three of your initials, if you have three, or just make one up.
KDV.
KDV. Okay. We already had a D, so what's the second letter from the name with the D?
KDV.
We already had an E, too. How about KF?
KFG.
KFV.
KFV.
KFV. Zach, start it.
Zach, what are you doing?
Kites fly virtuously.
Okay. Don't do this shamefully. Okay. Get up! Yes! Yeah. No. Yes, virtuously. That is a proud kite. Oh.
What are you doing?
I am kindly finding Virginia.
Have you seen my dog, Virginia? He's a cute little dog. His name's Virginia. Have you seen Virginia? He's lost, and I want to find him.
Zach, what are you doing?
Knots for Vigo.
Okay. Vigo, okay. We've got this knot out for you. We know you're good at fighting, okay? Get that around your waist, okay? You're well hung, so we'll get a big knot for this one, for the front. There you go.
What are you doing?
I am keenly.
No. That's the end of the game.
I win!
Zach Brandon won that game. We're going to move on to another game that will ultimately have one winner. For everybody, it is called Do Run. It is a musical game, but we need your help in the audience. This is another elimination game. We need you folks in the audience to eliminate the players by means of nerve. So, if you would like to help eliminate us, come down probably to the first row, because these things do not have a huge range. I've got 6 of them. So
They're dollar store Nerf guns.
And I'll even leave the ammo bin right here, too.
That's the way to get people in the front row. Give them guns.
If you're not familiar with these, here, give me one more dart.
It's the most American
If you're not familiar with these, they're already cocked. The thing is pulled back, so please don't pull the trigger until you're ready to eliminate someone. Just point it at who you want to eliminate. Pull the trigger. The dart pops out. You might have a turn one. If you do that, twist it to the next chamber. Pull the handle back. You're ready to go. Or you have a slider. Slide that one to the next chamber. And you're ready to go. So this is Do Run Run. So we're going to take the song Do Run Run, that was written by the Crystals, done by the Crystals like back in the 50s. But obviously for copyright reasons, we can't use their lyrics, so we have to make up our own. So we'll get names from you. They'll rhyme the names. If they screw up, that is, they repeat a rhyme, they hesitate, they say something that just doesn't make any sense or is not even a word, or you just otherwise think they have broken the game, then you shoot them with a dart. But the thing is, whoever you hit with that dart is out, even if it's not the person you were aiming at. So aim carefully. Okay. To get this started, I just need a one-syllable name.
Bill.
Bill. Bill,
Great
all right. Rhett, start us off with Bill.
run, 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 I do run, run. Hanging up in the grave.
I was waiting for you all to notice!
Okay, you're paying attention. All right.
Bill is out. Yeah, just take a step back, Bill.
Lord.
I think you realize now that if you don't shoot anyone, this game will never end.
Find an excuse.
Wow. There's plenty more ammo there if you run out. We need to move on. Let's get another one-syllable name.
Dan.
Sam?
Dan.
Dan is the name. Bill just got out. Steve, go ahead and start it.
Met him on a Wednesday, his name was Dan.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
He went to the spa for a spray tan.
I do run, 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 I do run, run. I do, yeah.
He couldn't kick no cans.
I do, yeah.
He had 0 fans.
I do, yeah.
He was a big bad man.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
You clean everything with spick and span.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
Then he made me a delicious flam.
I do run, 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 I do run, run. I do, yeah.
There was a caravan.
I do, yeah.
And there he ran.
I do, yeah.
And that was banned.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
He got kicked off of 4chan.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
You pay for things with when.
I do run, 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 I do run, run. I do, yeah.
His favorite part was and.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
It's intimidating to stare down those barrels for a second.
It's aimed right at your forehead.
That's all I got.
We're down to 3. We need to up the ante. Let's get a 2-syllable name.
Michael?
Michael. Zach, you're starting.
He's over there and his name is Michael.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
I thought I saw him on a bicycle.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
Not having
True decisions.
All right, we're down to our final round. So this is going to be a lightning head-to-head round. Back and forth until someone gets out and we have a winner. So we're going to go back to a 1-syllable name.
It's been a while since I've been in the last round.
I wasn't a name.
Not allowed.
Chuck?
Yeah.
Okay. Chuck, I think they have something in mind. Your name is Chuck. Let's pick up the tempo.
More?
Matt, starting.
Met him on a Monday and his name is Chuck.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
He's right here and I don't give a fuck.
I do run, 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 I do run, run. I do, yeah.
He caught a bug.
I do, yeah.
With some luck.
I do, yeah.
And said yuck.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
He said that because he was caught in the muck.
I do run, 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 I do run, run.
Making movies with Dennis and up.
I do run, 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 I do run, run. I do, yeah.
He got left good. Yuck, yuck.
Yeah.
In Roundabout.
Zach is out.
No!
Matt is our winner.
Yeah!
All right.
That's the winner.
Thank you, audience, for pummeling them with Nerf bullets. Players, if you can pick up the bullets and collect the guns. Because we have Nerf guns. But we have other toys as well. I have in my hands right here the Fantastic Voyage Universal Remote. So for this next game, we're going to have 4 players up here in a box-like configuration. And each pairing of those players is going to be a channel on my Universal Remote. And I will flip through the channels and watch what's on all the different channels and maybe play with all the other things you can do with the Universal Remote. So, for these guys, give me, I don't know, my name is Blake, it starts with B. Give me a word that starts with B. Balderdash?
Balderdash.
Balderdash. Channel up. We'll just go right down the alphabet. Give me a word that starts with C.
Crazy.
Crazy. Channel up. And a word that starts with D.
Destructive.
Destructive. Channel up. And a word that starts with E.
Ecstatic.
Ecstatic. All right, let's review.
Ecstatic.
Channel up.
Balderdash.
Channel up.
Crazy.
Channel up.
Destructive.
All right. We'll start there. Watch some TV.
thought you said you knew what you were doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. They told me to split rocks. I'm trying to split rocks.
Is this your first day? Yes. Okay, well then we need to get you outfitted properly.
Well, it's just the shovel don't split rocks. I need something sharp.
That's the problem. You need something sharp. There's a screwdriver. Try that.
Thanks, buddy.
Channel up.
Forgotten all about my love for your beard.
And basketball.
Oh, I haven't forgotten about that.
Now it's my turn to talk. Check. Back to you.
The check to you.
Oh, because the back. Oh, I see. I thought we were going that way. See, I thought we were 3/4.
Channel up.
Sir, it's a pleasure to meet you. Finally, I'm your butler, Balderdash. How may I be of service to you? I can do anything else.
Well there, Mr. Balderdash.
Yes.
I don't want to hear none of this ballyhoo and this pitter-patter and this razzmatazz. I want you to get to work. I want you to clean the banisters. Oh.
Ooh, the banisters?
Yeah.
Shall I put on this little outfit you
Yeah, put on that buxom outfit there, Balderdash.
Oh, I don't mind if I do.
Channel up.
I don't mind at all.
Oh, hey there, buddy. Oh, I love you too. I love you too.
You could hug yourself if you just undo the buckles.
Oh, I don't know. They told me not to undo the buckles.
Oh, but they tell you a lot of things, don't they?
They told me to feed you Jello, but not to undo the buckles.
Did they tell you to take away my shoelaces?
I think they told someone else to do that.
Well,
Yeah.
they told me that you'd undo my buckles.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Channel up.
Brother, I have something to tell you.
Yes.
Years ago, when you gave me that screwdriver on the boulder smashing station, it was great. You made me into a new man. Look how ripped you've gotten. I don't know if you know this or not, but that vigilante that's been running around, that's me.
Switch to German.
Ach! Die Schackenvoice? This is getting by, Seymour. More bar in the Gianni.
Mein Bitten, dein. Douchebaggin!
Channel up back to English. Fast forward. Slow-mo.
Have you seen Garden State?
You know I love machines. Of course.
Is that the one where he's got the radio above
Channel up, regular speed.
Balderdash, I
Yes,
love how you brandish that blunderbuss. I need you to hunt some birds.
Mute. Back to English.
And that's how you ride a horse.
Channel
I
up.
always knew.
Channel up.
Now, you can have the butterscotch or the double chocolate.
You're gonna have to feed me.
That's what they told me to do.
Picture in picture.
Yeah, num, crazy person. Oh, no! No! Ah, jeez. Okay, maybe chocolate. There you go. Ah, no! He did it again! Ah!
Swap.
Oh.
I love Garden State. It's one of the best movies ever. 2-0 me, by the way.
Swap.
Why do I keep falling for this?
Swap.
All the pudding is gone.
I can't seem to get a basket.
Channel down. No, we'll just end there.
I don't remember where we were.
Okay. As we go on to our next game, there's a lot of things that are debatable in the world. You can start thinking about some of them right now. We'll need them for this game. But a thing that's not debatable is that Fearless is awesome, right? Yes. Yeah! And as Tim said, we've been friends of Fearless from the beginning. We've been at all of these shows. We're so happy to support them, and we hope you will too. Now, for this debate, we need all of our players. So we'll have 3 on one side and 2 over here. You can come up a little bit. And each of these sides, they're going to debate back and forth on topics that you give them. Now, there's those big political topics, yes, but we also really enjoy debating, some of the more nerdy stuff. The geeky kind of debates is Die Hard, a Christmas movie, that kind of stuff too. Before we get into that, let's have our 2 sides introduce themselves. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello.
My name
is
Mr.
John
Dick. That's
my
real
Name.
if
you
Don't.
no.
so
Don't.
Try
to
Change.
my
name
Into.
something
like
Bill.
pickle.
Okay. John Dick. Yes. All right.
Not Bill Pickle.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that just sounds like a porn version of John Wick. John Dick. Okay. Go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Hello! My name is Dr. Warren T. Wenceslas. I am a PhD level doctor in the holidays and all things December.
Okay, you're a doctor of December. So we need a topic for them to debate. Give me a
Miracle Whip versus mayonnaise. Which is the better topic?
Miracle Whip versus mayonnaise. We'll start over here with John Dick.
to ensure
that
you
make thoroughly
sandwich
Decisions.
you must
put on
the
Miracle
whip because
that
is
the
superior
form
of
dressing
and
spreadable
delicacy.
Okay. Pro Miracle Whip. Gotcha. Let's hear you, Dr. Wenceslas.
You know what we say to that? I mean what I say to that. You can go to Hellman's. Mayonnaise has been around forever. It was first invented 10,000 years ago in a cave in Sweden. Ever since, Hellman's has perfected the recipe. And fat, olive oil, and just a little pinch of love. That is why mayo is the superior condiment.
Ewoks from Star Wars versus, what was the other one?
The Robears.
Robears from
Thundercats.
Thundercats. Ewoks from Star Wars versus Robears from Thundercats. We'll start over here with Dr. Wenceslas.
Let me tell you, I love me a Ewok. They're small and cute, and they love mayonnaise. They are basically the perfect sidekick.
Okay. All right. Your response, Mr. Dick.
Ewoks pish off. Suck. But doink. Thunder cats rule everything. Always. Because they aren't the weaklings like Jar Binks. Just because he's a cute floppy sidekick, we're not selling that Ewok shit. In case you didn't hear that we like the Thunder Cats, you need to know that we will always fight you on that.
Okay, we're going to have to go ahead and stop the show because there is a legion of furious Star Wars fans pounding on the door that want to
Just give them a little bit of mayonnaise, and their fears will be calmed.
Well, it's not fears. They're enraged that you think that Jar Jar Binks is an Ewok. He's clearly a Gungan. But that's a topic for another debate. So that has been on debate. Give our contestants a round of applause.
I am going to take over some hosting duties because we need to sing you some jingles. Okay? So, we know that you need to have some commercials. We're here to support Fearless, but we also need to provide for our sponsors. And the best way to have those advertisements is through music. So, we are going to be doing some jingles for the sponsors that you come up with. So, what's something that you would find at an antique store?
A guitar.
A guitar, okay? These are going to be jingles for a guitar.
The less sexy kind of G-string.
Guitar. You know it's all about the F-hole. Guitar.
It's a quality product. Don't you fret.
Guitars.
The only acceptable thing to grab by the neck.
Guitars. Okay, I need something that the convention center would have a convention about. Tractors.
When it's time to get rid of it, write a John Deere letter.
Tractors.
I hear Kenny Chesney's is kinda sexy.
Tractors. Donkey ranchers use them to haul ass. Tractors.
If you get run over by one, you get tired.
Tractors. Keeping my beer nice
It's really fun to shock some rats. Muskrat elocution teachers.
Gee, Mom and Dad are so proud.
Muskrat elocution teachers. You didn't waste all that money on rote dental work. Muskrat elocution teachers.
Hey, as an improver, I have something to fall back on.
Muskrat elocution teachers.
And you go to the pawn store and you trade in your old lawnmower and they say, we're not going to give you any money, but we'll give you this. What is it?
Stun gun.
A stun gun.
Don't worry, just going through a tase.
Stun guns. It's really useful if you want to shock some rats. Stun guns.
Baby, this is how I got you to marry me.
Stun guns.
The red-headed stepchild of its father, Ray.
Stun guns.
If it doesn't work, it's not my fault.
Stun guns.
I picked up one for free, they said no charge.
Stun guns. Oh, Ralph, you look so stunning. Stun guns.
Fair warning, you might get sticker shock.
Stun guns.
In Durun, when Nerf guns have become blasé.
Stun guns.
No, you don't want to do that? Okay. Okay, and I need one more thing you want to advertise for.
Electric car battery testers.
Electric car battery testers? Yeah.
Electric car battery testers. It's a job that has its pluses and minuses.
Electric car battery testers. They replaced my job with a machine. Electric car battery testers.
My AAs are dead, better call AAA.
Electric car battery testers.
If it doesn't work, it's still not my fault.
Electric car battery testers.
So thank you to electric car battery testers and Muskrat elocution teachers and all of them. Let's give them a round of applause. And tractors too, yes. All right, let's move on to, let's do three things. So,
Time for three things?
yes we do, yes we do, yeah. So I'm gonna need one of you to leave. Bill? Okay. Okay. So this is a pretty tough game. It's going to take a little time because he's going out there, so he's not going to know what they're trying to get him to do without some mime and gibberish. So I need now that it's spring, a physical activity. Jogging. Okay? Okay, so you are jogging, but we are going to change your Fitbit. Okay? So you've got a Fitbit, but instead of a Fitbit, what type of food does he have?
Bagel.
A bagel. Okay? So your Fitbit is a bagel, and your running shoes are something you would find in the Lost and Found.
Pair of bunny slippers.
Okay, pair of bunny slippers.
Okay.
Okay. So do you want to review that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's get another activity. So Another physical activity that you would do for some sort of yard work or job that you need to do.
Mowing lawn.
Okay, let's go with mowing the lawn. Okay, mowing the lawn. But you are not filling your lawnmower with gas. He is filling it with what other liquid?
Weasel tears.
Good lord.
Okay. Well, we're gonna fill up our time with this game. Okay, weasel tears. Okay. And that's pretty difficult as it is. But the lawnmower is not a lawnmower. It is another thing with wheels.
Monster truck.
A monster truck. Okay. Okay. And finally, one more activity, a sport that's not baseball or football.
Hockey.
Hockey? Okay.
Hockey.
Okay, you're playing hockey. But the stick is an animal of some sort.
Flamingo.
Flamingo. Okay. And the puck is a
Hedgehog.
hedgehog. Okay. So let's review what he's going to try to get Bill to do.
Okay, Bill will be jogging, but his Fitbit will be a bagel, and his jogging shoes will be bunny slippers.
Okay.
I will be getting Bill to mow the lawn, but the gas in the lawnmower will not be gas, it will be weasel tears. And the lawnmower itself is a monster truck.
Okay.
He's going to be playing hockey with a flamingo stick and a hedgehog puck.
Okay, so hopefully he can get this. On the count of three, let's say Bill, come on back. 1, 2, 3.
Bill, come on back!
Okay. Good luck with this one. Yes, I was up. Okay, let's see if he's got this. So what are you doing?
I'm running.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Going for a ride.
Yeah.
But my wristwatch isn't a wristwatch. It's toast. Peanut butter toast.
No, let's clarify that a little bit.
Oh boy. It's Ah. Pokey, pokey, pokey.
Okay. So that this doesn't take forever. Try to narrow it down. Get slightly closer.
It's a heart rate monitor.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
It's a heart rate monitor.
But it's not a heart rate monitor. Instead of a heart rate Fitbit. Okay, we'll give you that. Okay. But it wasn't. It's not toast. It's a.
It's a cannoli.
Further off. Oh my goodness.
It's homemade bread. It's gabadagoosh. It's circular. It's sponge cake. It's sourdough. It's sourdough. It's Swiss cheese. It's a Fitbit made of Swiss cheese.
You have a bagel.
It's a bagel.
Oh yes. Okay.
Circular bread.
That's only the first one. Okay. So
we didn't have time for this game.
No, we didn't. Okay. We'll be going till 3:30.
And instead of running shoes, I'm wearing Happy Little Bunnies.
Okay. Yeah. We'll give you that. Okay. All right. That's just one. Okay. Woofed up. Good luck. Oh man.
That was the easy one.
Yep. Clearly, I am mowing the lawn.
Oh yeah, yes. The first part, okay?
But it's not filled. We're not using gasoline to power this lawnmower. No, we're using the tears of many mice.
Very
the salty
close.
tears of feral rats.
Starts with the same letters, mice.
Does it?
No. It's mice.
The tears of mice and men.
It's not an M. You're thinking upside down.
Oh, I'm thinking upside. Okay. Sorry. Yep.
That's what I gotta work with.
M&M's are W's.
It's a rodent. Starts with W.
Putting me on the spot. It's Chalk, walk. Sounds like. Oh, I'm terrible at charades. Jack in the Box. Of course, it's the tears of a weasel.
Okay, that's the second part.
But I am actually, and this is the key to the game. gotta get him to do it, so I'm gonna do it. But I am not mowing the lawn with a lawnmower, of course not. I am mowing it with a monster truck. Yes!
Okay. Okay, good. All right.
There, I've done it.
All right. We got one more.
Oh. Zaba, zaba, zaba. Zaba, zaba, zaba.
Oh.
Ow. Clearly, I am playing ice hockey. But the stick is not a stick, it is a flamenco. And the puck's not a puck. It's obviously the middle part of Taylor Swift's new tour. No, it's the tumbling routine from a circus. Visa related? Is that, yeah? Zaba, what's that? Zaba. Puck, it's, tuck eggs.
Can you clarify?
Zaba, yeah, Zaba, Zaba. Okay, Zaba, Zaba. Yes, quite clearly, a shaved piece of ham. That's what the puck is. The puck is Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay, I'll give it to him off that. Okay. Hedgehog, yes.
It's a hedgehog.
Okay. Whew, let's give it up for Bill. That is a tough one. Let's get everybody back out here. Wow. Okay. Well, so we've got a little bit of time left. So now that you've seen all of our amazing prowess and mime and gibberish and other stuff, you're probably wondering what sex with us is like. So, exactly. I mean, that's the next thing on your mind. So we're gonna tell you what it is like, but it's not like you'd expect. So, something that you would get as a white elephant gift.
Calendar.
A calendar. How is sex with us like a calendar?
Sex with me is like a calendar. Oh, just so many boxes.
Sex with me is like a calendar. I'm up for all the dates.
Sex with me is like a calendar. You forget about it till it's too late.
Sex with me is like a calendar. Tells you when you get off.
Okay. Something that you would find at Axeman.
Rope.
Sex with me is like a rope. We'll be intertwined.
Sex with me is like a rope. It's not.
Sex with me is like a rope. I'll make you climb me first. Gotta get up there.
Sex with me is like a rope. I like to be tied up. He likes to be tied up too.
Sex with me is like rope. Sailors like to work on it.
Sex with me is like a rope. You'll be doing it with a dope.
Okay, I need another suggestion.
Doll heads.
Doll heads.
Sex with me is like doll heads. It's really weird to find it mysteriously in your backyard.
Sex with me is like doll heads. Don't get it on eBay.
Sex with me is like doll heads. Just pop the top.
Sex with me is like doll heads. I will let you ride My Little Pony.
Okay, something in the buffet.
Crab Rangoon.
Crab Rangoon. We've definitely got an audience of improvisers. We're not just getting dildo and tampons.
Sex with me is like Crab Rangoon. I'll cover you with my secret song.
Sex with me is like crab rangoons. Martha Stewart showed me how to do it in prison.
Sex with me is like crab rangoon. That's just the appetizer.
Okay, let's get one more. I'll open it up, whatever you want.
Jello?
Jello, yeah.
Sex with me is like Jello. I break the mold, baby.
Sex with me is like Jello. There's pudding everywhere.
Sex with me is Jello. Like Jello. Don't ask why there's grapes in there.
All right, let's end with that one. Okay. We've got time for one more game.
We do. Barely enough.
Yeah.
Yes, barely enough time. But we are going to do one of the harder games. Being that this is Fearless Fest, we're going to be fearless and do one of the harder games. We're going to do a hoedown. Okay. So I need an event now that it's melting. Something you're looking forward to either in the spring or summer.
Fishing.
Fishing. Okay. Now let's do a hoedown about fishing. But before we start that, I want to say thank you to Fearless for having us out. Make sure to donate to them. We are Fantastic Voyage. We will have a show at Forgotten Star on the
April 5th.
April 5th. Yes. But thank you for coming out. I'll continue to see all the shows, and let's hear a hoedown about fishing.
Let me tell you something about the time I'm feeling fine. Is when I got anything out on the line. I've got beer, I've got some tincture. Oh, we'll get a big fish picture.
Welcome to my kingdom. I don't want no hassle. I am very glad that you visited my castle. I've just got one question. Why are you in my moat? I didn't give you permission to launch your boat. Oh, well, I look like that kind of guy who'd like to fish. But there's something that I have to dish. Last time I took out my fishing pole, I got in trouble cause I cast in the wrong hole.
I'm a fisherman and I went out on a date. Like all fishermen, I would exaggerate. I wanted to say it was this big, but I can confirm that all I got is a tiny little worm.
Tiny little worm.
Give it up for them. We are Fantastic Voyage. Thank you for coming out.
Ah, good work. That was fantastic. Now I will have the words tiny little worm burned into my head for very different reasons.
You're welcome.
Thank you, yes. Fearless Fest continues. Coming up next, in a little bit, we'll have another show, of course, because that's the idea, right? But in the meantime, I wanted to check in with the audience, make sure you're doing okay out there. Good, good, thumbs up, excellent, wonderful. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you enjoying the show, both here and at home. And we appreciate also you donating. Fearless is a charitable organization that runs off of the goodwill of our donors in order to not only provide opportunities for artists, directors, everybody, but also because we put legitimate theater first. We want to make sure that while we have volunteers, especially during this event, that people who are acting with us, people who are writing for us, people who are doing any kind of work for Fearless, that they are being paid for it. And so that is some of what your money goes to. It's also an educational grant that is offered and a number of other things. So we appreciate you, we appreciate your donations, we appreciate your enjoyment of our shows. And so in just a minute or two, we're going to throw it over to the next show, which is, I have to say, absolutely jaw-dropping. What is coming up next is Epic Lip Sync Battle, which, and you know, lots of people can play air guitar, right? But it takes real skill to play Guitar Hero. And this is very much the same in that you're not just, you know, matching the movement of your mouth. You are putting on an entire display. You are putting on an extravaganza of musical coordination to someone else's words and someone else's performance, which, based on conversations that I've had with voice actors and lots of other folks, that's very, very difficult. So appreciate not only the physicality and the theatre that goes into their performances, but appreciate the extraordinary difficulty of providing that performance and really the love and heart that goes into what you are about to watch. So, if you are not watching from there already, you can go to fearlessfest.org in order to donate, if you just want to donate. Otherwise, we do have a series of really wonderful challenges that you can have our Fearless members participate in, both sweet and sour. We have snacks, we have bubble wrap, all kinds of relaxing good things that people will appreciate. And then there are all kinds of things that you who are watching will appreciate seeing us endure, not the least of which is the catastrophic Lego walk. And then there are a series of packages above that which involve not only the Lego walk, but more things on top of that. So, that is money well spent. Your money is not going toward those challenges themselves. All of those things have been built, offered, brought in on a voluntary basis by Fearless members. Your money is going to the organization for the production of completely mind-blowing, weird, wild, off-the-wall theater and the betterment of the Twin Cities entertainment industry. So we appreciate that. All right, with that, may I throw you over to Tim Wick and Epic Lip Sync Battle!
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the epic lip sync battle for 2023. We have, I lost count of the number of contestants that we have this year. It's very exciting. Before we start, I'm just going to quick test to make sure that my computer is now hooked up and going to be able to play music. So hold on. This is not a song that's going to be performed this evening, this afternoon. It's just, we can all hear this, right? It's not just in my head. Okay, good. All right. All right, good. So, what's going to happen today is we are going to have several contestants engage in an epic lip sync battle. And at the end, we're going to determine the winner. But in order to have a winner, we need to have judges. Fortunately, I found some. Let's hear it for our judges today. The first judge, of course, is James Fairbairn. That's right. Yeah, just have a seat right up there, James. And he is going to be joined, of course, by also Fearless member Tom S.T. Let's hear it for Tom. There. Oh, they came out from the other side. I was not expecting that at all. Well done. Magic. All right, so they will be judging our performers today. Now, here's how it works. Everybody has prepared two songs. They have prepared a song that they love and a song that they hate. Now, the way this works is if we do not get a donation to Fearless, our performer will be able to perform the song they love. Won't that be nice? Isn't that nice? However, if we do get a $20 donation, they will be forced instead to perform the song they hate. But that feels pretty cruel, doesn't it? That they don't even get to do the song they love. So, if we can get another $10 donation on top of the $20, they'll be permitted to also perform the song they love. So really the kindest thing to do is just donate $30 right off the bat. Because not only are you allowing them to sing the song they love, as well as forcing them to sing the song they hate, but you're supporting Fearless Comedy Productions. And that's why we're all here today, to support Fearless Comedy Productions. So the first person who's here to support Fearless Comedy Productions is Alicia Rose Jordan Bird. Oh, there's Alicia. All right, now, Alicia, why don't you let the audience know what the song you love is?
So the song that I love is You Ought to Know by Alanis Morissette.
Oh, okay, good. But if we were to get a $20 donation, you would be forced to sing the song you hate, which is?
Blank Space by Taylor Swift.
Oh. So what I need to know is if there's a $20 donation to force Alicia to do Blank Space by Taylor Swift.
Dear husband, Nate, I know you're out there. There you are. I see who lies there.
Why would I make you do something you hate?
You know you.
All right, we have a $20 contribution. I believe Jim, is right up in the front, is happy to help collect that money. So are you also, having done the hateful thing of forcing your spouse to perform a song that she hates, are you willing to contribute another $10 to allow her to do the song she loves?
I think she really just wants to do the thing she hates.
I'm dressed for the one that I love, though.
She's dressed for the one. All right. Now that's true love. That is true love. So my understanding then is you want to start with the song that you love. Yes. Okay. So the song you love is You Ought to Know by Alanis Morissette.
And this is not dedicated to you, Nate.
So here we go. Alicia performing You Ought to Know by Alanis Morissette. You don't need the microphone because you're just lip syncing. Okay. Here we go.
I want you to know that I'm happy for you. I wish nothing but the best for you both. I know the version of me, is she perverted like me? Would she go down on you in a theater? Does she speak eloquently? And would she have your baby? I'm sure she'd make a really excellent mother. 'Cause You seem very well. Things look peaceful. I'm not quite as well. I thought you should know. Did you forget about me, Mr. Duplicity? I hate to bug you in the middle of dinner. There was a slap in the face, how quickly I was replaced. And are you thinking of me when you fuck her? 'Cause I love that you laid in the bed that was me, and I'm not gonna fade as soon as you close your eyes. And you know it. Every time I scratch my nails down someone else's back, I hope you feel it. Well, can you feel it? Well, I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair to deny me of the cross I bear that you gave to me. You ought to know what I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair to deny me of the cross I bear that you gave to me. You ought to know.
All right. That's the song she loves. That's it. So I understand you have to go and change. So we're going to bring out somebody else to do their songs, and then Alicia will come back and be able to perform the song that she hates that her husband has forced upon her. Congratulations for that. Sounds like a great marriage. That she had to drop the hint you just give him the damn money. Anyway, Nikki Armstrong is up next. Come on out, Nikki. Nikki, we can force you to perform a song you hate, which would be what?
Jolene by Dolly Parton. Horrible message.
Wow.
Horrible message.
But, I mean, Dolly Parton's pretty awesome.
It is Dolly, that's the only redeeming quality.
Oh, okay. Okay. But if you were not forced to do the song you hate, you would perform...
I put a spell on you, baby.
Oh, okay. But what we need to know is if we can force Nikki to do the song she hates with a $20 donation. Do we have... Oh, look, somebody's holding up money. All right. There we go. Well done. Now, for an additional $10, we would allow Nikki to do the song she loves as well. And, oh, I hope many more of our performers brought their spouses. That'll be great. Nikki, you're able to do both of them at this point. Which one did you want to do first?
Might as well get the dumb one out of the way.
Might as well get the dumb one out of the way first. I assume that means the song you hate. All right. Here we go. Jolene by Dolly Parton.
Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my money. Jolene, 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 please don't take him just because you can.
All right, there you go. Well done. Well done, Nikki. Now, my understanding is you don't have to do a costume change for the song you love. I can't figure out why, but apparently you're already ready for it. So here we go. The song you love. I'll put a spell on you. Here we go.
I put a spell on you, and now you're mine. You can't stop the things I do. I'm blind. I've been 300 years, right down to the day. Now the witch is back, and there's air to pay. I put a spell on you, and now hello, Salon. My name's Winifred. What's yours? I put a spell on you, and now you're gone. My hubby fell on you, and it was strong. So strong, so strong. Your reach of the light have all been cut. Now so all the witch is working at the west. I put a spell on you, and now you're mine. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. If you don't believe, you better get superstitious. Ask my sister, she's vicious. I put a spell on you, a wicked spell. I put a spell on you, sisters. I say enter pie, up or maybe up and die. I say enter pie, up or maybe up and die. Come on, Cariana, come on, Cariana, hey. I say bye,
All right, let's hear it for Nikki. All right. Judges, I need to know what you thought of Nikki's performance right off the top of your head there.
You know, I'm really surprised that Nikki did not try to put a spell specifically upon us, because I think that would have helped your chances.
Ooh, that would have been a good. It's a good point. It's a good point. All right, so well done. And now we have Alicia back to do the song she hates. Which is Blank Space by T Swift. Here we go.
Nice to meet you, where you been? I could show you incredible things. Magic, madness, heaven, sin. Saw you there and I thought, oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Love's a game, wanna play. Oh no, screaming, crying, perfect storms. I can make all the tables turn. Rose garden filled with thorns. Keep you second guessing like, oh my God, who is she? I get drunk on jealousy, but you'll come back each time you leave. 'Cause darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players, and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a
All right. Well done, Alicia. Judges, now that you've seen both of Alicia's songs, what are your thoughts?
I really felt like I've been broken up with. And if somebody wants to break up with me like that, every day.
I feel the same way. All right, let's hear it for Alicia. Great work. We are going to move on to our next lip syncer, Mike Deneen. Now let's hear it for Mike. Now, Mike, the song you love is what?
Well, the song I love is Peaches from the Presidents of the United States.
Well, who doesn't?
I kind of just expected that people are going to make me do the one I hate.
What is the song you hate?
Lucky Star from Madonna.
Oh! So for $20, we can enjoy Mike's performance of Lucky Star by Madonna. Remember, this is money that goes directly to Fearless Comedy Productions, which is what we're here to support. Is somebody holding up $20 right now? Yes, yes. So now you have to do the song you hate, but for $10 generous, we can allow him to also do the song he loves. All right, we got it. All right, so we'll take a break in between the two. Did you want to start with the song you hate or the song you love? Hate. See, that's the way I would have done it, Alicia. But yeah, I mean, you can do whatever order you want. But all right. So here we go. Mike, hate "Lucky Star" by Madonna, which the cut you sent me is 7 minutes and 15.
7 minutes of it.
Well, maybe that's what you think. But I control the music, so we'll see how this goes. Does this song have lyrics? Okay, that's all I can take of that song. As much as I would have loved to force you to do a full 7 minutes of that song, I could not handle it myself. Well done defending yourself from several shells. Koopa shells, correct? Koopa? Koopa shells. Ah! Okay, well done. Let's hear it for Mike. You're going to go change and you'll be back. Okay. So in the meantime, while Mike's changing to do the song he loves, we have Fearless Comedy Productions Artistic Director Jason Kruger. Jason Kruger. Hi, Jason. You are going to perform a song that you love, and I'm not supposed to talk about the song you love.
The song that I love is something that I feel, it's a Broadway tune, and I feel like it really conveys what I feel being part of this wonderful festival and kind of what it feels like being an artistic director at that festival. And so I
that's
can really
nice.
share that with all of you and have it impact correctly. I wanted to keep it a surprise.
Okay, so, but what we could do is just, for all the work you went into that introduction, we can just pay $20 and force him not to sing it. And instead, oh look, somebody's already got $20. They're waving around. There you go, Jim. Just give that money to Jim over there. He's our treasurer. So now you've been forced to do the song you hate, Jason, which is what?
Don't Worry, Be Happy by Bobby McFerrin.
But for an additional $10, we could make that hard work pay off for $10 more. Oh look, there's another $10. If you all didn't know, the one skill that I have that's better than any other is squeezing money out of people. That's why I'm here today, and that's why Jason gets to do a song by Bobby McFerrin.
Yep, I'll start with that one.
Is that? Oh, that's what. Yeah. So yeah, he was a guest conductor of the Minnesota Orchestra. Did you know that? Yeah. And yet you hate his song because you don't love music. Here we go. Don't Worry, Be Happy by Jason.
Here's a little song I wrote. I'm going to sing it note for note. Don't worry. Be happy. In every life we have some trouble. But when you worry, you make it double. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy now. Ain't got no place to lay your head. Somebody came and took your bed. Don't worry. Be happy. The landlord say your rent is late. He may have to litigate. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Let me give you my phone number. When you worry, call me.
Okay, I think. Look, I know you hate that song, but from the very first moment I heard it, I was super impressed that he found a way to rhyme with litigate. So now, Jason, we did get the money, so you can do the song you love.
Yes.
The song you love, which is called what?
Well, it's gonna ruin the surprise, but this is.
Well, am I just supposed to start playing it? Never mind. I'm just gonna start playing the song. It's a surprise. Here we go.
Help the homeless. Help the homeless.
Oh.
Last like
Hey,
minute and a half.
Princeton. Stop begging. It's time
Hold
to
on.
start giving. Oh, we're collecting money. Oh, it's for Kate. We're raising money to help build her dream school. Give us your money. Like what you did. That's
That's just what my parents told me when I was a kid. Shit.
But giving feels so great.
And I bet it wouldn't hurt your chances with Kate.
Well, that too.
I'll give you $1.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
We're so happy. We just exchanged all your wedding gifts for cash.
all right.
Don't tell them that.
We get about $2,000.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thanks, everybody.
We're rich.
Give us your money.
Give us your money.
Give us your goddamn money.
Give us the dough.
Give us the dough. We're raising money for a monster school, but we got a ways to go.
Sounds like you've got money to burn. And it's not like money that you had to earn.
So give us your money.
A monster school?
Sounds like a good cause.
Give me your wallet.
Oh my gosh, I don't know how to thank you guys. I mean, Kate will be so grateful. That kind of money is such a great start.
Yeah, $15.
Yeah, $15?
Every little bit helps.
Looks like we're gonna have to ask more people.
Hey, give us your money, all that you got. Just fork it on over, or some puppets will get shot. It's time to pass the hat, and there's nothing you can do about that.
Give us your money.
Give us your money.
Give us your money.
Give us your money. Give us your money. When you help others, you can't help helping yourself. When you help others, you can't help helping yourself. Every time you do good deeds, you're also serving your own needs. When you help others, you're really helping yourself. When you give to a worthy cause, when you give, money is Santa Claus. When you help others, you can't help helping yourself.
All right. There was perhaps a miscommunication on when the song was supposed to start, but he rolled with it, and he got a quarter. It's over there. It's on the floor. I have a lot of experience with people throwing quarters at me. Hold on. Hold on. It's right over here. No, never mind. It's a nickel. Here. Yeah, that's all right. We'll take.
There's no money in this.
Okay, judges, what do you think about Jason's performance here today?
I'm sure James is going to have a lot to say about the this song, but I just want to point out that your sarcastic delivery of "Don't Worry, Be Happy" perfectly encapsulates how I feel about landlords.
Yeah.
I really appreciated what you brought to it. It was Kafka-esque. And what I will say is I was concerned when you came out, you had no costume for these two songs, but I realized that you are the costume and that there was a Muppet inside you fighting its way out. I really loved seeing that.
Thank you.
It's the first time I've really ever felt seen, James, so thank you.
All right, Jason feels seen. That's all he can hope for. Get out. All right. Thank you very much, Jason. Well done. And now we have Mike performing the song he loves, which once again is Peaches by the Presidents of the United States. Here we go.
Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country, I'm gonna eat me a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. Peaches come from a can, they were put there by a man in a factory downtown. If I had my little way, I'd eat peaches every day. Sun soaking bulges in the shade. Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, gonna eat
All right, that was disturbing. We need a wet towel to clean up some of the peach juice. Judges, do you have any? Oh, look, here's Jason. Well done. Judges, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So I loved it started as a simple image of a fine gent in a suit eating peaches, and then it turned into like a megalomaniacal, like evil man obsessed with peaches. And it just like, I think you sold it. It was wonderful.
Yeah, I also, I feel that this costume is very appropriate. However, I feel like your Mario costume for this particular song So, although I enjoyed your performance and especially how deeply you got into the performance and how much the performance got onto you, I feel like my heart is in another castle.
That's fair. I was trying to do my best to keep it family friendly, though.
Oh. You did not keep it family friendly. That was the dirtiest peach eating I've ever seen in my life. All right, let's hear it for Mike Deneen, everyone. Our next performer today, we have Natalie Ray Wass. Let's hear it for Natalie. First timer here. We have many first timers here today. This is great, Natalie. Natalie, why don't you let everybody know what song you love that you're willing to perform for us today?
I love Barbie Girl by Aqua.
Now just think, if you hate Barbie Girl, what you can do is pay $20 to force Natalie to do the song she hates, which is what?
Happy by Pharrell Williams.
Oh. So for only $20, Natalie will have to do Happy by Pharrell Williams. Do I have anybody willing? Wow, you're all like, no, I don't. Oh, all right, we got. Okay, so we got the 20. Do we have 10? You know what? I'm just even. I'm not even.
We're gonna need something to get that out of our pocket.
Oh, good, good. I was going to do it myself, but now fortunately I don't have to. I'll just save that for later. All right, Natalie, do you want to do the song you hate first or the song you love first?
Oh, no, I gotta get the song I hate out of the way first.
The song you hate out of the way first. That is Happy by Pharrell Williams. Are you ready? Is everybody ready to be happy?
No!
Only if they criticize landlords.
Yes.
Work that in if you can. Okay. Here we go. Oh, never mind. I turned the sound off. So, hold on. No, that was supposed. Hold on. This is my fault. All right, here we go. We're starting again.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news talking this and that. Well, give me all you got, don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
All right, I think that's enough of that. All right, now do you need time to change for your song that you love, or are you ready now?
I have prepared
Oh,
to change before your very eyes.
wow.
Just a quick moment here to reveal my truth. I feel really, restricted by all these
Oh.
preppy hats. I don't have a lot of practice though in the show.
Okay, so are you ready? Looks like it. Oh, yeah, I probably didn't need to ask. You're fine. Okay, good. Here we go. Barbie Girl.
Hiya, Bobby.
Hi, Ken.
You want to go for a ride?
Sure, Ken.
Jump in.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
Make me walk, make me talk, do whatever you please. I can act like a star, I can beg on my knees.
Come jump in, bimbo friend, let us do it again. Hit the town, fool around, let's go party.
You can touch, you can play. If you say, I'm always yours.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life is plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie.
Okay, yeah. That was the radio edit because it's the version that I had. So apparently that's not the version you knew. So that's the way it goes. But you rolled with it super well. Thank you. Judges, what do you have to say for Natalie there? Judges?
I feel like you brought us to Malibu. You put us in your dream house. I was astounded, and honestly, it made me feel even the song that you didn't love, I'm happy.
So it's interesting you bring up Malibu because what's interesting is the song is European. So just transporting us to California with a European song is very impressive indeed.
All right, Natalie, thank you very much. Natalie's going to be back for the Encyclopedia show later, so you should stick around for that. But up next, Merritt. Merritt Burgett is our next performer. On deck after that is Ben. I know Ben's waiting very patiently backstage. I just thought I'd let you know since you're just sitting there like, when do I go? Because, yeah. All right, Merritt, here we go. Why don't you let everybody know the song that you'll perform that you love?
Hell's Coming With Me by Poor Man's Poison.
Well, that's great. And the only thing that could stand in your way of doing that is if somebody donated $20 to Fearless to make you do the song that you hate, which is what?
Look What You Made Me Do by Taylor Swift.
Another Taylor Swift song. Which. Wow, that was fast. And here's the thing. I'm looking at this, and I don't think I have the right. Here, come here and look at this. I think this is the wrong version of this song. It doesn't look like the right version of that song. So I might have to go out to YouTube and.
But I cut it so specifically.
Oh wait, it's the one you sent me. What am I thinking of? Never mind.
I did so
I don't know. I'm like.
stayed up late.
It didn't. It just doesn't say Taylor Swift here. It just.
If I have to do this song, I'm doing it my way. Get wrecked.
Oh, all right. That does explain a lot. Okay, here we go. You're starting with the song you hate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Like your little games, don't like your tilted stage. The role you made me play of the fool. No, I don't like you. I don't like your perfect crime. How be the actress starring in your bad dreams. I don't trust nobody.
Oh, there we go. That was it. That was. Well, it just stopped. I don't know. Here, let's back up. Let's back up. Huh? No, not from the top. We're gonna start. There. This is all my fault. Please understand, all technical issues are blamed on me. Do not let it go into the judging. Unless you're judging me. Yeah, you can judge me later. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so then we have Hell's Coming With Me.
I need to costume change. This isn't the vibe. So, like, eat a Kit Kat, drink a Coke. I'll be right back.
All right, so while we're doing that, we're going to bring out Ben. Ben, come on out. Ben Ellis. Let's hear it for Ben. All right. So, Ben, you've said 2 songs that you would like to perform. What's the song you love?
Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash.
Oh, it's a great song. I would love to hear some Johnny Cash. Unfortunately, somebody can force us not to hear Johnny Cash. And if they did, what would you be lip syncing instead?
All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey.
Whoa! So, for only $20, we can see Ben do All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey. Do we have $20? No, you know what? That's why I put out this 50. Here you go. I'm just tossing this into the pot so that we can make sure this happens, because I can tell you all don't want this so badly. I'm going to make it happen. Now, if you want to watch that out of your head, you're going to need to donate $10 to let him do Johnny Cash. Who's going to give us $10 for some Johnny Cash? Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. All right, we got $10. All right, Ben, what do you want to do first, the love or the hate?
I'll do Ring of Fire first.
Oh, so you're going to leave us with Mariah Carey.
Well, leave one less.
Okay. Here we go. Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash.
Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. The taste of love is sweet when hearts like ours meet. I fell for you like a child. Oh, but the fire went wild. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire.
All right, let's hear it for Ben. Now, I love you folks for getting it into this in the audience out there. That's great. Those of you that were singing along don't quite understand how this thing works. But I'm still glad you were enjoying yourself. We should be able to do something about that immediately as Ben moves into. I don't believe you have a costume change, do you? For
Is somebody back there with Can you hand me my bag?
oh, there is a costume change.
Well, I thought thought since it's the season.
Oh.
Thank you. No, actually, one more thing. Remember to sing something I hate? Why don't I wear the clothing of the season, too? All right, I'm going to do this for my walker, though. So.
That's quite all right. Because I would need to sit down if I was performing this song, too. Here we go. Mariah Carey. All I Want for Christmas is You.
Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true.
Okay, that's it. That's all I can say. That's it. Please understand, Ben, it is not you, it is me. Well done for making us endure that. Judges, can I have your thoughts about Ben's performance here today?
Wow. Wow. You know, I gotta say, if for no other reason than you chose a song not only that you hate, but that the world, the universe itself hates, and then got this entire audience to clap along with it, force of will and entertainment, I commend you.
I'm gonna talk a little bit about the other song. I really believed you had fallen into a burning ring of fire.
Intent made.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Ben. Thank you, Ben. Would it be easier for you to go out off the front of this thing? All right, we're fine. All right, we're good. Merritt is back with the song they love. Hell's Coming With Me. I'll try and just stay away from the thing.
I have full faith in your ability to not do things.
Or at least to not make the same mistake as last time. So here we go. Hell's Coming With Me. Oh, it didn't start. No.
There is a hill at the bottom of the valley where all the poor souls go when they die. And if you listen real close, you can hear them like a ghost saying you're never gonna make it out alive. There is a town at the bottom of that hill. They got a secret that they keep like a slave. They got a black
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I did nothing wrong and everything right. Except that's not actually true. But nonetheless, judges, this isn't about me. It's about Merritt. Please.
Well, setting aside Tim's judgment, we'll save that for later, Tim. I do have to point. Was the Taylor Swift version a cover or was that an original?
It was a cover.
Okay. You seem to be more into the cover than the original.
I can do what I want.
And we definitely saw that here today. Good. So we definitely saw that here today, and now we can see why you can do whatever you want. You do it so well.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's hear it for Merritt. Well done. Our next performer here this afternoon is Fearless Comedy Productions member, much like Merritt was, Jax Berryhill. Let's hear it for Jax. Jax. Hi, Jax. What song would you like to perform for us today?
Oh, I'd love to perform Take Me or Leave Me from
Take Me or Leave Me from Rent. Sure. That's a fine song. It's fine musical. But we'd like to stop you from singing that song if we could, and instead force you to do what?
So it's what, third spring now?
At least.
What is the thing that you do not want to see anymore?
I'm gonna think because I know what song we're talking about. I'm gonna go with Snow. Yeah, Snow. Supposed to snow on Thursday, by the way.
Don't say that. Now it's worse.
Oh, look, we got $20. We got $20.
That's $40.
That's 40. Oh, so.
No. You're not my spouse yet. All the
That-
spouses are the ones. You're not my spouse yet.
Well, when
And
your
you're a
spouse
judge.
gets here, they can give me their $40.
Yeah.
Assistant director, his money's still
Yeah, Jax, I'm going to tell you right now, you don't get to decide whose money we take. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because I have to defend my fellow judge.
Do you want to start with the song you hate or the song you love?
Let's start with the one that I like.
The one you like? Oh,
Did I? Oh. I need a chair, though.
a chair. Well, there's a couple of them.
Bisexual as possible.
All right. Take Me or Leave Me from Rent. Here we go.
Every single day, I walk down the street. I hear people say, baby, so sweet. Ever since puberty, everybody stares at me. Boys, girls, I can't help it, baby. So be kind and don't lose your mind. Just remember that I'm your baby. Take me for what I am. Who I was meant to be. And if you give a damn, take me, baby, or leave me. Take me, baby, or leave me. A tiger in a cage can never see the sun. This diva needs her stage, baby. Let's have fun. You were the one I choose. Folks would kill to fill your shoes. You love the limelight too now, baby. So be mine, but don't waste my time. Crying, oh honey bear, are you still my baby? Take me for what I am. Who I was meant to be. And if you give a damn, take me, baby, or leave me. No way can I be what I'm not. But hey, don't you want your girl hot? Don't fight, don't lose your head. 'Cause every night, who's in your bed? Who's in your bed? Kiss me.
It won't work. I look before I leave. I love margins and discipline. I make lists in my sleep, baby. What's my sin? Never quit. I follow
All right. Yeah, I felt like we had to do the whole song because it's like a breakup song and they weren't broken up yet. So. Here, let me just get this chair. You don't need the chair, do you? No. All right. Okay. So, song you hate. We have "Let It Go," sung by one of the same people, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Sung by Adele Dazeem. So here we go. Let it go. What? Oh, this is somebody else's cut. Hold on.
This is the Tarantino film cut.
Hold on.
It's okay, Jax.
It's up to the audience to reassemble it in the correct order.
Oh, I see. Very butcher-like. Still doesn't bode well for him.
If it's a Tarantino cut, does that mean all the percussion is done by foot?
All right, we're ready. Here we go. Took just a second. Hold it. There.
The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. Kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway.
I think we get the idea right there. I think we do. Let's hear for Jax Berryhill. Well done, Jax. Judges, I'm sure that you have absolutely. There's no conflict of interest. So, your honest and frank dissection of Jax's performance here.
All right, I can say with 100% certainty that I am completely unbiased.
Yes, director.
Anyway, Ixnay.
Yeah,
Okay, so in all seriousness, I too am tired of snow, and just you really captured the just ennui and endlessness of winter in this godforsaken state, and also, does your dress have pockets?
Hell yeah, it does.
I even cut holes in them for my sideboard bits.
Are those gay shorts, Jax?
Huh?
Are those shorts gay?
Hell yeah, they are. Do you have anything to say?
I love you.
Okay, well, there you go. That's not unbiased at all. Let's hear for Jax. Well done. Another Fearless member coming up next. We only have two more folks, and then we will have final judging. Up next is Ryan Bellicor. Let's hear for Ryan. Ryan, come on up. Oh, look at that jacket. Damn. Very nice. Ryan, why don't you let us know a little bit about the song you love that you'd like to perform?
The song that I love is a Cake song, Short Skirt, Long Jacket.
Who doesn't love cake? I love cake. Also the song. But if you didn't perform that song, what song would you perform that you hate?
It's a cover of Take On Me.
A ska cover of Take On Me, perhaps? Oh. for only $20, we can force Ryan to do a ska cover of Take On Me that I'm going to tell you, ironically enough, I already had. Good, we got it. I just wanted to say, ironically enough, I already had this version of Take On Me on my computer.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And the reason is because I wrote a Fringe show a few years back where the entire opening music was different covers of Take On Me. And I picked this one as one of them. So here we have by, oh, did you want to do, oh, sorry, the song you love, we need another $10. Oh, we got, oh, all right, never mind. I was way behind. So am I guessing you're doing the one you hate? Oh my God. Are you ready? Because I'm sure ready. Here we go. Not Take Me or Leave Me. We already did this. Take On Me. Here we go.
You got this, Tim. You can do this. It's not
Oh my God.
Talking away, I don't know what's left to say. I'll say it anyway. Today is not my day. I'm shying away. I'll become a real love. Okay. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be so needless to say, I'm lost in it, but I'll be stolen away. Slowly learning that life is okay. Say after me, it's not better to be safe than sorry. Take on me. Take me on. I'll
I think that's enough. I think because you were getting an amazing workout there. That was impressive.
Can I have a costume change?
You may have a costume change. Please step off the stage and we'll bring in our next performer, who is Bryce. Let's hear it for Bryce. Kalal, Bryce. Holy shit. Okay, Bryce. What's the song? What I don't know. Song you love. What would you do that you love?
Well, Tim, I'd like to go all the way back to, as the kids say, the 1900s. And play a song from my childhood, Larger Than Life by Backstreet Boys.
Oh. Who doesn't love the Backstreet Boys? Anyway, but if we were feeling cruel, we could form you to perform what?
Well, I like music. I don't really dislike any songs, but I dislike music videos. And I really dislike the music video for You're Beautiful by James Blunt.
So you're gonna do the
music video.
Oh.
I don't really want to, so.
So you don't want to. But if somebody gave us $20, you would have to. And you just got dressed up like that for no reason if nobody gives us $20. So would somebody like to give us $20 for the song he hates? Anybody?
What was the song you hate? That was in the other room.
You're Beautiful by James Blunt.
Oh my
Yeah. I just don't know if I'm ready to take.
Oh yeah, there we go. We got all right, $20. And I'll throw in the 10 for the yeah. I'll throw in the 10. I already had some money in the pocket in the pot there. So Bryce,
can I get my guitar for Backstreet Boys?
why would you not? I guess we're starting with the Backstreet Boys. This is Bryce performing Larger Than Life by the Backstreet Boys. that's as much as I can take. Wow. Okay. Okay. Did you need to do a costume change before the song you hate? Oh.
Yeah.
So you're going to do a costume change, and we'll bring Ryan out to do their next bit, and then Bryce will come back. All right. So Ryan, welcome back. Okay. Anyway, it's been a day for me. So we're going to do a short skirt, long jacket. Oh, wait. We're fine. Yeah, you come up here and do this. All right. Here we go.
I want a girl with a mind like a diamond. I want a girl who knows what's best. I want a girl with shoes that cut and eyes that burn like cigarettes. I want a girl with the right allocations, who is fast and thorough and sharp as a tack. She's playing with her jewelry, she's putting up her hair, she's touring the facility and picking up slack. I want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket. I want a girl who gets up early. I want a girl who stays up late. I want a girl with uninterrupted prosperity, who uses a machete to cut through red tape, with fingernails that shine like justice and a voice that is dark like tinted glass. She is fast, thorough, and sharp as a tack. She is touring the facility and picking up slack. I want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket.
I think that's a perfect ending point. I think that was banging. That was a banging song. Well done. Well done. Audience, thanks for joining in. Judges, your thoughts.
You know, so those stage lights are hot, and I admire the dedication to performing that song in a wool pea coat. I'm sweating. Yeah, I bet you are.
Yeah, I admire your dedication, not only to that, but finding a way to play the saxophone without a reed is amazing. I was floored.
You were saxophone syncing. Well done. All right, let's hear it for Ryan. Well done. Thank you, Ryan. We have one final performance before we determine our winner for the day. It is again Bryce doing You're Beautiful by James Blunt.
This video is so stupid.
This song is 6 minutes and 44 minutes long.
That's just 50 minutes, Tim.
It might be shorter.
It might be shorter. It will be shorter. Okay. 6 minutes and 44 seconds long. That's what it is. Here we go.
My life is brilliant. My life is brilliant. My love is pure. I saw an angel. Of that I'm sure. She smiled at me on the subway. She was with another man. But I won't lose no sleep on that. 'Cause I've got a plan.
stopping it right there. I don't want to. No, that's enough. That's enough.
I'm gonna go jump off a cliff now.
Okay.
That's the end of this
That
video.
that was amazing and disturbing. Yeah, you're welcome. Judges, I realize I offered my own opinions, but what are yours?
So I'm going to point out that Bryce has been the only performer so far not to only to break the fourth wall, but to break the tech wall as well. Very innovative.
Nice.
It was part of the music video.
I feel like your air guitar in the first, in the Backstreet Boys song was impeccable. Absolutely impeccable. But I also appreciate how much you involve the audience, whether they want to consensually or not. Again, consensually, but whether they want to or not, consensually. You have involved this audience, and I just appreciate how much dedication that takes.
All right. Let's hear for Bryce. Judges, I need you to confer. We need to come up with a winner and a runner-up for today's competition. But in the meantime, we have an exhibition performance by a past winner, our good friend Duck Washington. Now, Duck, we do have just enough time to do a song you love and a song you hate.
Okay.
But it's the same way. It's the same deal. So what song do you love?
This Is How the World Works by Bo Burnham.
Oh. It's a great song. But if we gave Fearless $20, you would do.
There is a Christmas Carol that's worse than Christmas Shoes. It's
No
called
way.
Cat Carol.
The Cat Carol. For only $20, we could see you perform the Cat Carol. There it is. Okay, and then do we get $10 so we can actually do the song that we love? There we go. There we go. All right, we're going to start with the cat. Are we starting with the?
Let's start with Bo Burnham.
Oh, let's start with Bo Burnham, and like the last song we'll do today is the Cat Carol. Here we go. Bo Burnham.
Hey kids, today we're going to learn about the world. The world that's around us is pretty amazing, but how does it work? It must be complicated. The secret is the world can only work when everything works together. A bee drinks from a flower and leaves with its pollen. A squirrel in a tree spreads the seeds that have fallen. Everything works together. The biggest elephant, the littlest fly. The gophers underground, the birds in the sky. And every single cricket, every fish in the sea gives what they can and gets what they need. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. From A to zebra to the worms in the dirt. That's how it works. Hey everyone, look who stopped by to say hello. It's Socko. Hey! Where you been, Socko?
I've been where I always am when you're not wearing me on your hand. In a frightening liminal space between states of being. Not quite dead, not quite alive. It's similar to a constant state of sleep paralysis.
Socko, we were just talking about the world and how it works.
Boy, that sounds complicated.
Do you have anything you'd want to teach us about the world?
I wouldn't say anything that you probably haven't already said yourself.
I don't know about that, Socko. How about you give it a try?
All right. The simple narrative taught in every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Don't you know the world is built with blood and genocide and exploitation? The global network of capital essentially functions to separate the worker from the means of production, and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property's inherently theft, and neoliberal fascists are destroying the left, and every politician, every cop on the street protects the interests of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. Genocide, the natives say you got to book or something, I don't know. Just don't burden me with the responsibility of educating you. It's incredibly exhausting.
I'm sorry, Sako. I was just trying to become a better person.
Why do you rich fucking white people insist on seeing every socio-political conflict through the myopic lens of your own self-actualization? This isn't about you, so either get with it or get out of the fucking way.
Watch your mouth, buddy. Remember who's on whose hand here.
But that's what have you not been fucking listening? We are entrenched in a wait, no, please, I don't want to go back. I can't go back, please. Please. I'm sorry.
Are you gonna behave yourself?
Yes.
Yes. What?
Yes, sir.
Look at me.
Yes, sir.
That's better.
That is how the world works. That is how the world works. I hope you learned your lesson. I did and it hurt. That's how it works.
Well, I can't wait to see what comes next. All right. The Cat Carol is how we will end our show. Well, technically, we'll award the winner, but before that, the Cat Carol.
The cat wanted into the warm, warm house, but no one would let the cat in. It was cold outside on Christmas Eve. She meowed and meowed by the door. She was not let into the warm, warm house, and her tiny cries were ignored. 'Twas a blizzard now, the worst of the year. There was no place for her to hide. Just then a poor little mouse crept by. He had lost his way in the snow. He was on his last legs and was almost froze. The cat lifted him with her paw. She said, "Poor mouse, do not be afraid, because this is Christmas Eve. On this freezing night, we both need a friend. Won't you stay by my side?" She dug a small hole in an icy drift. This is where they would spend the night. She curled herself round her helpless friend, protecting him from the cold. When Santa came by near the end of the night, the reindeer started to cry. They found the cat lying there in the snow, and they could see that she had died. They lifted her up from the frozen ground and placed her into the sleigh. It was then they saw the little mouse wrapped up. She'd kept him warm in her fur. Oh, thank you, Santa, for finding us. Dear cat, wake up, we are saved. I'm sorry, mouse, but your friend has died. There's nothing more we can do. On Christmas Eve, she gave you her life, the greatest gift of them all. Santa lifted her up into the night sky and laid her to rest among the stars. Dear mouse, don't cry, you are not alone. You will see your friend every year. Each Christmas a cat constellation will shine to
us that her love's still here.
Fuck that. What the fuck kind of cat snuff song was that shit? Oh my God. All right, that's the end of the show except for awarding the winners. Can we have all of our performers who are still here come up on the stage? I want to give them one more round of applause. Judges, they all did a fantastic job, but as I said, we need to have a winner and a runner-up, so that means two of them did a slightly more fantastic job than the rest of them. Can we start with our runner-up for the evening?
So our runner-up for the evening, afternoon, for the performance of Jolene is Nikki.
All right, let's hear it for Nikki. Well done. Okay, and then that means a winner from all these worthy participants except Duck, who is only doing an exhibition. He's already won too many times. So who is our winner this evening?
You are all absolutely mind-blowing, but by the thinnest of margins, Bryce.
Bryce, let's hear it for Bryce. Stand, go, take the middle of the goddamn stage. Jesus Christ. You're the winner. We don't have any time for an acceptance speech. This has been the 2023 Epic Lip Sync Battle. Let's hear it for all of our performers one more time. I hope you stick around for more Fearless Fest. We'll be back with, I'll be back tomorrow with the Dregs at 5:30 if you would like to see me actually sing. Everyone, have a good day. Good night, everybody. Up next is the Encyclopedia Show, I believe. So.
Sing or drum, right? Sing or drum.
I can do both at the same time.
That was...
Oh, no.
That was thrown during Bryce's show. It can be handed to Jim. Thank you very much for watching and, in some cases, participating.
We're short on time.
We are.
All right, there's one. We're gonna actually just have to hurry through a few things.
Yes.
Just because otherwise we're gonna miss them.
We have challenges.
Do we have Mike?
Mike D? Mike D! Welcome to the stage.
So normally we avoid giving challenges to non-fearless members. However, I checked with Mike and this one just seemed a little bit kinder than some of our others. So we have a compliment challenge for Mike from Laurel, and it said make him as uncomfortable as possible, but in a nice way.
Yeah, but in a nice way.
So, Mike, my compliment for Mike. I met Mike a very long time ago in a show called Redshift. Mike had not done much performing before and wanted to learn how to do more performing and sought out info, and at that point he really just kind of put himself to work. And it's been a pleasure seeing years of work go into improv and just practicing your craft. And now I get the honor of considering him a colleague in vilification tennis. You put in a ton of work, and you're an incredible person. So, enjoy that. Thank you. There you go.
Next on the chopping block.
Angela, we have a donation from someone who is anonymous. The challenge is they made me do it, which means you get to pick 5 fearless members to do Bean Boozled Jelly Beans.
This is the only time where I've actually felt like this is a punishment for the person having to choose.
Who's hungry?
For those, nobody. Pick someone in.
There are 5 of us.
You have friends nearby.
There are 5 of you. Oh, it's the people on stage. Oh, yeah, you.
Here we are.
Okay, I can sense it.
There we go. People are throwing themselves on this grenade. That's very cool.
This looks like it might be buttered popcorn or...
It could be buttered popcorn or like socks or something.
It's brown. That doesn't bode well.
That does not bode well.
Captain, my captain.
I'll take the other.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I hate this.
All right. Some lawn chairs.
Not good. Get 5.
Nope, that's not the good one.
I don't know what that is, but it's not good.
And for those of you at home, this is the ASMR part of the challenge.
Jason Kruger?
That's like pig dirt.
Oh yes, pig skirt.
Ah.
In there?
That's
not good.
Is that fish?
Did Tim walk away?
Oh.
There's a fish.
No, I'm here.
All right.
All right.
Oh no, it's dirty dishwater.
From Jim, you get bubble wrap.
Ooh. Some bubble wrap for
and
Jason.
Tim and Kruger, you both get a spicy bean.
Oh. Oh no.
I just don't want the jalapeno.
Well, good luck with that.
This one.
I think the jalapeno ones are bean shaped.
This is red.
This one's also red.
All right.
Oh, wow.
I think red is the Carolina Reaper.
Oh
That's what the box says.
Ah.
Wow.
Yep. That'll clear out your neighbor's sinuses.
It's like there's a grinder on my tongue.
Yep. Yeah. The app. Yeah.
Wow. Just tons of dudes fucking on this. That's what it
Yep.
tastes like.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh, God.
Yep. Enjoy.
Okay, I gotta find some milk.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Your kind donations have brought you not only the previous show, but also the show that is coming up and the display that you just witnessed. Your donations go to Fearless. The Fearless members who believe in the cause have provided the essentials for the challenges. With no further ado, the Encyclopedia Show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Encyclopedia Show. My name is Duck Washington. I will be the host for you on the Encyclopedia Show. Ooh, the screen is bodingly coming down behind me. Just awesome, because we have a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation that's going to happen a little bit later. But before then, out of curiosity, how many people have ever seen the Encyclopedia Show before? Awesome. It's a show that's actually done in cities around the world, where each performance we take a different encyclopedia topic and we give that topic to a group of artists of various disciplines to come back and present something based on that. We don't really censor or anything what they do. We don't have an idea of what they're going to perform until they bring it to you live on stage. And today's topic, we gave the performers the topic of festivals. It seemed appropriate for Fearless Fest, so we have 5 performers who've created unique pieces based on festivals. One of the things that's unique about the Encyclopedia Show is we have a wonderful aspect that is the Encyclopedia Show fact checker. I'd like to introduce tonight's fact checker, Reverend Matthew Kesson. Matthew, thank you so much for being here. We always love having you here as co-producer.
But yes, it's nice for me to be here when I'm co-producing it.
Can I have you go into a little bit of depth into what exactly your role is in the Encyclopedia Show?
I can go into a lot of depth. What my role in the Encyclopedia Show is to keep everyone honest. These are generally presentations that are in some way based on information, and it is my job to not be able to do this, but rather to judge the truths and the lies that they tell. And these can be both factual truths, actual science truths, or they can be spiritual truths. And so too can they be incorrect things that are provably wrong, or they can be emotionally wrong. And I am uniquely equipped to judge these things because I say so.
All right. So our goal as a show, and sometimes we actually succeed, is that at the end, that Mr. Kesson has tallied more truths in our performance than lies in our performance.
Yes, I count them.
So I'm sure we are up to the challenge. We have we have a group of amazing performers that are going to give education-based entertainments. Are you ready to be edutained? All right. Well, it is time for us to bring up our first presenter. I am honored and thrilled. He's one of my favorite performers in town. Last year, I got to see him do a solo show for the first time in the Minnesota Fringe Festival. Please welcome to the stage, Kyle Decker, everyone.
All right. Hello, everyone. I was looking at the topic of festivals, and I've been a street performer at the Renaissance Festival for a long time, so I thought maybe I'll do something on that. And then I went on a family vacation this year to Disneyland for our first family vacation since pre-COVID. And there was a, thank you. I'm like, where's the button? I am tall. All right. And the usual stuff. My kid was wowed by Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and to be frank, so was I. But the thing that has stuck with me the most was something that's not curated by Disneyland, and that's a little species called the Chorus corvax, or the common raven. They almost went nearly extinct in the United States thanks to progress of civilization, at least mostly on the East Coast. They went nearly completely extinct, and in the Midwest. The crow is more common here in the Midwest than the raven. But on the West Coast, or on the Western United States, there's a population explosion, and some ecologists estimate the raven population in the Western United States in the last 40 years has increased by 700%. Yeah, and part of that reason is the population growth since the 1950s out west, and the explosion of corporate agriculture has created what they call these places called subsidies for ravens. So large areas of standing water for corporate cattle farms, and garbage collection everywhere in suburbs, huge spanning suburbs everywhere from like Utah, the Pacific Northwest, all along the California coast. And then lots of tall buildings built to have natural roosts and rests that protect ravens from their predators. And so ravens are now thriving in the American West to a potentially problematic level, as in they're important to the ecology, but as anything in ecology, too much of a balance throws it off. So they're trying to find non-lethal ways. They almost removed them from the Migratory Bird Protection Act so they could just slaughter them. And then someone goes, that might be a bad idea. We've tried that in the past. It usually doesn't work and creates new problems. So they're trying non-lethal ways to do it. So why do I bring up ravens and with the introduction of Disneyland? Well, if you've been to Disneyland in Anaheim, which happens to be in the American West, every evening at sunset, tens of thousands of ravens descend upon Disneyland each and every night. They fill the trees and the rooftops of Main Street, USA. If you've been to Disneyland, Main Street, USA is this nice ideal of a fictional land of a walkable American city filled with trolleys and trains, public transportation, and shops that aren't closed up, nor big box stores, unless you consider everything opened by Disney is a big box in and of itself. It's carefully curated and everything. So in this cacophony of birds every evening, you have the happiest place on earth surrounded by a large group of ravens, which those of you who are Corvid fans know a large group of ravens is called an unkindness. And to have the happiest place on earth juxtaposed with an insanely large unkindness every night thrilled me, because just to look up, like, there were so many, they would blot out the sunset at times. Like these small clouds of, like, you couldn't see, it just looked like a morass of specks. And I kept thinking, it was like, why are they descending upon Disneyland? But also, why are they only on Main Street, USA? Because as you go further in the park, you don't see them in Frontierland. You certainly don't see them in Star Wars Galaxy's Edge or other parts of the park. They seem to stay just in Main Street, USA, which is wild to me. Is like, how can Disney control nature? Disney controls the media. Disney controls what most artists can do and everything, and Disney controls a lot of the IP laws in the United States. They can't control ravens. They thought, yeah, hell yeah, they can. Disney can control everything. So I spent this trip thinking about all the machinations these Disney engineers probably came up with to wage war against the encroachment of ravens. And my mind went wild with ideas of them pumping the sound of maybe their natural predators, or, you know, clockwork or automatons of all kinds that Disney is known to do, whether it be ravens or eagles or hawks or anything. They realized, well, maybe they just negotiate with the ravens, because ravens are very smart and threaten to show them montages of the crow scenes in Dumbo over and over again. And you were like, hey, Kyle, those are crows, not ravens. Isn't that scene in Dumbo a little racist? Well, yeah. It's kind of the whole point. But anyway, I also realized the reason they probably try and keep them Main Street USA is it's kind of their own warfare with the ravens, because then they get to torture them with the barbershop quartets that are always there at Disneyland doing your Disney staples, and then the torture part comes in is when they do Randy Newman songs. Because if you haven't heard a Randy Newman song done by a barbershop quartet at Disneyland, it's a new kind of torture, man. I'm not friends with any of those folks, you know. So I was just thinking about this immaculate thing, but at the end of the day, like with everything Disney, the thing about Disneyland, I was last there in 2002, so it'd been a long time. Disneyland's changed just a little bit in 2 decades, right? And my kid had a blast. He was really only interested in Star Wars. He has no nostalgia for a lot of the old Disney animated shows, which is what Disneyland, especially instead of Disney World, really obsesses with. Disneyland is a carefully curated experience that sells nostalgia for an America that never existed to you. You know, it's the careful colonist, the noble Indian, which they still say Indian at Disneyland, other exhibits, which is really great in the year of our Lord 2023. You just kind of go, whoa, they're just still going with that. That's great, you go, Disney. But I think it's one of the most honest experiences you can actually have in a theme park in this late capitalism society, because you have this repackaged nostalgia that is mostly a lie, but it's still a really good time because the Disney Imagineers are really flipping good at what they do, right? It's still immaculate. Everything is planned there. You're immersed. It's fun, except for the lines. The lines are never fun. And the idea of an unkindness of ravens greeting you as you exit or enter the park at sunset every night made me think, and how kind of beautiful this confluence of nature and capitalism and family fun and vacation is. And at night, we are leaving each night from the park and hearing the cacophony of the ravens, which were just, you couldn't ignore it no matter what you did, while kids and people who had built or bought their lightsabers are walking around glowing them at night. It's reflecting off Mickey Mouse ears of every shape and kind that people either made or purchased themselves. And I thought, you know, looked at every smile on the face, how fun I was having with my family, our first vacation in like 4 years, and how appropriately American and modern it was to have all this fun, adventure, and excitement surrounded by a huge unkindness. And that's all I got for you today.
Give it up for Kyle Decker, everybody. Kyle Decker. Ah, yes. Yes, I love it. You know that we have lots of bird explosions in populations that are due to people. One of my favorite stories is the European starling only exists in the United States and exists in all of the 48 continuous states because some idiot saw Shakespeare in the park in New York, in Central Park, and went, I think all the birds that you hear mentioned in Shakespeare should be here. So they brought a set of starlings from Europe to Central Park, and now they're like one of the largest invasive species that we have.
Yeah.
But enough about the starling. What did you think of the Kyle?
Well, the Kyle was excellent as always. The Kyle is always doing good work, and is just doing better and better work, and I enjoyed it very much. But whether I enjoyed it is irrelevant to the truth and the lies. Now, he started off by saying that he is tall. No, he isn't. So that's a lie. He then said that raven populations in the West have gone up by 700%, and this is true. I know this because I keep perfect track of the rise and fall in population of every single animal in North America. So good work on you there. He said that raven populations were coming up to a problematic level. This is not. This is false, because ravens are awesome, and if the world were entirely shrouded in ravens, that would be the best. He did say it was a bad idea to slaughter them, and that is true, though he did not mention that it is a bad idea to slaughter them because of their vengeance. It is true that a group of ravens is called an unkindness, which is another part of the reason that they're awesome. He did say, though he qualified it later, but he nevertheless did say Disney controls ravens, and that is not true. And these were all factual truths and lies. There was one emotional truth and one emotional lie. The emotional truth was that he proposed that Disney control the ravens by, just in passing, he proposed that Disney control the ravens by unleashing automatons on them. And the automaton raven wars are one of the greatest emotional truths I've ever heard in my life. I need that to happen yesterday. That is wonderful. He also did, and then he referred to the Disney people as Imagineers, which is technically true, but emotionally hurts me. So we got a lie. So we are starting off even. 4 truths and 4 lies.
All right, give it up one more
We'll
time
see.
for Kyle. And now it's time for us to jump to our next performer. The next performer is one of my favorite people. I actually met her, I believe, the very first time I performed at the Encyclopedia Show, which was the second Encyclopedia Show that we ever did here in Minneapolis. She's talented. She sometimes tells stories, sometimes dances in mascot costumes. I have no idea what she's doing today. Please welcome to the stage the amazing Natalie Ray Wass.
Hello. Let me give you more of my eyes. Okay. I care a lot about doing things right. And I know I'm here among some kind of pedantic people. So I did a little research on, what festivals really are to be accurate for you, and found that they are a tremendously varied bunch. A celebration, with seemingly endless possible subjects. Really, you can have daffodils, grease, baby jumping, mud. You can just celebrate whatever. Baby jumping, do look it up. It literally is a devil man, jumping over babies. They do it every year. That's the other thing, is that you have to do this at intervals, whatever you're celebrating. So the through line would seem to be that the attendees agree to uplift the subject in question. At a convention, you would discuss, and search for best practices with regard to your area of mutual interest. A fair, there you got displays of an educational or competitive nature. But though a festival, may incorporate comparison and prizes, the crux is we get together to remind ourselves of our enthusiasm for the festival's focus. So it's about building community, which, you gotta love it. So it got me to thinking, what were the festivals of my youth? And what were we agreeing to celebrate? As a child, my dad worked on an American base in northern England while we lived in the local community, and I went to British school. And the biggest festival the base threw every year was the 4th of July celebration. And the base brought a full complement of carnival rides, bands, and food. The day culminated in a huge militaristic fireworks display, usually with grids on which, you'd have boats and tanks just kind of burning with fireworks and firing at one another in a not at all phallic way. While patriotic American anthems blared. And I loved it. And individuals with access to the base could bring an English friend or two with them, but it wasn't open to the general British community. So my folks would allow me to bring a British friend along, and in the weeks leading up to the 4th of July, I became uncharacteristically popular. Because my English friends were vying to be the chosen one. And it was confusing for a kid who, really tried to kind of get along with everyone. And I didn't have great luck finding like that one best friend, to have the obvious choice. So sometimes I made bad choices and would bring popular kids who didn't necessarily actually want to hang out with me. But life goes on. My dad likes to recount a tale from one 4th of July where he was sitting near a British guy at the bar on the base, and the British guy leans over and goes, what are we celebrating exactly? And my dad, always diplomatic, responded, our freedom from the grinding heel of British oppression. And the man paused before raising a glass and saying, I'll drink to that. Because you can say a lot of things about the English, but you cannot deny their sense of humor. And perhaps it was just a bit weird to have your biggest annual festival be a celebration of independence from the country that was hosting you. Now, my favorite of the British celebrations was Bonfire Night, also known as Guy Fawkes Day, a giant community bonfire accompanied by a potluck and sparklers. It was on November the 5th, and it commemorates a bunch of Catholics' failure to commit treason in 1605 by burning the gunpowder plot's poster child Guy in effigy on that huge bonfire. And the effigy, you just call him the Guy. Capital G. So, this is considerably better than the punishment that Guy Fawkes himself was intended to receive. He was supposed to be hung, drawn, and quartered. I say intended because he actually died during the hanging part, which was embarrassing for his torturers, who were supposed to just bring him to the brink of death and then, tie him to a plank and have a horse draw him to the site of the rest of his torture, which also was intended to happen while he was alive. Having his genitals cut off, disemboweling him, cutting his head off, and then cutting him into 4 pieces, which would be distributed around the country for display to dissuade, other would-be traitors. At some point, presumably, he would have died before they got to the end, but... and as a child, I loved watching him burn. But children are fascists, and we love black and white thinking. Good guys and bad guys. And then they're figuring out the basics. They haven't, got that layering and nuance. So as an adult, although I am still generally anti actually exploding the Houses of Parliament with gunpowder, because I hate to see beautiful architecture destroyed. It's a little easier for me to see Guy's point of view. It had to be tough being Catholic in a country that had basically outlawed your religion on a whim because the king wanted a divorce. And they refused to back down and just let you live your life even several monarchs later, because, why? I also love May Day, celebrating summer and fertility, centered around a specially erected pole, festooned with ribbons, all very tasteful, danced around by small children. But it was nothing like the fertility festival I later attended in Japan, where I found myself just cheering along with a crowd at a parade and street fair featuring huge, and we're talking 10 feet, anatomically accurate sculptural phalluses held aloft and carried down the street. Banners, and of course cartoony salt and pepper shakers, so you can purchase your own to take home as well. And there were some boobs. There were. Mostly in the salt and pepper shaker selections, as I recall. But not a lot of, pregnant bellies or depictions of, ovaries or the other items you might need for actual fertility to take you anywhere. But maybe they were there, and I was just so surprised by the penises at that particular time in my life, I didn't notice them. And maybe maybe I'm thinking too deeply about it. No person or culture or celebration is perfect, and I mean, you know, I'm all for striving to improve, and I'm also glad that in a fractured world, we can still get together and hold up our phallic sculptures and our phallic substitutes and have a party. Thank you.
Give it up for Natalie, everyone. Children are fascists.
Children are fascists.
I think that it rings even truer knowing that Natalie is often found working at Nickelodeon Universe.
Yeah, no, Natalie would know. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, yes.
So what did you think of Natalie's performance there, Mr. Kesson?
Again, wonderful, very, very informative, and very informative. So a number of truths. I don't know whether baby jumping really exists, but it's certainly an emotional truth, and I feel very positive about that. I am going to be Googling it within the hour. The explosions, the fireworks displays at the army base were, truthfully, as you say, not at all phallic. But happily, you did bring in some phallic information later on. So that helped out. So that's the truth as well. The celebration of the Catholics' failure to commit treason, that is of course true, and children are fascists is extremely true. However, couple of lies. You said that Guy Fawkes probably would have died of one of the various things that happened to him afterwards. We don't know that. A lot of people survive getting their head cut off. So yes, you stated that you were confused that there weren't also pictures of pregnancy and giant ovaries in amongst the enormous depictions of penises. And the thing is, I mean, giant ovary depictions would be gross, Natalie. Not like the penises. So that's a lie. And then you said that you were surrounded by, and then you looked meaningfully at me while you said that some people here were pedantic, and so that got a great big giant lie. It still only counts as one, but it's extra big, as you can see. So we're now at 8-7. So the truth is pulled ahead, but only just a little. Yeah.
Give it up one more time for Natalie. I was going to raise this, but I don't think that I think that's just going to make it more difficult for our next performer, who is someone who is one of our most regular performers at the Encyclopedia Show, and I'm always really excited to see what they bring. I'm also excited. I believe that they have a play that they wrote that's going to be on stage later today, I think. Maybe it's tomorrow, I'm not quite sure. But please, everyone, give a huge round of applause to the amazing Tom St.
First of all, I appreciate you leaving the mic at perfect Tom height. And it is true, it is very true. In less than an hour, there will be a live table read of a new production called The McScottish Play. It is about a group of college students trying to put on the Scottish play. Everything is going wrong. Hopefully hilarity ensues, so please stick around for that. All right, so when I was asked to speak on the topic of festivals, the first story that I'm gonna tell you immediately came to mind. So what I have for you today are 3 short-ish anecdotes on the time I spent teaching. Teaching's probably a strong word, and I'll explain why in a minute. But teaching English in Japan for a semester my senior year of college. So the first thing, I haven't thought about this in like 10 years, and I also realized that it's been 10 years since I've been there. I really need to get back. So basically, the background you need for this story is the first one I already told you is I taught English in Japan for a semester. And my parents are just the hugest Star Trek nerds. I love them dearly. So I was living with them at the time, because it's summer break before college. And before I left, they showed me an episode of the original series of Star Trek called Return of the Archons. Yeah, fans of the show probably know where I'm going with this. But for those of you not versed in TOS Star Trek or Star Trek TOS, the one with William Shatner is what I'm trying to say. So if you're not familiar with the show or this episode, this is all you need to know. The first part of the plot is basically just like the Purge in space. people are allowed to like give into their most violent, depraved impulses, and just like there's just pandemonium. Like there's fires. There's a bit in the beginning where the crew of the Enterprise they're being asked by this person. I think the first thing they notice is like there's weird like 19th century clothes. Like there's a whole aesthetic going on. It's like a whole like old-fashioned aesthetic, and they keep getting asked if they're in town for the festival. And then later on, during the above-mentioned purge in space, in the midst of like fires and looting, somebody yells, "Festival! Festival!" all crazed and hysterical, and that's basically all I remember about the episode. And that was a problem when I started my first day in this English classroom, because guess what? Their first unit that I walked into was an English class unit on the Sapporo Snow Festival, so it's like just like talking about something familiar in an unfamiliar language, basically. And of course, one of the practice phrases in the unit was, "Are you in town for the festival?" And I'm not sure I can impress upon you the amount of willpower it took not to burst out yelling, "Festival! Festival!" in a classroom full of Japanese middle schoolers. I mean, my Japanese is okay. I just don't know if I'd be able to explain all of the nuance and like all of the backstory to get them to explain why I'm just losing it in the middle of a classroom of kids. And the English teachers wanted me to speak English in the classroom, so that, I can't really do that. I may have giggled to myself, though. Actually, something the kids did find funny is, like, so I am from the Midwest. I'm not proud of it, but I'll move on if you're ready to forgive me, I suppose. So I was just, like, absolutely gobsmacked by the sight of the mountains. And it's a mountain, it's also a dormant volcano, which I find very cool. So I should explain before I go forward. So we could see this dormant volcano from the school windows. This mountain was called Mount Iwate, because I was in Iwate Prefecture. That's in the northwest of the main Honshu Island, not up in Hokkaido. So a little further south than that. So they have, so it's a dormant volcano or a mountain named Mount Iwate. It's also called Nambu Fuji, which is the Fuji of the Northwest. Quick sidebar, I think that's a bit like calling Carleton College the Harvard of the Midwest. Yeah, it's not like the Harvard, but it's a Harvard. But anyway, so I had to explain when the kids were like, just thought it was super hilarious that it was like, "Oh my God, Gandalf Mountains!" I couldn't say that either because I can't. How do you explain The Hobbit and like mountains and just that whole thing? Again, language barrier. So I had to explain that I don't have mountains and I have to do the mountain gesture just to make sure. And then I have to explain that where I come from, it's all flat like this. So they did find that hilarious. And so I say like teaching English was a bit of a strong word because I say that because like I wasn't really teaching, I was more just like a human tape recorder. I just read practice phrases from their textbook because they wanted to hear an authentic American accent. And here's my little nerdy linguistics brain going, "But you're only hearing a regional dialect. I'm not like I don't represent all Americans. Or even all English for that matter, but that's a subject for another time." They also did this thing, and this is pretty common in English classrooms where they'd listen to a pop song and they'd have these worksheets. They have to fill in the blanks for the words, which is genuinely a good way to learn a different language. But it did lead to an awkward moment when the teacher picked Honesty by Billy Joel and was like, "You know this song, right?" No, I don't. I think the only Billy Joel song I know is Piano Man. And yeah, I did not, this was before the whole like, hey, Piano Man's funnier if you read it as the only straight guy in a gay bar. So besides being a human tape recorder, she did want me to be more involved, so she asked me to talk about American holidays, or you might call them festivals. And that's how I got to terrify a bunch of middle schoolers by showing them the historically accurate jack-o'-lanterns. Do you know the ones? Yeah, okay, somebody knows that I'm talking about the ones that are carved from turnips. And you would not think that a turnip could be horrifying. But if you look these up, I promise they're the stuff of nightmares. I suppose it could have been worse. I could have been yelling, "Festival! Festival!" Which I'm glad I didn't do. That would have been awful. The last story I'll relay to you is not a festival that I was teaching about, but since it's a cultural exchange, you're there to learn as well. And there is a fall festival that happens in the prefecture I was in, where we carry around this big, like, essentially a portable shrine. It's called a mikoshi. So we're carrying it, and it's a bunch of junior and senior college students with a bunch of guys who are like tattooed up to here, and I'm like, you're pretty sure they're Yakuza. Like, nobody says it. It's all kind of kept under wraps, but they're Japanese mafia. And there was even one who was a tattoo artist who knew our group leader who lived there, and she was like, I don't want to be seen with you, that sort of thing. But yeah, so we're doing that. We carry it, I think, about 2 miles, and we have to walk back. And then there was this community center where they gave us, they kind of fed us, and then they also gave us, like, was it beer and tea mixed with, I think, like, their vodka equivalent. It's called shochu. Yeah, shochu. Basically, essentially similar to vodka. And that's sorry. Just like, that's the worst thing to be given, worst and best thing to be given when you've been walking in the humidity for like miles. That's basically all I had for you, so thank you for listening.
Give it up for Tom! Awesome. I thought it was pretty great, but what do I know?
No.
They may be wrong for all I know, but they may be right.
Quite so.
What did you think of Tom's
That was a
performance?
Billy Joel reference, everybody. Okay, one very, very educational as always, very delightful as Tom always is. But as far as truths or lies are concerned, here are the facts. You started off by talking shit about the Midwest, which I felt was a bold choice. So you got a truth for that. You say the only Billy Joel song you know is Piano Man, and in fact, Piano Man is the only Billy Joel song. So you got a truth for that. You sort of implied that the Sapporo Festival and the Return of the Archons were sort of corresponded to each other. I'm afraid that is a lie. You said that it is difficult to explain The Hobbit to Japanese people, but like half of The Hobbit is in a made-up language anyway. So much like Japanese, and because this is post-Trump America, I just need to explain that was an absurd joke rather than something I actually believe. And finally you said, I don't represent all Americans. Yes, you do, Tom. Give yourself some credit. So that's 2 truths and 3 lies, putting us at a dead heat. Oh, it's tense, Duck. Duck Washington, it is tense. Yes.
Scary.
Very
But thanks,
scary.
let's give it up for Tom. And I think we want to jump right into our next performer. This next performer is one of the people I'm honored to get to partner with on a lot of different projects. He is in a group called Vilification Tennis that I'm also in. He'll be performing that in it tonight. And I will not, because I will be here like a true Fearless Comedy Productions member. No, please give it up for Kelvin Hotley, everyone.
Eel pouts. What does this ridiculous fish, which looks like a mad scientist's cross between an eel and a catfish, have to do with the town of Walker, Minnesota? Or more generally, what does this ridiculous fish have to do with anything? What is the Walker Eel Pout Festival? And perhaps more importantly, why is the Walker Eel Pout Festival? Well, I am going to try to elucidate that. First of all, I should probably explain just what an eel pout is. And the first thing you should know, that's not actually an eel pout. This is an eel pout. True eel pouts are actually a marine fish of the scientific family Zoarcidae. This example is specifically Bothrocara bruneum, or more colloquially, the 2-line eel pout. And it lives in the northern reaches of the Pacific Ocean from about the Bering Sea down as far south as Bay Area of California. What Minnesotans refer to as an eel pout is actually the freshwater fish Loda iota, which is more commonly known as a burbot. And this can be found throughout the northernmost parts of the northern hemisphere, throughout the world, mostly in North America and Europe. They are also known as a bubbot, a moria, a loche, a cusk, the freshwater cod, the freshwater ling, the freshwater cusk, coney fish, ling cod, and my personal favorite, the lawyer. I saw that and I thought, okay, someone's having a little fun editing Wikipedia, but that is also the name, a name mentioned on the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources page, so I guess it is literally called a lawyer in some places. So that must be legit, but I guess the burbot and the eel pout kind of look and act alike, at least to like early Scandinavian immigrants. They both sort of look like eels. They're both bottom-feeding fish, and they both inhabit like the northerly freshwaters, which is maybe why, well, northerly waters, I should say, which is maybe why someone decided to call them the same thing. But by the way, neither eel pouts nor burbots are very closely related to eels. The burbot is actually more closely related to the cod, which is interestingly enough the only freshwater species to be related to the cod. And they can also get pretty big. Okay, sorry to confuse the bejesus out of everyone right out of the gate, but I shall not be talking about the genuine eel pouts anymore. I'll be referring to the burbot as an eel pout for the rest of my presentation, in the interests of clarity and Minnesota centricism. Eel pout liver and roe are considered delicacies in Finland. And it is an exceptionally nutritious fish. Eel pout livers contain 3 to 4 times the potency in vitamin D and 4 to 10 times the potency of vitamin A than cod liver oil. Yeah, many consider eel pout to taste similar to lobster. So in addition to all those other names I've mentioned, it is also sometimes called the poor man's lobster. And it can be enjoyed in a traditional Minnesota beer battered fried form as well. It was also commonly used as animal feed. Way back in Elizabethan England, it was used as a hog feed, and furriers used it to feed foxes, as it resulted in a more luxurious, higher quality fur. So if you're ever interested in a fox fur coat, first, why? Fur is really mean, people. It's cruel, it's terrible. But secondly, if you have to have a fox fur coat, try and find one that's been fed eel pout, because they're going to have it's going to be a well-fed fox, and it'll be nice fur. Okay, enough science. What about the festival? What was it about Walker, Minnesota that led it to hold such a thing in honor of this rough, bottom-feeding fish? I don't have exact evidence of this, but I would imagine it's similar to other eccentric festivals thrown in small towns all over the world. They were really, really bored. It's the middle of winter, it's 15 below out, and everyone is losing their minds. Also, they were probably really, really broke. Walker is a town of less than 1,000 people per the 2020 census, and it also serves as the county seat of Cass County. I didn't know a county seat could be that small. And they had to monetize something, get some tourists in, and generate a little tax revenue so you could possibly fill all the potholes and all the county roads and all those other things they're supposed to fund. Through local government services. So why hold it in the dead of winter? I mean, if you're going to have an eel pout festival, why in the dead of winter? Why not in the summer, when people want to be outside? Well, there's a couple good reasons for that. A big one is that eel pout spawn in the winter, which is pretty unusual in the fish world. Winter is really when they're most active. They go at it in these big, massive thrashing clumps like this. And also, as a rough bottom-feeding fish, eel pout are pretty well suited for ice fishing. There aren't any fancy lures or rods you need. You just slap some live bait on a hook. stick a bobber in the line, drop it in the hole, and then you can safely ignore the line, crack open the thermos for a cup of joe, and go back to complaining about the kids these days. But really, I mean, wasn't there anything else Walker, Minnesota could trumpet? You know, well, I mean, other than the Eel Pout Festival, the only other noteworthy thing about Walker I was able to uncover was that it's the hometown of Ernest Hemingway's wife. And you know, hey, good for Mary Welsh Hemingway for being from someplace. You know? But it makes sense to me that they went with the Eel Pouts, is what I'm saying. The first Eel Pout Festival was held on January the 12th, 1980. Sponsored by Walker Drug and the Tackle Box, which I believe was a bait shop of some kind. It really wasn't much more than an ice fishing contest, you know, but that would change over time. I like down here on the bottom where it says, for those not skilled enough to catch the elusive eel pout, prizes will be awarded for the largest walleye, which I thought was kind of kind of them. Again, the ice fishing contest would change. It would get bigger over time. The Eel Pout Festival continued with a bit of a hiccup in 2016 and 2017 when motor vehicles were prohibited on Leech Lake because they had thinner ice due to warmer than usual temperatures. So yes, outdoorsmen, climate change is real and it does affect your hobby. You know, maybe we should do something about that, huh? Okay. So the festival grew and grew and grew. Other events were added to the festival, my particular favorite being Eel Pout curling. I mean, that's some ingenuity right there. Eventually, this event would attract an estimated 10,000 people, all out there on Leech Lake fishing for eel pout. At least theoretically, they were fishing for eel pout. You see, an additional element slowly gained in importance as the festival went on. At some point, they included an ice bar. They carved a big bar out of ice, put it on the lake, and included that in the event, so there was some drinking. Actually, there was a lot of drinking. A lot of drinking. So, unfortunately, the Eel Pout Festival fell victim to the usual problems of similar events, overpopularity and jerks. It was announced on January the 2nd, 2020, that the Eel Pout Festival would not be held. Festival organizers could not come up with an agreement with Cass County officials on various issues, primarily garbage pickup. You know, when 10 times the population of your town shows up for a weekend, you know, they're going to generate some refuse. And Cass County just wasn't able to cope with it all anymore. I mean, okay, think for a couple seconds about the logistical difficulties of removing trash from a frozen lake. You might be able to get a garbage truck out there, but would you really want to risk that? And given the legendary unpredictability of Minnesota weather, the frozen surface of the lake can get slushy, you know, and then refreeze. So now you've got who knows how many beer cans and dead minnows and Cheetos bags and even entire ice houses frozen into the lake. You know, that crap is just going to sit there until the spring thaw, and then it's going to fall right into the Leech Lake, and no one wants that. I mean, not the DNR, not the outdoorsman, no one wants that amount of garbage thrown into a lake. However, one other possible wrinkle came from the DNR later, which could impact future festivals. In 2022, the eel pout was reclassified from a rough fish, meaning we do not care how many of these things you take out of the lake, please just get them the hell out of there, make some room for the cool fish. And it got reclassified as a game fish. So now there is a limit of 10 eel pouts per day that can be taken, which may dampen the enthusiasm of the more serious, volume-focused angler. There was an attempt to move the festival over to Lake Bemidji, a much smaller lake to the northwest of Leech Lake, but the city of Bemidji and Beltrami County were like, nuh-uh. No. So instead, festival organizers threw something they called the Frozen Block Party. Again, you might guess from the sponsors being Absolute and Jameson, they were pretty much ditching the whole fish angle in favor of just full-on unapologetic drinking. It just wasn't the same. It just wasn't the same. So the Eel Pout Festival was no more. Or was it? On January 27th of this year, festival organizers teased a return of the festival on Facebook. It got 1,200 like and love responses, 207 shares, and 847 comments, which suggests there's still a lot of interest in this event. In addition, many of those commenters offered suggestions on how to restructure the festival into less of a raucous bacchanal, as well as general calls for attendees to be good citizens, clean up after themselves, and just not turn the whole thing into a drunken shit show. So the Eel Pout Festival may yet return. The love for this so ugly it's cute fish remains, and they're still out there swimming under the ice, waiting to be some poor man's lobster. But someone other than me will be catching them. I mean, come on, it's cold out there.
Give it up for Calvin, everybody. Awesome. He just looks like someone who would be talking about
He
Eel
does,
Pout.
yeah, absolutely.
What did you think of Calvin's performance
Well,
there?
obviously it was loaded with facts, a lot of extremely important, exciting facts, and not at all pedantic. So he got 3 points for that, and he got 1 point for saying why the Eel Pout Festival. I mean, obviously, why the Eel Pout Festival. And then at 1 point after the facts, he said, that's enough science, and so he got a giant lie for that. So we're at 13 to 12. So again,
All
close,
right.
very close.
All right, we're running out of time, so I want to bring the next performer up right away. Please give it up for Philip Andrew Bennett Lowe.
Yeah, we're good. Sweet poison. I don't know what it is, but it's blue and it's got glowing shit in it, and poison's right in the name, so I assume it's gotta have high alcohol content, right? One gulp and I feel like I might jizz out a clump of overpriced cotton candy. One of the things I resent about this place is that I can't even guzzle a goddamn honest adult beverage that looks and sounds like what it is. But it'll have to do. See, this is my first time at Walt Disney World. The planet's longest running non-stop festival, and I'm about to go on the Twilight Zone themed Tower of Terror. Now, this is significant because I had a panic attack on the Toy Story flying saucers. I hate rides. I actually used to enjoy them back before I was a bundle of neuroses, but I haven't been on a fast ride since the Clinton administration. With the possible exception of some Uber drivers who might say, to paraphrase Oscar Wilde, I don't drive accurately, anyone can drive accurately, but I drive with wonderful expression. So, the Tower of Terror sounds like an experience I do not want to have, being strapped into a box and violently shaken while a pre-recorded video constructs some sort of clumsy narrative around the experience. However, I do fucking love the Twilight Zone. So, I don't want to do this, but I don't want to not have done this. I'm not a Disney guy. And I'm also not a gatekeeper, and I begrudge no one loving the thing that they love. I admire the artistry of many of the movies, but ultimately, I am just the worst kind of snob. Fact.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, right? I actually really do love fairy and folk tales, and the studio has a tendency to file off the interesting bits to hammer them into their house formula. Not to mention that their sugary sense of whimsy tends to leave me nauseous. I do sort of admire the theme park spirit of hyperactive capitalism, but the attempt to produce a live-action cartoon around you creates for me a disconcerting uncanny valley effect. We're currently at the China Pavilion in Epcot, and my mother-in-law burbles happily that this is just like the Forbidden City. Ma'am, I've been to the Forbidden City. Here, everything looks like it's made out of plastic. The speakers are piping in pre-recorded pipa music. I'm holding a cardboard carton filled with burnt shredded beef, drowning in sickly sweet red sauce that makes an Arby's beef and cheddar look like a porterhouse steak. I would have said that it makes an Arby's beef and cheddar look like filet mignon, but nothing can make an Arby's beef and cheddar look like filet mignon. I glance around at the gangly white kids in patty hats. I mean, I don't blame them. It's hot, and the underlying design principle is sound. I've always responded to cultural appropriation with more bemusement than offense, so I'm not offended. Exactly. I mean, I'm glad that this place exists. I'm glad that people are interested in it. I'm glad that it brings them joy. I don't begrudge anyone that, but by the same token, it does feel a little surreal to see your family turned into a cartoon. The food stands at Epcot were sold to me as a profound cultural experience. But I was one of those kids lucky enough to get to travel a lot growing up. So it's hard for me not to look around and think, you know, if you're gonna save up to eat sickly sweet red sauce at the China Pavilion in Epcot, why wouldn't you just save up to eat in, like, China? Walt's globalist vision of being able to walk down the street indulging in multi-ethnic food and drink feels hilariously dated. I can now get crappy ethnic food at any Panda Express in any shopping mall. My 4-year-old son collapses to the ground, sobbing, "I don't like to be in Florida." I can only look at him and think, dude, I am confident that you are not the first to utter those words. And I keep thinking about my own time in China. It's hard not to, what with the pipa music and all. And one thing feels similar. I hated guided tours. You know, that experience of being taken by the hand and led through a carefully curated experience. The term gamers uses on rails, which, I mean, is what rides literally are. One thing feels different. Now, I remember walking along a series of mountain cliff sides and remarking on the lack of railings. My sister asked the guide, "Don't people fall off and die?" He gave a bored shrug and said, "Yeah, sure." When I expressed intense and repeated concern about the Tower of Terror, everyone talked up how great the storytelling was. So, here is the story. Some equity actor does a Rod Serling impression. The theme song is played. You see a projection of people going into an elevator. Then they vanish. That's not a fucking story! That's just something awful happening. Something awful happening is not a story. Where's the twist? What does that say about the human condition? Where, by God, is the insultingly preachy moral? If this was an episode of The Twilight Zone, this would be a greatly inferior episode of The Twilight Zone. I was also assured that the ride itself was not that bad. I respectfully disagree. We were repeatedly flung up and down. I mostly gripped the underside of the seat and kept repeating, "I don't like to be in Florida." When I was more cogent, I prayed. And to be clear, this was not because I actually believed that God would help me. You know, I do believe in a benevolent creator, but something mysterious ways. You know, meaning if it's my time to go, reciting the Lorica of St. Patrick won't alter his divine purpose. Besides, even I have to admit that being crushed to death by a kitschy tribute to classic sci-fi would be a more perfectly ironic demise than I'm likely to actually get. When I was more cogent than that, which was rare, but still, I recited facts. No guest has ever died on a Disney World ride. They're like elevators built with overlapping safeties and redundancies. If something goes wrong, they don't go haywire, they shut down. If a fucking light bulb breaks, the Haunted Mansion will leave you staring at an endlessly looping ghost animation until the insurance agent on site lets them start the ride again. The thing is, I do know that I won't die, whatever my lizard brain may be shrieking about what the sensation of falling meant in the ancestral environment. I trust the team that built this. I mean, I don't know them, and I don't know that they care any more about my individual life than the people who built those walkways in China did. For all I know, they are sociopaths who get off on the idea of the brutal deaths of random strangers. But I do trust their self-interest. The reason this organization is so obsessive about safety is because we live in a nation not of men, but of laws, and my death would be financially catastrophic. The ride stops, I step out, and I reflect on the truth that I have learned about myself. That I have more faith in free market incentives to preserve my life than I do in a benevolent creator. I stagger back onto solid earth, back into a synthetic candy fever dream, and start looking for another overpriced sugary themed drink. Thank you.
Give it up for Philip Andrew Bennett Lowe, everyone. Mr. Kessin, please tell me a little bit about what you think and how we ended up with the show today.
Several solid facts. He's the worst kind of snob. I don't like to be in Florida. That's not a fucking story. All of these absolutely facts. But only one untruth, which was, actually another fact was for when you said the thing about Porterhouse steaks and Arby's, like the entire offstage group screamed and laughed, and that gets a truth. Only one falsity, which is I don't begrudge anyone in Disney World. Yes, you do. As is evidenced by the rest of your talk. But anyway, that brings us to 17 to 13, and truth, thank heaven, wins again.
All right. Thank you so much. Give a round of applause to all of our performers. This has been the Encyclopedia Show. Please stay and watch the next show, which I believe is the Improvised Hallmark Bingo Quiz Show. Thank you so much.
Give it up for them. My gosh, I love the Encyclopedia Show. So, hello, my name is Jax, and I'm going to be your host today, or at least for the next 2 hours. We have some punishments, prizes, rewards, and such. We have for Bryce. Bryce gets a snack from a very lovely anonymous individual. Bryce, you get a snack. A snack. All right. Megan gets an aw shucks. Can everybody say aw shucks? Yeah, I like that. You have to say it though. Wait. There it is. Oh, and my lovely fiance, my wonderful love of my life, the most wonderful man that I have ever possibly met, who is sweet, a wonderful performer, if not a comedian, you got a compliment from me, from somebody else. Honey, darling, put the chairs down.
James, I just want to say that throughout you, and I should say that you were the person who inspired me to join Fearless by asking me to contribute to a writing project. And since then, you have been one of the most supportive co-writers I could ever have. And I'm so grateful. Can I hug you?
Aww. Can you take those off?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sure there are tissues backstage. All right, and without further ado, we are going to give to you an improvised Hallmark movie with a bingo twist. I'll give it over to Angela Fox.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Okay, who here? Welcome to Improvised Hallmark Movie Bingo. So, who here has seen a Hallmark movie? Who here doesn't want to admit that they've seen a Hallmark movie? I had a feeling. Well, you are in for a treat because you are about to see a Hallmark movie come to life on stage, improvised. Okay, and to make it even more fun, I'm going to be drawing bingo balls. Well, that aren't balls because I couldn't figure it out, so use the power of theater. These are bingo balls. You see it? Yes. I'm going to be drawing bingo balls, and that represent a beloved Hallmark trope that our improvisers are going to have to add into the story. So, if we get a bingo, here's your bingo. We can get it either by like an H, because Hallmark, in this corner, or an H in this corner. If we get a bingo, then our actors have to immediately wrap up the story. And there'll be kiss and credits, of course, because if you've seen a Hallmark movie, it always ends in kiss and credits. And then we'll do a speed round. But if we don't get a bingo, then they're going to have to continue the Hallmark story until the end of our show. So, will she find love? Well, yeah, because it's a Hallmark movie. So now, Hallmark is a brilliant franchise. There are thousands of Hallmark movies. I mean, there's only 3 storylines, but there's thousands of Hallmark movies. And part of their success is using what works over and over again. There is always a leading lady, played today by Allison. Now, that leading lady always has a lofty dream or ambition or something that just can't be fulfilled in her current life job situation. So, what should that dream or ambition be? Run a pet store. Yep, there we go. Okay.
I like it.
She also has a boyfriend, played today by Eric, who does not support her dreams or ambitions. I know. He will also be playing other casting characters, and he will look like this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, her boyfriend's gone. And now, our leading lady, if you've watched a Hallmark movie, will then suddenly need to travel somewhere. So where should she travel? Oh, say what was the other one? Oh, we're going to Alabama. Okay, so you need to run a pet store in Alabama. Okay, once she reaches her destination, the bingo portion will begin. Oh, we should also meet our other casting characters. We have Garrick and Jillian, who will be playing the rest of your Hallmark people. He's a town. Okay, and with that, can we remove these items up here, please? Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, and Megan, please give it up for Megan. She's going to be our bingo Vanna White. So would you like a chair? I got you a chair in case you wanted one. You can move it to either side. Oh, do you want to be more in the corner? Okay, we're good. Okay, so, and with that, so please clear the stage, because with that, let the Hallmark exposition begin.
Are for sale. What are you doing out here again? Well, I know that some of these buildings might be for sale, and I thought any of them would make a good pet store. I mean, this area, check it out. It's amazing around here.
A pet store?
A pet store, you know. I've always wanted to.
Why do you need 6-story buildings for pets?
Well, that one's only 2. Maybe that one's for sale. I could live on the 2nd floor, and then the pet store could be the 1st floor, and you could run it with me, and we would have such a wonderful time with all those furry creatures.
A pet store on the 1st floor and us on the 2nd floor? That is hardly a penthouse. We need the best, and you are throwing your life away.
Hello?
Pamela, it's your mother. They have voted ours in Alabama. I don't quite remember, but this is how we're going. How are you, dear?
I'm good. I'm sort of in the middle of
You
a
never visit
disagreement
me
with-
anymore.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be around forever. In fact, my dear, I think I'm dying.
Oh no.
If
Well,
I
you
didn't
were
see
dying
your
last
face
week, and it
again,
didn't- Okay.
I might just die sooner.
Well, you know, you tell me that you're dying a lot. Are you actually sick?
Oh,
So that was Mom. You know, she loves you. She's dying again. And she really needs me to come out and take care of her.
Are you really gonna leave your successful job in the city to go see your mother? Are you going to throw this life away for family and a dream?
Hang on. Hello?
Oh, hello, Pamela. This is your boss. I hate to be calling on the weekend, but we lost our lease and we lost all of our contacts, and the business has to close. So you're out of a job. Sorry.
That is super weird timing. Apparently, I just got fired, or excuse me, let go. Yeah, I have to go. She's my mother, and she really did sound sick this time, which was new. So she might actually, you're not. She doesn't want you to stay with us because she has limited space, but you know, there's some great hotels in the area. You want to come with me?
If you walk away from this, we're not going to be Pamela and Maxwell anymore. It'll just be Pamela and Maxwell.
She's my mom. I have to go.
That was a plane. Okay, now our leading lady is going to arrive in Alabama, and her dream or ambition of owning a pet store will somehow be the key to saving something, like an inn or a horse or something. So what should she be saving? A movie theater. Okay. And now that's usually saved by some kind of harvest festival, winter baking competition. What is she going to do to save this movie theater? Oh, and I'm going to hallmark up that. It's going to be an ice sculpture contest. Yes, okay. So our leading lady is in Alabama looking for a pet store with her sick mother. She's going to save a movie theater with an ice sculpture contest. And Hallmark!
Pamela, thank God you're here. You've lost your accent.
Well, you know, I've been living in the city for a while.
The big city.
Yeah.
Des Moines.
That one, yes, with all the skyscrapers in Des Moines. Yeah, it's good to see you, Mom.
I'm feeling much better. I don't know what it was. I stood outside for a bit. But tragedy has befallen our small town of Alabama. We're going to close the movie theater.
Oh.
Where am I going to see my films? Babe, Pig in the City.
That place is gorgeous.
Yes.
What are they going to do to it?
Well, I don't know, but probably let it. What else could you do?
Well, it's a beautiful space. You could use it for a million things. I mean,
Oh, I can't hear you anymore, dear. I'm sorry. I'm losing my hearing.
And now that she's also in Alabama, her new love interest is also going to be coming into play. Played today by Bryce. Now, should her love interest be an old flame reignited or a stranger? Oh my gosh, overwhelmingly be strange. Okay. And Hallmark.
Oh, sorry, we're closed. Well, at least temporarily. We might have one more showing tomorrow, but I can't let you in. I'm sorry.
oh, that's okay. I actually just was coming to check out the building. Do you know what they're doing to it? Are they tearing it down? Are they turning it into something else? It's a beautiful building.
Hasn't been decided yet. Go home.
I'm so sorry.
Dad, if you could just see what's been happening to this poor town of Alabama. I wish you were here. You knew all the numbers. You knew how to run places and do things. I always wanted to be in the movies, not running the movies. Could really use your help, Dad. I miss you.
So I don't
How
need
long
to
have you
use
been
it.
standing there? I told you we're closed.
I understand that, but I'd actually like to see if there's some way this building could be saved. It's so great, and I know that people love seeing films here. Is there what would need to happen to save this building?
Bingo time. Okay. Montage. That is 089. 089. Oh, we don't have an 089. Nope.
So tell me what happened.
Well, it all started like this. Come on in.
Okay.
Jingle, 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 jingle. Flourish of strings.
And then at the funeral,
Do 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 do.
That's terrible. I'm so sorry. What a sad montage that was.
Montage add-on. I forgot to give you these foreclosure papers.
and so now I have to close the place, and we only have enough money to do one more showing, and I don't really know even what movie to put on or how to even fund it. I don't think we can even do the last showing. I think we're just going to have to demolish the whole place.
Well, what would it take to pay off that mortgage so that you wouldn't have to close?
Money. Lots of monies.
Okay.
If you could give me a large amount of money based on this year, so this film never ages, we could probably save this place.
Oh,
You'll never
that's
guess
my
what
mother.
just happened to
Oh,
me. Oh,
Miss
hello.
Jamila.
Jeremy, how are you?
It's so nice to see you.
handsome
It's
and
nice to meet you,
single.
by the way. Subtle, Mom.
Guess what
subtle.
just happened to me?
You know how I always whittle my ice sculptures just for fun in the Alabama springtime? A passerby today loved my whittling so much he gave me $50 for it. Can you believe?
Wow.
$50 for a little whittled ice sculpture.
That's very sweet.
I think I'm going to go to a club tonight.
Yesterday you were dying.
Yes.
Today you're going dancing?
Oh, you gotta live while you can.
Oh, Dad, I wish you could hear that, Dad.
Here are my whittling tools.
Whittling tools.
Don't
Thanks, Miss Jamila.
You're welcome,
Did
Jeremy.
she say your name is Pamela?
She did. Yes, I'm Pamela Chamla. Yes.
I'm Jeremy Raramy. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, there's a bingo moment. And Almost Kiss is interrupted by a sudden town parade.
I just wanted to give you
That
these
is
back.
before. 76 trombones in the red parade.
Hey, sir!
Yeah!
What's the prize for ice sculptures?
Oh, enough money to pretty much do whatever you want.
That's exactly the amount that I need for this building.
That is exactly the amount you need for that building.
It's too bad I don't know how to do things. I just want to be an actor.
Oh, and here's a coupon for free classes on how to ice sculpture.
Well, that was fortuitous.
I can't do this. I gotta work on this final movie showing. I'm sorry, I'm just too distraught to...
Well, I'll go to the class, and you know where it is now. So if you get any time, you can find me there learning to sculpt ice from my mother, apparently.
takes longer than I thought it would. There we go. Oh gosh, a dead parent or spouse. And 40. Sorry, Jamila.
So, Whitland, dear. Well, I thought perhaps.
I decided I'd try to learn how to do a thing.
Yeah, that's great.
Miss Jamila, are you okay?
Oh, God. I'm just so surprised to see you. You're
Oh,
two students. Isn't that great?
I've never had more than one student in a class before.
Miss Jamila. Oh no.
I'm so happy.
I wish there was a number we could call for this.
Sculpt me. Sculpt me in ice.
Hold on. Don't die yet. Magic.
Sculpt me in ice and that will revive me. It's the only way.
G60.
The ice is melting. We have to do it before it melts.
Okay, where are the tools? Where are the tools?
I don't know. I didn't take
I
the class
gave
yet.
you my whittling kit. That's true.
Where is it?
Well, I have it, but I don't know what to. Okay, well.
Remember what I taught you. What I'd whisper in your ear while you slept.
Just in case, I'm gonna punch the numbers into the phone and hopefully somebody comes.
Okay, you try
Right,
that.
Whittle.
I'm just. This seems about right, maybe.
Oh,
Should we get you out from
my
under the
time
table?
is coming.
Should we get you out from under the table, maybe?
Oh no, it's nice down here.
Well, if nothing else, I have you as a model.
Yes.
Miss Jamila.
Sculpt me like one of those Alabama girls.
Miss Jamila, I
Catch
can't.
me in my prime.
I can't let you die. I can't have 2 deaths in this movie.
Then whittle, my boy, whittle.
Me?
Whittle,
But I'm
like
just an
my
actor.
life depends on it.
Okay.
Okay, this thing might help. Well, that's good. You're doing a nice job.
I don't know what I'm doing.
But it's coming out right.
Close up on a character that has a hopeful moment. G58.
I feel the life coming back to me.
The ice, I feel it in my blood. Wow!
It's working.
It is working. Look, she's standing up. Oh, and hey, it's coming out pretty nice. Don't you?
Yeah. Miss Jamila.
Look at the likeness.
Yeah.
Look at the bottom.
Well, he did that. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? Oh, my dear. I'm so glad you're okay.
You couldn't have done it without this young man.
Thank you so much.
Oh, it's okay. Let's see here. True feelings are almost revealed. And that is G62.
Down to the movie theater.
It's closed.
Well, isn't that where the ice sculpture contest is?
Well, it's right outside the front, I suppose. Yes,
right.
it's right outside the
Now,
front.
I'll leave you for some truth telling.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate you doing this. I mean, I know you've got a lot on your plate. I know you're stressed out because you're in movie theater.
I just, I do have a lot. I figured maybe if we worked together on the sculptures, we could make enough monies to save my old movie theater.
And same my mom.
Yeah.
And I'm just not used to this kind of support.
But, I mean, imagine. You aren't?
Oh.
The sculpture, this
That's
half
right.
of the sculpture is beautiful.
Yes.
How could somebody not support someone who makes such... Oh, look at the time.
Sorry. I got it too into the thing. Carefully brush something off of their cheek. N30.
I gotta go finish some stuff up at the theater. It's just...
We've got a little bit of ice. Okay. I suppose I would have
Yeah,
melted. I didn't need to do that.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, now it's the part of the Hallmark movie when there's always a misunderstanding. What should the misunderstanding be? It's. Say it again. Dumb jacket? Is that what you said? Dumb jacket. That's right. Tell him.
Oh,
Okay. A stolen, ooh, the plot thickens. A stolen dumb jacket.
Apparently, it's me. It's you. Huh. It's a nice jacket.
Come one and all to the ice whittling sculpture time contest time.
Hi, Mom. How's the contest going?
Oh, fine, dear. Yep, just fine. Where are the other contestants?
I'm going to win this contest and get the monies, all the monies, which was great because I'm sponsoring the contest and I just like being an egotist.
Can you win the contest if you're sponsoring the contest?
Yes, because I'm not judging. My son is.
Oh, that seems fine. No problem.
Hi, Dad. Hey, go judge, son.
Okay. This will be fine.
I'd like to enter as well. Wait a second.
Yeah, hi.
That's my dad's jacket.
Well,
It's got the.
somebody threw it at me.
Who threw it to you?
I don't know. I almost nearly got hit in the face with it. They just threw it at me
Did
and
you
I tried
sneak
it on.
into the theater while it was closed?
No, I would never. I'm so sorry.
I told you it was
Here,
closed.
I'll give you the jacket back. I didn't go in. I promise. I didn't go in. Here's the jacket. I'm sorry. I didn't go in.
Jeremy, don't you be mad at my daughter. That is your father's jacket. He gave it to me before he died.
Puppies. Yep. And that's I-29.
Son, what are we sculpting today?
Puppies!
All right.
Oh, I love puppies. Did I ever tell you I wanted to open a pet store?
I'm allergic to pets.
Here's yours. Thank you.
Hi, little one. Hi.
Yes, we were lovers. That's why I had the jacket. Anyway.
It's you.
Stay there.
Oh.
So,
Okay, we have a lot of bingo to do. Okay. Almost kiss.
Aren't you a cute little puppy? Oh, I should be sculpting.
Shared activity that requires close contact. B7.
All right, you both need to work on my fingers there. They're not dainty enough.
Now we're supposed to be sculpting.
Right on my fingers.
What?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm allergic to the animals.
I know. I'm sorry. Here, I'll fan the dander away. There we go.
Santa. I-27.
Here's what you needed all along. It was an allergy shot. Merry Christmas.
Dad?
Here is another puppy for you. And you get some cold.
Look at the puppy.
Merry Christmas.
Wait, Dad! Dad!
I can't go on. This cold melted my heart. I abdicate.
It's just us.
And the puppy, which you're not sneezing at.
I'm not. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're such an adorable
You see
dog.
why I want to open a pet store
That's
so everybody
amazing.
can experience this.
Oh, let's finish this.
Okay. Yes, good.
Do 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 do. This is some more montage. It's bonus. It wasn't in the bingo, but it still counts. Do 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 do.
Ding, 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 ding. All right, it's time to announce the winner. My accent is back now. I am very pleased to present the award and money, which somehow I am giving out to the winners. My daughter, Pamela Jamila, and Jeremy Bearme.
Both of us? Oh my God! Oh my God!
You can see your movie theater. I can buy a pet store.
You know what? The movie theater's going down anyway. Why don't you build it right there, inside the theater?
That would be a big pet store.
We can show Homeward Bound every day and heal every pet that comes in.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Dad, I know you'd be proud.
I am proud, son.
Wow, he heard you.
You heard that?
I did.
Miss you, Dad.
And now, how every Hallmark movie ends. Credits, 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 credits. Thank you so much. Please have all of our Hallmark players out on stage. Please take over bow of our Hallmark people. Thank you for your suggestions. Thank you for, we didn't win bingo this time, but that's okay. Thank you.
That was absolutely amazing. Hey, Angela, can I get one of those real quick?
Yes.
Thank you. Leading man walks on Legos. Weird. Bryce, there's one last bingo. It's not me. I don't make the rules. Take them off. Thank you.
Just like before, but this time you're wearing a shirt.
You could not be, but that's a personal choice. All right. Now, if anybody doesn't know how awful this is, it is.
All right, while he's getting ready, what else do we have? We got
Oh, good.
Hey, got some bubble wrap?
Yes!
Woo!
Woo!
Dude, you got a snack.
Snack!
From Dan. Take off.
Yay!
From Dan, yay.
Enjoy your snack, enjoy your bubble wrap.
Oh, thank you, Anonymous. All right, Bryce.
Oh, boy. You got this, buddy.
Here we go.
It's been almost a year, but welcome to Fearless.
Hey!
All right. Wow. What a nice sensation. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, so happy I came today. Oh, about to get some of these for myself. And a little brush.
Yeah, there was a one on your. Yep.
Oh, boy.
Well done, Bryce. And we are going to go ahead and get to our next show, which is Mixed Scottish Play, a stage reading that was written and directed by Tom St. We are going to get a table, perhaps, or just chairs. It's going to be chairs. I will give it over to Tom because they know more than I do. Give it over to Tom!
Hello, everybody. While things are getting set up behind me, I just want to thank you so much for attending this live table read without a table of a new comedy called The Mixed Scottish Play. I do not exaggerate when I say this has been about 5 years in the making, and I'm super excited to be able to share it with you. Without further ado, let's bring out the entire cast of The Mixed Scottish Play. Yeah, you kind of did, but that's okay. We have, but yes. Super special thank you to all of everybody who volunteered to be in this show, and special shout out to Suze who also volunteered, but made the responsible choice to stay home. So we send you our love.
Thank you, Suze.
Thank you, Suze. I'll be reading stage directions for this production today. On the moors of Scotland, the three witches have gathered about a dying fire. They have their cloaks pulled tight about them to protect from the howling wind.
Where shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain?
When the hurly-burly's done, when the battle's lost and won, that will be ere the set of sun.
And we shall wait upon the heath,
There to meet with
What? I was only going to say Scene and lighting change to indicate that the crone, maiden, and mother are actually three actors rehearsing in a hallway.
Actors, 5 minutes to call time. Please be in the auditorium promptly at 7 p.m. Thank you.
The three don't hear the announcement, though.
How on earth do you expect me to run lines if I can't even say one of them?
You've never heard of the curse, have you?
The what now?
The curse. The curse of... the curse of the Scottish play. Oh, right. Yeah. This is your first Shakespeare play, isn't it?
It's my first play, period.
Well, then of course you wouldn't know.
Hey, be nice, Poppy. You were the new person once. You remember freshman year?
Don't remind me.
Too late. Simone nearly had a fit when you said the name casually in the auditorium.
I know. She made me run around the theater building, turn around 3 times, spin over my left shoulder, and recite, "If we shadows have appended," speech from Midsummer Night's Dream from memory. You're lucky I'm just going to explain it to you.
I didn't even say it, though. Okay, geez, so what's this curse anyway?
All right. Poppy won't explain it, then I will. So basically, theater people are really superstitious and believe saying the name of the Scottish play while in a theater is bad luck. Unless you're in the Scottish play, of course.
Wait, what did you...
But you haven't explained why it's bad luck, Abs.
Hang on, aren't we...
Anywho, go on. Tell Molly here why it's bad luck.
Keep your pants on, I'm getting there. Now, despite Petunia's protests, the legend goes that if you're in the Scottish play, you're allowed to say the name of the Scottish play. Kind of hard to avoid, considering all but 4 characters say it. But the reason for all of this is because accidents tend to happen around productions of the play.
Legend says that in Shakespeare's time, he had to step in as Lady M when the actor playing her died suddenly.
I was in a high school production. One of the smart-ass boys followed the stage manager around saying the name. Later, he tripped and fell off the stage and landed face first in the pit and broke his nose.
Serves him right for being an asshole.
He's never said the name again, period, whether in a theater or not.
Hey, wait. Hamilton in the musical says the name, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did. I suppose it was the start of his downfall in the narrative. I wonder if there's any accidents associated with Hamilton.
You two are proving my point. That's why you can't be too careful, in my opinion anyway. We have 10 minutes before Mark calls us into rehearsal. You two want anything from the vending machine?
Some M&Ms if you're offering.
Sure. Abs?
You know what I like.
A bag of pistachios. Got it. Of course I'm kidding. You wouldn't touch a pistachio if your life depended on it, but you still want a Milky Way?
Is the sky blue?
You're so funny, I forgot to laugh. I'll see you in a minute.
Petunia exits.
So, why is Petunia being a stickler about the curse?
Well, I don't blame her for being worried. She's stressed out about finals on top of rehearsals for this, and the lead had to be replaced.
What? Again?
Yeah, this latest one fell off his unicycle and broke his leg.
Well, crap. Hopefully Mark wasn't too mad.
Well, he said he lined up a replacement. He didn't sound too worried when I talked to him in class today, so...
Actors, your call time was 5 minutes ago. If you don't get your butts into the auditorium in the next 30 seconds, I'll sick Hamlet's ghost on you. Thank you.
Shit, coming, Mark!
Sorry. They exit in a flurry. Petunia enters.
Hey, I've got your snacks! Where'd you go?
Sees the scripts on the ground, contemplates leaving them there, but then heaves an annoyed sigh.
You're lucky I'm in a good mood.
She gathers the scripts into her arms along with the candy and runs off stage.
Hey, Abs, new girl, you forgot your...
Lights down. Scene 2. Inside the auditorium, all the actors are seated in a semicircle, but then Petunia bursts in with a flurry of noise and disruption.
Scraps!
Everyone looks over at Petunia. Mark, the director, glares but says nothing. Abby shushes her, but mildly looks grateful and holds out her hand for her script.
So glad you could finally join us, Poppy. As I was saying, I know this production has been a little chaotic.
You could say that again.
As if the light falling wasn't enough.
Or the tornado warning on Wednesday.
Moving on! I I know this production has been a little chaotic. I just got word from Trevor that his foot is definitely broken, so he's stepping down as our lead. Because it's such short notice.
No kidding, the play opens tomorrow.
Yes, I know that. And it's why I'll be stepping into his role.
Yeah, you better hope you don't break your foot either.
Well, then it's a good thing I don't insist on unicycling everywhere, isn't it?
Touche.
Now, where was I? You've all been an amazing cast, and I know you'll put on a great show tomorrow night. Just trust yourselves. Trust your castmates. And stay on task, and we can all get out of here before midnight.
That's what you said on Friday before you had to redo all the sound calls.
Look, just make sure we don't have to reboot the board, and it should be fine. Before we do a full run-through, I'd like to run Act 1, Scene 6, Act 2, Scene 3, and Act 5, Scene 8. Does anyone need anything before we run those?
Yeah, a new
What was that for?
Sorry, I'm just trying to fit in.
Probably best to not screw around like they're doing, especially now.
That's the kind of interruption I'd like to avoid. So, aside from the new person over here, does anyone need anything?
Just water, maybe bathroom break?
All right, when we break, take 5, and then I'd like Duncan, Lady M, and Banquo on stage to rehearse Act 1, Scene 6. Everyone else, run lines until I call for you. Any other questions?
I think I'm getting a bit of a tickle in my throat. May I get some tea before we begin?
You had plenty of time before call.
But you wouldn't want the leading lady to lose her voice, now would you?
Frankly, one of us could easily step into your role, so I could not care less.
How dare you?
Hey, both of you stop it. I know tensions are high, but stop sniping at each other. Lilith, if you need tea, go get it now.
Lilith flounces off, but not before making a face at Abby.
Good thing the actual witches never interact with that one.
I'm sorry, I just have a quick question. Why do you need McDuff? He's not in Scene 6.
Duncan, if I wanted McDuff, I'd have asked for him now, wouldn't I?
Right, sorry.
Oh, one more thing. Robin, can you...
Robin?
Aren't you Robin?
No, I'm Eric, obviously.
Jesus Christ, I do not have time for this today. I'm sorry, Eric, can you please go get Robin?
Eric gets up to leave immediately and Mark shouts out.
Oh, and come right back here when you find him, please. I'd like to run a scene with the porter after this.
Yeah, I'll go find Robin.
And bring him back here. All right, everyone else break and go run lines except for the 3 people I mentioned.
Amid the flurry of noise of actors finding things, getting scripts and pencils, as well as exiting, Mark makes a note in his script.
Never cast an actor named Duncan in a production of
Crash from off stage.
No, what now? Bernard, if you've broken another light, I swear to God.
Mark storms off stage. Scene 3. Robin is alone in the hallway trying to recite his monologue without looking at his script.
Here's a knockin' indeed if... what's the line? Here's the knocking indeed. If a man were a power of he should have turning a key. Pretty much none of that was right. Okay, just keep going. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? In the name of Satan, I guess? No. I still don't have this memorized.
As he's mumbling and muttering to himself, Molly walks in and he jumps a bit.
What? Jeez, don't you know how not to sneak up on a guy like that?
Sorry about that. I guess I'm just quiet. Wait, aren't you supposed to be looking for someone?
Huh?
Aren't you Eric?
Last I checked, I'm Robin. You're thinking of my twin brother.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm still trying to learn everyone's names.
Yeah, that's right. You're the freshman. Molly, right?
Yeah. I can't believe I got cast in a Shakespeare play my first semester here.
Yeah, well, it's a small school. Your talent pool is smaller.
It's true. But yeah, I think Eric was looking for you.
I'm just trying to stall for time so I can learn this stupid monologue. Thought I had it.
Your first show too?
Well, it's not my first, but I've never done Shakespeare before. The tragedies really aren't my thing. I'm just here as a favor to Mark.
Oh, is that why he cast you and your twin?
Essentially. It's half the work. At least I thought it would be.
How would that work anyway? Double casting for the same role?
Well, actually, it's supposed to be a little bit of a clowning bit where
Me and Eric alternate popping out and delivering different parts of the monologue. It works since, we're twins. Yeah.
That doesn't sound like half the work at all. You'd need to know the whole thing to be able to pick up where your twin left off, and the monologue is hard as it is.
You can say that again. And I like the porter, but I just don't feel like I understand his character,
He's just standing at the door, right? And I think he makes some jokes about it being the gate to hell. Look, if I ever pretended to understand his character, I never pretended to understand his character either. All I know is he's the one who lets Macduff in.
Fair enough, but that still doesn't help me memorize this. What? You got some sort of magical memorization technique?
Maybe not magical, but I do have something I learned in speech club in high school.
I mean, I'll try anything at this point.
All right, so look at your script. Start by saying the first word.
Are you sure about this?
I promise it works. Go on, try it.
Here's.
Good. Now start with the first word and add the next word onto that.
Here's a.
There you go. Then the next one.
Here's a knocking. Here's a knocking indeed. Here's a knocking indeed. If a man were porter of Hell Gate, he should have old turning the key. Hey, it works!
Told you. Once you've got the words down, the rest comes easy. And it sounds like you know it more than you think.
True. So do you have your lines memorized?
Pretty much. It's easy to memorize rhyming couplets. That's not my problem.
Oh, what is it?
I don't get to see the other weird sisters except in the auditorium, and every time I try to run my lines with them, Petunia shushes me whenever I start to say
They're interrupted by a wailing noise followed by a scream.
I think I'm starting to understand why.
Do you think we should investigate?
The wailing noise repeats.
Yeah, we probably should go.
Molly and Robin run off stage. Scene 4. Molly and Robin come back on stage to find Lilith sprawled on the ground with Bernard checking out her ankle.
What happened?
What happened is Bernard here decided it would be funny to jump out of the closet and scare me. He made me trip and spill my tea, and now my ankle's broken.
I did not jump out of the closet. It's not my fault you startle easily.
Did you make the wailing noise we heard?
What wailing noise?
I thought I heard... Never mind.
Robin kneels down to look at Lilith's ankle.
Well, it looks sprained, but it's definitely not broken. Let's get some ice on it, and you should be fine. I wouldn't recommend walking on it tonight, though.
Who made you the doctor?
Did you take first aid?
No.
Are you kidding? This cannot happen the night before the show. I don't care if I have to wheel around in an office chair. None of those weird sisters are going to steal my role.
Lilith tries to get up but sinks to the floor.
Hey, don't move. Molly, I'm gonna go see if there's some ice somewhere in the theater and maybe get some crutches. Go look for Mark. I'm sure he's already looking for Lilith.
Molly nods and leaves.
What should I do?
Oh, you're gonna sit here and wait with Lilith for Mark so that you can explain what happened.
Like hell you are.
For once in my life, I agree with Lilith.
Oh my god, you both are impossible. Lilith, stop trying to get up.
Bernard and Lilith try to argue until Robin makes a loud noise to get both of them to stop talking.
Oi!
No.
Oi!
Don't even talk to
Oi!
me. Don't. Stop.
Molly!
I don't know you.
No.
You need to put it down.
Look, Molly doesn't even know the theater as well. And Bernard saw what happened. Can the two of you promise not to kill each other? At least until Mark gets back?
Fine.
I'm sure he doesn't want to replace yet another actor, right?
Fine.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go find some ice. I should have at least that.
Robin gets up to leave, but then bumps right into Mark.
Ah! Well, at least that's convenient.
He exits.
I heard screaming. Lilith, what happened?
Bernard and
Good arguing. Hey, I asked Lilith first, so if you could let her speak.
You always always take her side, Mark.
Just because you're not a leading lady.
Freaking Banquo is just as important to the story. Thank you very much.
If you're done, I'd like to move on. What happened?
I swear this was an accident. But I was looking in the prop closet, and Lilith happened to walk by. I must have startled her because she fell.
You were trying to sabotage me. He's had a grudge against me since freshman year.
I think I'd be over something that happened 3 years ago. I promise. This time, it was an accident. And I'm sorry.
Sure. Play nice when the director's around.
Lilith, that's enough.
Sorry.
I don't really care how it happened, but I need to figure out what we're going to do about it.
Robin went to go get her some ice, and we may have some crutches. So at least she doesn't have to sit out.
Can you perform on crutches?
I'm sure as hell going to try.
Well, if not, I'm pretty sure one of the witches could take your role, at least for tomorrow.
I promise I should be able to. She tries to get up and falls down.
Ow!
Dude, stop. You're going to hurt yourself even more. And then you won't be able to perform at all.
Lilith, Bernard's right. Do you really think fighting through an injury is going to let you perform opening night? If you sit down and rest today, you'll probably feel better tomorrow.
You might be right.
Also, Bernard doesn't even want your role. Why would you think he's sabotaging you?
Lilith looks somethingly guilty. Well, I may have.
Forget I asked. I don't need to know whatever drama you've gotten into with Bernard, but you need to drop it for tonight. There's enough going wrong with this production as it is.
Bernard sticks his tongue out and Lilith makes a face back. Mark looks at Lilith.
Lilith, that's the exact opposite of drop it. You too, Bernard.
Fine.
Robin comes back in with one comically tiny crutch, a frozen burrito, and an office chair.
Hey, I'm sorry, but the only crutch I could find was the one from our winter production of A Christmas Carol.
Is that
Frozen burrito. Yeah. It's pretty freezer burn, but we're fresh out of ice.
Lilith wrinkles her nose.
You expect me to use this as an ice pack?
Yeah, unless you want to ask someone to go and get you some actual ice. But I did find an office chair so you could get back to the auditorium. Huh? Huh?
If I must.
Okay, drama queen.
Bernard.
Sorry, Lilith. Do you want me to wheel you back?
I don't think you can be trusted.
Takes the crutch.
I'll just row myself back.
She exits.
When the moon hits your eye.
Like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
I heard that.
She does look like a gondolier trying to paddle down the hallway.
Okay. I'm going to go back on stage since that's where I'm supposed to be.
Exits.
As am I. Go find Eric, okay? I think he's still looking for you.
Before they can exit, they hear another blood-curdling scream from the basement.
Yeah, okay. You go to the auditorium, Mark. I'll take care of whatever that is.
Mark leaves the stage. Robin goes the opposite way. Scene 5. Mark enters to the auditorium, or at least what he thought was the auditorium. Currently, it looks like the gates of Glamis Castle, and he sees Banquo and Duncan talking. At this point, Abby should be in the audience doing homework.
This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses.
The guest of summer, the temple haunting martlet, does approve by his loved masonry that the heaven's breath smells wooing here.
See, our honored hostess. Is she rowing herself on stage in an office chair?
Yep.
Is that a...
Frozen burrito on her ankle? Yes.
Who else could it be?
Lady Mc...
Ow! They hear a thud, suspiciously like someone falling out of an office chair.
Oh my god. Lilith, are you okay?
Leaves the stage to help her.
I told her that wasn't a good idea.
Mark steps out of the shadow where he tucked himself and stands behind Bernard looking annoyed.
Make sure she gets her burrito.
Starts to back up into Mark and then jumps.
Bernard, what did I say to you not 2 minutes ago?
That she looks like a gondolier.
Try again.
What Lilith is doing is the opposite of dropping it.
No, I told both of you to drop it. If I'd known you two were holding such a grudge, I wouldn't have put you in the same play. What happened there?
It's a long story.
We've got time while Lilith stubbornly wheels herself on stage.
Okay, the short version is that when we were both freshmen, I played the Phantom in the Phantom of the Opera, and she thought she was a shoo-in for Christine.
Uh-huh.
Well, it went to someone she'd apparently always hated. But instead of dealing with it like an adult, she told everyone on campus she was glad she didn't get the lead because I'm probably a terrible kisser. Then she got meaner, saying stuff like she was glad the mask hid my face because who would want to look at it? Juvenile stuff, really. Finally, I confronted her and told her that I thought high school was over.
She didn't like that, I'll bet.
Of course not. She stopped making up nasty rumors, but there's always been tension between us. And now she's paranoid. I want to get her back for it, apparently.
Jeez, Bernard, I'm so sorry for putting you in this position. That's absolutely not okay.
It's not too big of a deal. I can handle it, except when I'm actually trying to help.
Want me to talk to her separately?
If you want.
I'll at least tell her that that's not okay for the run of this show.
Lilith squeaks on stage looking mad and ruffled, the burrito ice pack balanced delicately on her ankle. Danny follows behind her.
That what's not okay?
We'll talk about it after we rehearse this scene. Right now, I need you in place for Act 1, Scene 6.
Lilith pushes herself into place with the comically tiny crutch, but then stops.
May I go get some tea before I get started?
How exactly are you going to move quickly if you have to scoot around in his office chair?
But my voice.
I think your ankle would be more of a concern.
And whose fault is that?
Lilith, we don't have time for this. Go get some tea and ice for your ankle, but I'm going to have someone else step in for you just for tonight.
Ignores the death stare.
Just for tonight, Lilith.
Lilith now goes to stare daggers at Bernard and starts wheeling towards him.
You put him up to this.
I swear I did not. You really should rest. Your ankle looks swollen.
Fine. But I know he's lying.
Instead of getting to stomp off, she has to wheel herself on stage to the wings.
Don't yell yourself hoarse.
All right, let's get back to work. Abby, are you here?
Yep.
Can you read lines for Lilith's part so Danny and Bernard can practice?
Can do. Where would you like to start?
Let's go with places at the top of Act 1, Scene 6, please. Guys, Act 1, Scene 6. Please. Earth to Danny. Bernard.
I got this. Oi! Scene 6, you said.
Should have cast her as...
All right, places for the top of the scene.
The scene changes back to Glamis Castle.
This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself to our gentle senses.
Guys, you may want to come see this.
Actors hold. Eric, what's going on?
I really think I should just show you.
It's always something. All right, I'm coming. Just hang on.
Mark leaves the stage.
What should we do while he's gone?
Probably just rehearse the scene like we were told to.
Or, and hear me out, we could not do that and see what has Eric in such a panic.
Fine. But let's at least run lines on the way so we don't get in trouble.
All right, I'll start. This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses.
Walks off stage while staying the line while followed by Bernard and Abby. Scene 6. Danny, Bernard, and Abby walk on stage reciting the last part of Act 1, Scene 6.
Your servants ever have theirs, themselves, and what is theirs, in compt to make their audit at your highness's pleasure, still to return your own.
Give me your hand. Conduct me to mine host. We love him highly and shall continue our graces towards him. By your leave, hostess.
That sounds pretty good, actually. Wait, do you hear that?
They listen and hear a faint wailing sound that soon grows loud, so loud they all have to cover their ears, Abby dropping her script.
What's that coming from?
I don't know. Is this what Eric needed help with?
Well, where is he?
As if summoned, Eric and Duncan walk on stage, having to cover their ears as well.
Nice of you to finally show up.
Didn't Mark come to help you?
He must have gotten sidetracked. Either that or he's in a tech booth trying to stop it.
What were they here in the auditorium?
Duncan, what are you doing here?
Mark doesn't need me until later, so Robin...
Eric.
Right, Robin.
Eric.
Yeah, him. He told me to either come help him or find Eric. The basement creeps me out, so I came here instead.
Dunks, I'm Eric. We're looking for Robin.
Oh, what have I been saying?
The noise finally subsides, and Mark enters looking frazzled and cleaning out one of his ears.
Buddy, it's hard to tell if you're doing a bit or not.
What are you all doing here? Weren't you rehearsing the scene 6?
We did on the way here. It's not that long.
What happened here anyway?
Well, it appears that someone thought it'd be funny to set the speakers to some Halloween sound effects album, and it got stuck on the Banshees thing. I'm not sure what you think is funny.
Maybe that's why this production is so cursed. Banshees.
That's more of an Irish spirit, though.
I could go for an Irish spirit right now.
Why are you still standing here?
Oh, right. We wanted to see if we could help.
You can help by going back to the auditorium and running scenes with Abby. She'll need to know the blocking if, God forbid, Lilith actually can't perform tomorrow night.
Well, Lilith, hear you say that.
Don't remind me.
Oh, Eric, I think I saw Robin in the hallway with Molly.
What was that?
15 minutes ago, I think. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going back to the auditorium and wait for you three.
Abby exits.
Yeah, he's definitely moved since then. Though, remember when Lilith fell?
Yeah, there was another scream coming from the basement, and Robin said he'd go investigate.
It wasn't a ghost, was it?
Of course it wasn't a ghost. It's probably just another audio issue. But I better not find another Halloween sound effects CD.
What about ghosts?
No one said it was a ghost.
The theater is haunted, though. Some theater major told me that.
Only if you're superstitious.
This one definitely was. If we were ever in earshot, he'd freak out if anyone ever said...
Don't say it! There's already enough going wrong.
Okay. Okay.
Great, now I have to go hunt down another actor because none of you could stay put.
I think I know where to find Robin if the scream was coming from the basement.
Just be fast. I still want to rehearse the Porter scene after this one with Banco, Duncan, and Abby.
But I thought you needed Danny.
I do.
You just said Duncan, though.
The character, not the actor. And did I ask you to leave the auditorium?
No.
Then please go back there.
I'll text you if I'm not back in 5 minutes.
He exits.
All right,
Holler if you need us.
No! Get back to the theater!
Fine.
Please?
All but Mark exits.
This production's getting worse all the time.
He exits. Scene 7, auditorium. Abby is alone in the theater, doing homework. Suddenly she puts it aside.
I don't think I can handle another minute of organic chemistry problems.
She stands and recites from memory.
The weird sisters, hand in hand, posters of the sea and land, thus do go about. Thrice to thine, and thrice to mine, and thrice again to make up 9. Peace, the charms wound up. Definitely not hard to memorize rhyming couplets. But I wonder...
Picks up her script, flips through the pages.
What would it be like to play the Scottish Queen?
She finds the page in her script and reads. Slowly lighting and sheen changes transport us to Castle Glamis, and Abby turns into the Scottish Queen as she reads.
Out, damned spot, I say. Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him?
Sudden scene lighting change makes her Abby once more, and she shudders.
No. Heaven knows what she's known. Much more fun to be a witch, I think.
She puts the script aside and recites in her own voice.
Fillet of a funny snake, in the cauldron boil and bake, eye of newt and toe of frog, full of bat and tongue of dog.
She sits and picks up her homework again.
Back to Oakham, I guess. I wonder when the others are coming back.
Lights down. Scene 8. Auditorium. All actors are on, except for Mark, are on stage arguing over each other. Mark steps on stage.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Hey, guys. Guys, we have to get back to work. Leave them alone for 5 minutes. Hey! Oh, shit, it worked. You've descended into pandemonium. What happened?
Well, you see here,
One at a time, please. Eric.
I'm not Eric, and we can't find him, and they're predicting a thunderstorm.
What does a thunderstorm have to do with... Oh, never mind.
Mark, I seriously need you to talk to Lilith. Now she's calling me a saboteur.
Then stop acting like one.
she doesn't stop, I'll walk, and you'll have to replace me.
Please don't.
Then talk to Lilith.
How about you get over that ridiculous grudge?
Wait, what grudge?
It's none of your business.
Yeah, but it sounds like juicy gossip.
Oh, all right. Are there any other personal problems in this cursed cast that I should know about?
No.
Good. Is anyone injured?
I might have a paper cut.
A correction. Is anyone injured badly enough that we need to go to the ER?
No.
All right then. Let's get back to Act 1, Scene 6, which may be the only scene we actually get to rehearse tonight. I need Duncan, Lady M, no, not Lilith, you're still resting. I need Abby and Banquo up on stage, please. Everyone else, go run lines in the hallway or quietly in the auditorium.
All right, be up in a second.
Duncan, where exactly are you going?
Up on stage, like you asked me to.
I meant the character, Duncan, not the actor. I don't know how many times I've told you tonight, let alone through this whole fucking process. If I want McDuff, I'll ask for McDuff. Right now, I need Duncan. This whole time, you've done nothing but goof off and joke around, so how about you go run lines until I actually call for you? Damn it!
Duncan looks genuinely hurt and storms toward off stage. Mark immediately looks sorry.
Wait, Duncan,
Don't bother apologizing, asshole!
Duncan exits. The door slams behind him. While the rest of the actors look at Mark in shock.
Take a break, everyone. When we come back, we'll rehearse Act 4, Scene 1 with the Weird Sisters after that. We really don't have time to do a full run-through, but we'll need to do Act 5, Scene 8, because that's got the fight choreography with McDuff. I don't... Just be back here in 15 minutes, please.
Thank you, 15. Everyone exits except for Petunia and Mark. Petunia approaches Mark a little wary.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Poppy.
You, kind of blew up in there, didn't you?
Just a bit.
I'll just go check on Duncan for you.
Thanks. I immediately regret losing my temper.
I know you do. But we're all overworked and stressed out with everything that's happened, and it's your job to keep your cool, at least in front of the group.
Yeah, I'm gonna step away, get some water. If you don't mind, I'd appreciate you talking to Duncan.
You got it.
Mark and Petunia exit opposite each other. Scene 9. The back of the auditorium. Lilith is sitting on the floor, her office chair next to her, the ice pack burrito balanced on her ankle with her head in her hands. Molly enters, holding 2 takeout cups, one with a tea bag and her backpack.
Hey, Lilith, right? How's your foot?
It's alright. Still hurts to walk on.
Yeah, it will for a bit. I got you an herbal tea before the cafe closed. There's even honey in it.
Gives Lilith the cup with the tea bag and sits down next to her, sipping her own drink.
Why are you being so nice to me, new girl?
Molly, actually. And you look like you need it. You've been through the ringer. Want some ibuprofen?
Sure. Molly digs a bottle out of her bag and hands it to Lilith. Lilith shakes a couple of pills into her hand and swallows them, washing them down with a sip of tea.
It should be feeling better by tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah. Sprained ankles heal pretty fast. Heal. Get it? You don't like puns, do you?
Not particularly. But I do appreciate you trying to cheer me up.
It's just what I do. Hey, can I ask you something?
I suppose I don't have anything else to do while Abby steps into my spotlight.
Why are you so worried one of us witches is going to steal your role?
Wouldn't you be worried you'd be replaced if you got injured?
Not really. If I'm sick or hurt, I can't do my best.
I was always taught to tough it out.
But all this is supposed to be fun.
I suppose.
I mean, I'm having fun as one of the witches. Though I've also never been in a play before.
Well, good for you. Some people are so easily impressed.
Rude. You know, I can take that tea back.
Holds out her hand.
No.
She hugs the tea protectively.
Well, then stop being a jerk. No wonder you're surprised when people are nice to you.
Yeah.
You know, What's with you two, anyway?
The saboteur.
So there is a history with him.
There is, but I don't want to talk about it right now.
Fair enough. This role's really important to you, isn't it?
A little.
Lady, I mean the Scottish Queen. Seems like an odd choice for a young actor to want to play.
I suppose it probably started with Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The Disney version. The evil queen was just so radiant and beautiful. I wouldn't want to be her.
True. Villains are always more fun to play.
Right? So when I read this play in high school, I fell in love with the Scottish Queen. I studied everything about her, analyzed all her scenes, practiced monologues from her over and over again. I wore out my tape of Dame Judi Dench at the National Theatre. I auditioned in high school and didn't get the role, and I thought I'd never get another chance. So when Mark said he was directing a production, I thought, of course I volunteered, and he cast me on the spot.
That makes sense why you're so protective of it.
I just don't want to lose this part.
You won't. As long as you rest tonight. Like I said, sprained ankles usually feel better quickly.
And you're sure you witches won't magic my role away?
Well, I won't. Being a witch is hard enough. As for the other two, I don't think so. Abby wants to do whatever she can to make sure the show goes smoothly. And Petunia's overworked. I think she just wants to survive Tech Week like the rest of us.
Tech Week can be difficult. And long.
On top of keeping up with homework and everything else.
But tonight's the last night, and then things will get easier.
I'll trust that you're right.
Of course I am. This isn't my first play, you know.
But I thought you didn't get in at your high school.
Oh, I did. I just played one of the servants.
I suppose everyone has to start somewhere. Sorry for being nosy, but I gotta ask. What's up with you and Bernard?
Wolf looks guilty again.
Do you promise not to hate me?
I promise.
I shouldn't have acted like this, but it was our freshman year, and he was cast in the Phantom in the Phantom of the Opera.
Let me guess. You wanted to play Christine? I'm surprised you didn't try out for the Phantom.
He's not my voice type, but the role went to someone from my high school who, frankly, I thought was a little stuck up.
I'm a little confused on what this has to do with Bernard.
I'm getting there. So instead of just dealing with it, I decided I'd start telling a friend or two. I was glad she got the lead, so then I wouldn't have to kiss Bernard. And of course, a small school, gossip like that spreads like wildfire.
Wow. I hope you know that wasn't okay.
I'm not proud of it. And if I were Bernard, I'd want revenge on me.
Well, if I'm gonna be straight with you, Bernard doesn't seem like the revenge type. I'd guess he wants you to stop treating him like he's trying to sabotage you back. And maybe an apology.
Maybe he's just forgotten.
Would you forget something like that?
Probably not.
He's your friend, right?
More like a friend of a friend?
Well, it sounds like having someone on your side would be good, especially tonight.
What if he never wants to talk to me again?
Well, that's his choice. But at least if you apologize, then you've done everything you can to make it up to him.
I suppose you're right. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Molly.
And you're surprisingly nice when you're not being paranoid. But I do hope your ankle feels better. Want to keep pills?
It couldn't hurt, just in case.
Molly nods and gets up.
And Molly,
Yes?
thank you again for the tea.
Anytime, friend.
Are we friends?
Only if you want to be. Otherwise, we can just be castmates for this production.
Of course.
Lilith gives Molly a friendly wave as Molly exits. Scene 10. Hallway outside of the theater. Lights up on Duncan sitting on the floor with his head in his lap, sniffling. Petunia enters carrying a box of tissues and a water bottle.
Hey there, Dunks. You okay?
Duncan looks up at her voice and takes a tissue and the water, taking drinks from it as he talks.
Fine. Never been better.
I'm sorry Mark yelled at you.
You're not the one who should apologize.
Right. Obviously I'm not. It's just... Mark can't apologize to you if you storm off.
I guess not.
It doesn't help that Mark's under a lot of pressure. It's his senior project. He's going to get graded on it, and he needs to pass if he wants to graduate next semester.
I know all that, but it really sucks being talked to like that by a friend.
Yeah, though...
Yeah?
The bit you're doing when you act confused?
What?
When you ask why you're needed in scenes that Macduff isn't in?
That's not a bit, actually. Not tonight. He has called Duncan when he meant Macduff before.
Duncan, honey, you're coming off as a smartass.
I suppose I can be a bit of a troll.
Which is fine, just not during Tech Week. You promise you're not being obtuse on purpose?
I'd hope not, but I am overtired and overstressed.
You and the rest of the cast. If I didn't know better, I'd say this production was cursed from the start.
Don't let Mark hear you say that.
Don't worry, I don't have a death wish. You look really out of it.
Yeah, how long have we been here? At least 3 hours it feels like.
Probably less than that. Why don't you come with me and take a nap in the auditorium? It's dark, and then you'll be there when Mark calls for you.
It couldn't hurt.
Petunia stands up and offers her hand. Duncan takes it and stands up after her.
Hang in there, Dunks. It'll be okay. Everyone just needs to chill out.
No kidding. I think I'm done with Shakespeare after this.
Aw, don't say that.
Why?
They're not... they're not all this rough. And some of them have cannibalism.
Duncan cracks a little smile for maybe the first time that evening.
And that's a selling point? Why?
That's true. You almost puked on Bernard when Bernard made you watch Cannibal Holocaust. But at least I got you to smile. You feeling a little bit better?
Yeah, still tired though.
Well, come on. You can get your rest.
They walk off stage together holding hands. Scene 11, backstage and downstairs. Lights up on Mark looking absolutely miserable. Robin enters looking a little disheveled, a smudge of something on his cheek, but stands in the shadows as Mark reads from his script.
If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly.
Mark?
Mark looks up sharply and Robin steps out from the shadows.
Now, what news? Who's there?
Whoa. Just me. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Eric?
Nope.
I'm sorry, Robin.
You're not normally this bad at recognizing me, dude. Are you stressed out or what?
Well, this entire night has been a bust. All my actors are either fighting with each other, stressed out, or injured. We haven't gotten to run through a single scene all the way through without being interrupted. I have to play a role I don't have memorized because my second lead thought being quirky was more important than being safe. Tomorrow the department head is going to grade this mess of a production, and now I've yelled at the whole cast. No, I'm not stressed at all.
Hey, I don't blame you. Any sane director would have quit after your first lead had to drop out because they caught mono.
Are you saying I'm not sane?
Maybe a little. But you had to be a little crazy to do theater. Why do you think I majored in biology?
I wish I hadn't gotten so off the rails. Do you think I can save this mess?
Well, none of your actors stormed off in a huff.
Except Duncan.
I suppose you did. I'd start by apologizing to him in private.
Is he doing okay?
I don't know. I think he'll be better after you talk to him.
And then?
Well, you should probably apologize to the rest of the cast. All of them volunteered because they wanted to be in your show. No matter how frustrated you are, it's not okay to blow up like that.
That's harsh, but fair.
You've never known me to sugarcoat things, have you?
No, never.
I do try not to be an asshole about it. After you gather everyone and apologize, figure out what you absolutely need to run. Do that first. I think we have an hour till midnight. All is not lost.
Robin holds out a hand.
Then give me your hands, if we be friends, and Robin shall restore amends. Or at least you will, with my help.
We are still friends, right?
I think so. But maybe you could do Midsummer Night's Dream next time you direct a show.
Is that what you're named for?
Nah, it's just a coincidence. But it's convenient for moments like this.
I suppose I could direct that show, assuming there is a next time.
You're a good director. I'm sure there'll be one.
You're not just saying that?
Again, I don't sugarcoat things. All right. Ready to face your adoring public?
As ready as I'll ever be, I suppose.
It'll be fine, I promise. And if it's not, then I owe you a beer. Or a non-beer equivalent.
Robin looks over at Mark, who smiles. After a beat, Mark stands up and follows Robin off stage. Scene 12, the back of the auditorium. Robin and Mark enter. Petunia is sitting next to Duncan, who's dozed off on the opposite side of where Robin and Mark are.
I'm Duncan.
Here.
No, actually, this time I'm looking for Duncan the actor.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna go find a place to sit down and give you some space.
Hey, Poppy, can I talk to Duncan for a second?
Sure. Hey, Dunks.
Are you looking for Danny?
Nope, I'm actually looking for you. Got a minute?
Yeah, sure.
You'll be okay. She gets up and exits into the audience.
Sorry, you go first.
I wanted to check in. You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm sorry I stormed off earlier.
I don't blame you at all. And it's me who should say I'm sorry for losing my temper and yelling at you in front of everyone. You're a good friend, and I'm grateful to you for helping me with this play. Even if you did joke around about needing Macduff for scenes he's not in.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that as well. Tonight I was just overtired, but there was no excuse when I did it earlier. I can be prone to making jokey jokes.
And you know I love your jokey jokes. Duncan, they're not as charming tonight. But again, I should have pulled you aside and talked to you about it.
That's really big of you to admit.
Well, it helps when you have friends willing to tell you when you screw up. Do you need anything before we restart?
Just a snack.
Go do what you need to be ready. I'll trust you to be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you. 5.
Mark and Duncan hug, and then they both exit. Scene 15, auditorium, a bare stage. All the actors except for Mark should find spots in the audience if they aren't sitting here already.
Actors, please make your way to the auditorium in the next minute or so. I'd like to speak to all of you in person. Thank you.
The actors slowly filter in from the audience and sit down on the stage. After everyone is settled, Mark steps out onto the stage.
Before we start what's left of our rehearsal time, I want to apologize to all of you. This has been a stressful time for everyone.
No kidding. Sorry. Please continue, Mark.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, this has been an incredibly stressful time for everyone. I realized that I thought of these setbacks as ruining my show, and while this is my senior project, all of you have been affected by everything that's happened here too. I also want to apologize for blowing up at you all. That's not the experience I want my actors to have.
Molly raises her hand.
You had a question, Molly.
Not a question, but I didn't realize this was your senior project. And if I ever seemed like I wasn't taking this as seriously as I should have, I'm sincerely sorry, Mark. Sorry.
I appreciate you saying so. I still plan to go through with the show no matter how rough it is right now, if you all want me as your director still.
Of course we do.
Yeah, this is important to you. We wouldn't let you down.
Especially not the night before.
Plus, who'd pass up a chance to play a spooky witch in a ghost story?
I would.
Yeah, we all know you're in love with the Scottish Queen.
Lilith blushes and ducks her head.
Excellent. We'll rehearse the scenes I mentioned, and then if anyone has anything else they'd like to go through, we'll see how much time we have left. Everyone ready?
Aye.
All right then. We'll start with the Weird Sisters on stage to rehearse Act 4, Scene 1, please. Then Robin and Eric for the Porter's monologue. After that, I'd like Duncan on for Act 5, Scene 8, since we absolutely need to run through the fight choreography. I imagine you know it well?
You can count on me, Haas.
That's what I like to hear. Any questions before we begin?
Mark waits for questions.
All right. Could I have the Weird Sisters on stage and place for the top of Act 4, please?
Petunia and Molly move to places. The rest of the actors settle on the other side of the stage to watch. Bernard should end up sitting next to Lilith. Abby stands up, but Lilith taps her before she goes.
Hey, how's your ankle?
It's a lot better. Molly's quite the gem. But I wanted to ask. You aren't trying to steal my part, are you?
No offense, but the Scottish Queen isn't my favorite role. It's more fun to be a witch. Besides, Queen suits you.
She leaves to go get in place.
I don't know what on earth I was worried about.
A lighting and a scene change transports us to a cavern on the Scottish moors. Abby, Petunia, and Molly are no more, replaced by the creeping and bent Weird Sisters hunched around their cauldron and cackling madly before they begin to recite their lines and dance around their cauldron.
Thrice the brindled cat hath mewed.
Thrice and once the hedge pig whined.
Harper cries, 'tis time, 'tis time.
Round about the cauldron go, in the poisoned entrails throw. Toad that under cold stone days and nights has 31. Sweltered venom sleeping got, boil thou first in the charmed pot. Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
The Weird Sisters should continue miming and mouthing the rest of the lines.
Hey, Bernard.
Bernard takes a second, but he finally looks over.
Since everyone's in a forgiving mood, I wanted to apologize for those things they made up about you freshman year.
Wait, what? Since when do you ever apologize for anything?
I could take it back if you don't want it.
No. Just surprised is all. But I do accept your apology. What changed your mind?
I suppose a charming witch gave me some sage advice.
Wait, charming witch, tell me more.
I said nothing.
I definitely saw you talking with Molly earlier.
How do you know which witch I'm talking about?
Ooh, someone's got a little crush, does she?
Don't make a big deal of it.
Oh, go on. Tell me I'm wrong.
They put their heads together to whisper about it as the scene finishes.
By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. Open locks, whoever knocks.
Actors hold. That looks excellent. All right, Robin, let's have you and Eric up on stage for the porter, please.
Robin stands up.
Where's Eric? Well, at least you can run the scene on your own. Someone will be on book to give you a line if you need it.
Another lighting change brings us to the gate of Glamis Castle. Robin's body posture and presence change for him to portray the porter. The Weird Sisters become Abby, Petunia, and Molly once more and sit down with each other.
Here's a knocking indeed. If man were porter of Hellgate, he should have old turning the key.
Robin also continues to mime his actions and mouth his lines.
You doing okay, Poppy?
I've had better nights.
Want a nightcap in my dorm before bed?
That sounds like the best idea. But not too late. I've got class in the morning.
Just skip.
Nah, that's more your thing, isn't it?
Stop calling me out!
At this point, Robin can resume speaking. Dumpkin hops up to become Macduff to deliver his part of the scene.
What things does drink especially provoke?
Lechery, sir. It provokes and unprovokes. It provokes the desire, but it takes away the performance.
Actors hold. Very good, both of you. It sounds great out here.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, that just leaves the fight choreography for Act 5, Scene 8. Don't go anywhere, Duncan.
I'm right here, though.
Danny. Poor Duncan is likely worm food by now.
The reason we couldn't have a zombie king.
3 witches, a ghost, and a zombie king in this economy?
Could someone grab the prop swords?
Ow! Hey, watch it!
Sorry. Hey, where were you earlier? We already ran your scene.
Do you realize how much of a maze this theater is?
Yes. How long were you down there?
How you've never gotten lost down there, I'll never know. I'm just gonna sit down now.
He exits to reappear as Robin for the last part.
All right, Duncan, whenever you're ready.
Lay on.
Another lighting change. Mark and Duncan transform into the murderous king and vengeful warrior.
Why should I play the Roman fool and die on mine own sword?
Turn, hellhound, turn! I have no words. My voice is my sword. Thou bloodier villain than terms can give thee out.
Hold, go at half speed, please.
They proceed to fight in slow motion.
I bear a charmed life which must not yield to one of woman born.
Despair thy charm, and let the angel whom thou still hast served tell thee Macduff was from his mother's womb untimely ripped.
Lay on, Macduff, and damned be him that first cries, hold, enough!
Macduff runs Macbeth through with his sword in slow motion and staggers off stage. A lighting change brings them back to the auditorium.
Excellent work, Duncan! Shall we practice just the fight choreography at full speed?
Lay on!
Mark and Duncan don't shift, just repeat the same fight choreography at regular speed, ending with Duncan running Mark through with the sword again.
Excellent work, Duncan. That's going to look great. All right, I think we have just enough time to run Act 1, Scene 4. So if I could have Danny, Abby, and Bernard up here.
Hey, Mark. It's almost 1 in the morning.
Oh, so it is. Well, I suppose we could, but no, it's probably better to leave it where it is and let you all get some sleep. It's a big day tomorrow.
We could probably stay a little later, couldn't we?
I wish, but I've got an 8 a.m. class tomorrow, and I really cannot afford to skip it.
That didn't stop you before.
Well, now I can.
I wouldn't ask you to skip class to rehearse more, but could we meet at 5 p.m. to do as much of a run-through as we can?
Molly and Duncan are falling asleep. They suddenly wake up.
What? I wasn't sleeping.
5 p.m. there to meet with next.
Would everyone be available to meet at 5 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. to run the scenes we didn't get to tonight? Wonderful. I'll see you all here tomorrow afternoon at 5.
Do you think we'll be okay without a full run-through?
After seeing what we have now, we're in better shape than I thought, so I'm not worried. Besides, I think I'm on the same page as Molly there. Good work, everyone. Does anyone have any last-minute questions before we break?
Can we go yet?
Besides that? No? All right. Actors are dismissed. Good luck. Break legs tomorrow.
The cast besides Mark decide to exit. After a moment, Robin comes back in.
Well, breaking before 2 a.m.? Who are you? What have you done with Mark?
I know freshman Mark would be horrified, but I think it's for the best.
True. Sleep is precious.
Especially after the night we've had.
You gonna be in class tomorrow?
We'll see if I make it.
I'm sure your professor will understand.
Thanks again for the pep talk.
Anytime. I got your back.
Robin exits. Mark sits down on the edge of the stage.
I'm just glad we're almost done with this cursed production of
Lightning flash, thunder crack, lights down.
You've got to be kidding me! Bernard!
It wasn't me this time.
End of show.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Oh, are we handing over?
Hand me the mic.
It comes with a free mask.
I love it.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Oops, does it go this side?
I don't know. I am now Madonna.
Here you go.
Thank you very. Oh, I have no pockets. Oh, darn. Because I'm wearing a dress and no one ever makes those pockets. Hi! Who's all here? No, I need names, email addresses, phone numbers if you like texting. No. Hi, I'm Angela. I will be your host for the next couple hours. Let's hear it again for the McScottish play. Woohoo! Written by Thomas T. and performed by all those lovely performers. Nice. There's a slight schedule change. Miss Shannon Paul was slated to start at 6, but she's on her way. She's coming a little later. So in the meantime, you're gonna have to deal with me.
We do have some challenges.
Aw. I could have done an improv set right now, but not anymore. No, I was kidding. So we have some challenges. What do we have?
Do you really want to throw something like that out there, Angela?
Shoot! No! Well, that is how I wrote a musical.
Next Fearless Fest, Angela does improv.
No! Okay, fine.
So we have a few challenges to redeem.
Lovely.
First, Cassie, Dan has gifted you a snack.
Aww.
Yeah, you could just like hold that up. Yeah.
Sponsored by Snack.
You have also been gifted by Alex Bourgeois a challenge called For Your Safety. You are a lovely member and we appreciate you, so we want to make sure that you're safe. So with that snack, just go ahead and hold on to this. We're just gonna make sure that
Wrap you up for your safety.
You're going to be safe forever.
I guess so.
because we appreciate Cassie and we want the best for her.
You didn't have to go to the bathroom or anything, did you?
Like a giant plastic hug.
It is. I feel very safe.
Good.
Guys.
So Liz.
Yes.
You know how Cassie got a snack?
Yeah.
You don't get that part.
Oh.
But you know how Cassie is safe?
Yeah.
Eric would like for you to be safe.
I see. I'm just gonna put my hands up here, since
You can help for your own torture.
That's right.
If you would like to make sure a Fearless member is safe, you can do that with a $40 donation, and we will make sure that they are the absolute most safe Fearless members currently on the stage. There are lots of other fun things you can do. You can donate snacks or kind things to us, make us compliment each other, or make us eat Bean Boozled beans, which are the most Minnesota nice challenges you can give, because it's good or bad, and it's not your fault. So those are the challenges we have right
Yay! Now I kind of want each of you to like be on each side of the stage and run into each other like you had those.
Safe.
They'd be safe.
We're safe.
Yeah, they're safe now. No, that's not how safety works. Yay! Well, who here is this their first time at a Fearless Fest? So then tell me about all of the years you've been at Fearless Fest. No, I was kidding. No, if you have not made a donation yet, I'm going to give you a reason why, because this company does amazing things. I don't know if you're familiar with Fearless, but they live up to their name. They not only support their members, but they challenge us to be fearless. Yes, at our virtual, yeah, because now apparently I'm doing improv. But 2 years ago, was that three years ago?
Depends on what you're talking about.
Well, I'm looking at you because this is your fault.
2 years ago.
What was that, 2 years ago when that was your fault? 2 years ago. We had our virtual Fearless Fest, and it was like in the last couple, was it the last hour?
Last half hour, yeah.
The last half hour I was hosting, and so I think Eric came, yeah, you come out here, mister. You know what you've done.
I do, yeah.
And it was so what? Yeah, that's true. This is for the next 20 minutes, whatever Eric has done. No.
We have stories.
No.
We got 2 stories right here.
Let's get a chair. You can sit down. We'll make you safe. We'll put saran wraps you can't leave. And then...
if you would like people to do that, I'm sure we could figure out a donation.
I like that idea.
During the last half hour of the weekend? I'm sure we'll figure it out.
We saran wrap Eric
To a chair.
Recount all of the ways that it's his fault.
Or the good.
Blame I can take.
We saran wrap him to a chair and compliment.
No.
Yes. That's exactly it. See, now you're picking up what I'm putting down.
So what
That's
I
what we're
picked
doing.
up
Yes.
is that Angela wanted to write.
Yes.
And had never written before.
I'd written music many a times, but like the other stuff that goes into a musical, I usually hand it to another very talented writer. But then, yes, so it's the last half hour of Fearless Fest, and Eric's like, so, if we hit this certain amount of money, would you write a show for Fearless 5? And this is live online. So I'm like, well, of course. Because I love Fearless so much. I will, of course, do that. Inside, I peed. And then an internal peeing is weird, man. But yes, so that led to me writing no small parts for Fearless 5, or the musical version. And then that got expanded into an hour that we did at one of the double features at Strike. And now it's our full-length spring musical show.
I was in a
So thank you.
I was in a rehearsal with Angela the other night, and we
Oh.
were talking about the show, and she did the improvised Hallmark movie bingo that she produced. So yay! And she said, and I quote, "Thank you for telling me that things can be improvised, because I would just sit down and write it out, because I'm a writer and that's what I do."
I didn't realize I had said that. Did I really say that?
You said exactly that.
Oh my gosh, really? Well, I guess I'm a writer now. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that made me like, okay.
Do you need a moment?
Maybe. Should I pass this on to you now?
Okay.
Okay.
Here, let me.
Get the saran wrap. It's okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, so yes, without further ado, yeah, that is why I love Fearless. So if you are on the fence of giving us a donation, hop off and give us a donation, because it does amazing things. It has turned me into me and opened my life to way more things than I ever thought was possible. So without further ado, before I start crying on stage, allow me to introduce Eric Thompson. You might not know this man. He's never on stage.
Hello, friends. Can we? Hello.
Hello.
Booth. Booth. We'll work on it. Channel 1, channel 2. Oh, there we go. Hello.
Hello.
So we had a little bit of a scheduling snafu, which honestly reminds me of our first Fearless fundraiser. Our first Die Laughing, we were doing a 50-hour comedy marathon, and we got to hour 49. And 15 minutes into an hour set, a group went, "That's our time." And we collectively said, "Fuck." So we scrambled to fill time. People danced, people sang weird and fun songs. They did anything they could to try to make people laugh. And that was the first time that I did stand-up. I pulled out my phone, like I have now, pulled out some random notes that I had been making for like 2 days, and went, "I guess I'm doing stand-up now." And I didn't die. I know, it's surprising. It's surprising. I felt like I did. However, I later went on to do that again when a friend at the point told me, "Hey, you mentioned you wanted to do stand-up." And I said, "That's true." And they go, "You're doing it next month on this day." And I went, "No." And everyone went, "Yes." So now I do that to people. So what you're going to hear today are some collections of random stand-up sets that I have done when I get a message from Ryan who says, "Can you do lab tonight?" And I go, "Yes, but I don't know what I'm saying yet." To which Ryan says, "Cool, see you there." Which is absolutely payback. So on a scale of 1 to polite applause, how's everybody doing tonight? Nice. Pretty high on the scale. That's about the best we can hope for. I got back into D&D. Now I'm Polly. Do me a favor, don't tell my wife. Not the Polly part, to be clear. She just wouldn't be happy to know that I have a campaign that we don't have room for another wizard.
And no, that is not a euphemism. Wizards. Wink. I know that sounds ridiculous, but if you don't think those two things are related, clearly you've never tried to organize a D&D group. It's like it's designed to make you upset at your friend's success, especially in the theater community. Great news, I just got cast in a play. Pause for silence. When are rehearsals? Oh, Tuesdays and Thursdays? Fuck. And then you have to scramble and figure out a way to make everything work. So this character isn't on vacation, he's on a quest that he must undergo alone. Yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. Let's see, the player is in Hamlet. So he's lost his way after his uncle killed his father. Yeah, You know, that wildebeest stampede, and now he's got to go meet a meerkat bard and a warthog barbarian named Timon and Pumbaa. And sorry, I'm mixing up my Shakespeare here. Sometimes running a game, I wonder if I should just say they're on vacation. That'd be fun. That'd be a great conversation with the players. And then cresting the hill to rejoin the battle, you see your ally Throcktar, freshly returned from hanging out on the beach for the last 4 months. Okay, Throcktar, to see if you kept up with their levels, I need you to roll 106 Constitution saving throws against my ties. Going back to The Lion King, did you know that Hakuna Matata really does mean no worries? Like, literally means no worries. Some Disney intern just, with Google Translate, just English to Swahili'd that shit. And now Disney has a trademark in several African nations on Hakuna Matata. So it means no worries unless you're trying to put it on a t-shirt. I read an article about that not too long ago, which is where I saw the phrase Hapano Iko Matata, which means yes, there are worries. And now I feel my life has come full circle. Let's see. Throughout the pandemic, I made a lot of unexpected relationships, a lot of people that I met online. But as part of that, I started getting a lot of messages from chatbots. There's a perfectly innocent reason that I've been getting these, but I'll skip that and let you go to whatever X-rated reason you've made up already. And you're welcome. And normally I would just ignore or block them depending on the platform, but my social life is a shell of its former self, so I figured, what the hell? So I started responding, just to see how much I could mess with them. And at one point, one that I had ignored for a bit sent me a message that says, "I can't believe you're ignoring me now. You have no honor." Well, I do declare. I was shocked. Proud, but shocked. So I did the reasonable thing and took it out on the next chatbot. The following conversation is real. "Hey babe, you look handsome in your photo. It is worth noting that they force you on this site to upload a profile photo, and mine was a stock photo of grass." That's right. I didn't even bother to walk outside and take a photo of my own grass. But I repeat, "Hey babe, you look handsome in your photo. So you come crawling back to me now, trying to butter me up with compliments? You have some nerve. What are you doing tonight? Do you want to come over to my place? After what you did at Victoria's garden party last week? Have you no shame? I'll be alone," ending with a comma instead of a period. "Of course you're alone after the spectacle you caused. Good day. Click on this link to email me. I said good day." pulling up snippet number 2. I've been happily married since 2009. I know you can't really tell that by looking at me, but the way you can confirm this is that I am currently on a stage, and my wife is happily at home playing video games. A long time ago, we made the agreement that when I got into performing, that if there was ever a performance I really wanted her to be at, I could let her know, and she would think about it. So I just recently got out of a toxic relationship, though. Some people call it a job. 14 years of frustration and gaslighting ended up here. My position was eliminated, which is basically the job equivalent of it's not you, it's me. So we're now seeing other people. So in case anyone has a resume they'd like me to look over, I'm gonna be out there having a drink, and I would love to chat. Thank you all so much for the time.
Hello, hello. Okay, let's hear it again for Eric. Yay! And now, the woman you have been waiting for, Miss Shannon Paul, who needs no introduction except for her wonderful name. Thank you for being here. Welcome, welcome.
Oh my heavens. You know what? Normally Facebook is a dumpster fire. But thank goodness for it today, because Jason was like, she thinks she's supposed to be here at 7, because I put a bold ass post that said I would be here at 7. I was all, hey, everybody, come see me at 7 at the Phoenix. It's going to be dope. Fearless Comedy Productions. Glad to help the folks. It's all good. So I've been glomming through the stream throughout the day. Got to see some of my friends perform. The scariest moment, I agree. I saw Tim talk about this. My friend Julie, who was part of the sympathetic magic thing, was like teetering on that stool earlier today. I was like, oh my God. How did this become Cirque du Soleil? What are we doing? And I texted her when she got down. I'm like, oh my God, what were you doing on there? She's like, I was a cat. And I'm like, nope. Nope, not at all. I was fearing for your safety from my home. All right, you guys having a good time? Sound like it. I'm trying to see like if my friends are in here, if it's people. Okay, it's all good. Good to see everybody here. It's all good. You'll be my friends? I do need more friends. Okay, normally I would just go straight into the jokes, but it's been a weird week, and I'm gonna workshop some stuff with you to see if I'm the weird one or if it's the universe. Is that okay, everybody? Okay, so it started on Wednesday night. I had a show in St. Cloud. I got home really late, like midnight, right? So I go to my kitchen door that I normally enter. Right beside my kitchen door, I have a table similar to this that my coffee cup normally sits on. Instead of my coffee cup, what was in there was a box from Perkins containing a pie. So I'm like, okay, it's kind of weird. That's all right. You know, Pie Day was last week. My birthday's coming up. So I took the pie in the house. I wouldn't normally do that. You'll get to that part of the story in a second. So I was presuming that somebody I knew had put the pie. There's no note on the pie. I even looked at the bottom of the pie box to see if maybe there was like a mystery message underneath the pie. Nothing. So what I did is, I don't know how your smartphones work. I wrote 15 text messages to the 15 people who I know have my home address. And it said, hey, weird question. Did you leave a pie at my door? And then I scheduled it to send at 8 a.m. because I thought that was at least kind of sane. So at about 8:15, all the responses start coming in, and they're like, right, weird question. No. Dang it. So after those first 15 messages, then I started going through my mental Rolodex of who else might have my home address. And they got a series of text messages. Hey, weird question. Did you send me a pie? And a couple of friends were like, oh, that would be awesome. What kind of pie is it? I don't know. And you know why I don't know? Because I watched CSI and Criminal Minds. I wouldn't even have brought this cursed ass pie in my house if I hadn't figured it was my mother or Tara that had sent it to me like, hey, happy birthday, weird thing, here's a pie. Or a note had blown away in some mystery tornado in the city of Crystal, I would not have brought this pie. And when people are like, what kind of pie was it? I don't know, it's probably full of blackbirds or crows. I don't know. It's in this pie? So here's the part where I want to know I'm weird because surprisingly enough, this turned into like a little mini focus group between me and my friends. Okay, so I'm gonna start here, and if anybody streaming us this home has a response, you can just follow us up on social media while you're making a donation to this wonderful organization. So, all right, in here, how many of you would have eaten the pie? Go ahead, put your hand up. That's about 50% of the people in the room. Now, how many of you would not have eaten the pie? All right. Now, there's some people who did not respond. Do you need more questions about the pie before you respond? What are your additional questions that you need to know about this pie? I don't know what kind of pie it was. In my mind, poisoned. That's what I'm thinking. Well, okay, if you knew it was the kind of pie, let's say, what kind of pie would you eat if you thought it could be a trap? Raspberry. Okay, let's say it's raspberry, rhubarb, something that's not a mousetrap, okay? If it was your favorite pie, if you still did not know the origin of it, would you eat it?
No.
Maybe. All right, see, that's... A lot of people, you're not alone. I've had to deal with this since Wednesday, and I am just astounded by the number of people who are willing to eat this mystery pie. Because it's not even a question as far as I'm concerned. I'm like, you know what? I even went like, I hit up like ex-bosses. I never got severance. Did you leave a pie at my door? Can we bring it to work? No. You know why you can't bring it to, no, you know why you can't bring it to work? Because I aggressively threw that in my garbage. I threw it away like I rebuked it and threw it into the garbage in case I brought the spirits into the house. Because that's how they get you. Like you cut into it and it's cyanide or a ghost pops out. Now my house is haunted. Or this pie that you're like, maybe it was delicious. I don't care.
So at least do you know what kind it is?
No. One with a crust. No. I left it in the box though, homie. I left it in the box and the whole box went, I was like, I rebuke you. And I threw it in the garbage and threw the lid down and backed away in case something popped up. And you think I'm kidding, but that's exactly the motion. Bam! You don't stay next to the cursed pie. You back away so that the flock of crows doesn't get you. I got a lot of hair to get up here. You know how long it would take to detangle 420 blackbirds out of my hair? I'm just amazed. Like, there's some people. The other reason why I didn't eat the pie is I could just imagine having the conversation with my mom. If she was like, so you ate this pie and you didn't know where it was from? I was like, no, Mom, I don't. She's like, so how poorly are you doing that you need food and sustenance so much that you're just, somebody left it, it must be a blessing. Oh, no. She's like, I did not raise you. Because I am one of those people that even when I had, like, now I don't have like a let's go to work mystery food, but I was the one that was like, those donuts look sus. Like, I was really, I'm like, I'm not eating that. I don't know. Did Sarah bring it? Sarah doesn't season her food. I'm not eating those, kind of thing. There's lots of reasons why I didn't do it. So that's been my week, and then I'm late coming here today. So it's been a lot going on. So this is a treat. I was looking through the donations for today, and I was watching them, all the torturous things. This will tell you who I am. I was like, those look very, very just, like a Twitter review. I'm like, those are so funny. Oh my gosh, those are so great. And I felt preemptively bad even thinking about making them walk on Legos. I felt guilty. I'm like, Tim looked very uncomfortable. Do the one where they give them compliments so you can sleep tonight. That'll be good. I'm like, I can't do it. Like, they're my friends. That doesn't mean it. The other big thing that I had this month is my son. I have a son. He turned 15 at the beginning of this month. Thank you. On his birthday, I bought myself a present. I'm like, thank you. Good job. He's still here. Well done. Any other parents, before I get into complaining kind of thing, any other parents here tonight? Okay, let me tell you about this. So instead of just bitching about kids, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you about what it's like raising a boy. Couple of things. First, I need to back up and also let you know that he has autism, and I say that on behalf of other parents who have special needs kids. Look, he is a treat. He is my heart. I am his voice. I love him. He is not magic. Because you know how we are. People see a couple of movies and they think they're experts on everything. So people saw a couple of movies, they think they know everything about autism. He's 15. He's not an excellent driver. He can't win him any money in Vegas. You know? Then a couple of those stupid TV shows came out, like The Good Doctor and all this other stuff, or whatever that one is. They're like, oh, he has autism. What's his special thing? Emotionally manipulating me for more ice cream. That's what he does. What do your kids do, you know? Here, I'm not saying that we don't have additional things we have to deal with, but I am saying that at least I know exactly what is going on with my child. Because some people just have shitty kids. That's it. I'm sure you all know at least one, you know. And you need to judge the parents because the kid just got here. It's the parents' fault. At any given time, there is a walk or a march commemorating my son. I have a t-shirt that says, I love my son, he has autism. They don't have a shirt that says, I love my son, but he's shitty. They don't. If they do, they made it themselves with puffy paint. That's it. They should get out of the Hobby Lobby and parent their child. That's what they should do. I thought it was going to be one of those play date moms, right? When those hive moms go hang out with other parents. Then I just learned I don't like other parents. You know, just some of them are just terrible people. Like, I have to explain things I'm not ready to explain. Look, okay, I was actually really glad that a bunch of stuff shut down in the middle of the pandemic, because that means I didn't have to take him to a lot of places that he likes that I don't want to go. Like, he still thinks Nickelodeon Universe is closed. I'm like, it's closed. Still closed. All the viruses are in Nickelodeon Universe. We can't go there. We won't be able to breathe. No. Normally, I also in the summer have to take him to the community pool, and I don't like going to our community pool because the other person that hangs out there is the string bikini mom. That shouldn't be a thing. No. You know, I live in Crystal. She's under the fountain just watching it back and forth. The fountain is shaped like a rocket ship, psychopath. There's a Hy-Vee across the street. When did we jet set off to Ibiza, Susan? And who's she trying to impress? Like all the dads? They're busy with their kids who probably peed in our pool. Because trust me, look, if you're a mom at a community pool, you know what you're supposed to wear. And that is an appropriate mom bikini. That's what you get to wear. It's that thing that's like, it's a two-piece, but it looks like a one-piece. And then when you're feeling sassy, just a peak on one side, a peak. A half a stretch mark, that's it. Sassy on a Saturday, that's what I'm doing. Or wetsuits like the rest of us that have self-respect. Maybe some sweatpants, that's all right. The other thing is I took him to the apple orchard. While I'm at the apple orchard, one of the other moms has on a t-shirt that says, I heart consensual sex. What the hell happened to you the last time you came to the apple orchard? We just came for the tractor ride, and we are not going in the corn maze. I'm like, put the cider down, little man. Mama made a bad life choice. Now it's time to go. See why my kid can't have friends? This is awkward. He's 15 now, he's 15. And a few years ago, this is the thing I was most proud about is, you know, I'm pretty short, doesn't take much, so he's already taller than I am. The thing that I'm most proud about is he also weighs more than I do. And that is the champion move as a mother, that is it. Because if your kid is taller than you, that's no big deal, that's just science. if they weigh more than you do, that means that you have successfully not eaten all of their snacks. That's hard. That is a difficult journey right there. I find myself just putting things in my mouth I know I don't even like. I hate Doritos, and I'm all like, let's go. If I never ate another pancake in my life, I'd be good. I'm just sitting there eating up his crumbs going, that's why people have dogs. Why don't you have self-respect? Stop it. Here's what I figured, because I do feel better. Sometimes I justify, so I tell myself little stories. I create little fantasies as to why the stupid things that I do actually make sense. So here's what it is. I call him my little pharaoh. So just imagine back in the day, if we were looking here and he was a young prince, or if you had a young princess, what would you also have? A royal food taster. That is what you would have. Because you want to make sure they're safe. Stay with me, everybody. I'm going to help you out. Here's what you do. So just imagine, we'll go back to Doritos. You've all heard of Doritos. You know what you want to do? You want to be a good steward of those Doritos for your child. So what you do is you get out that measuring cup. I don't know how y'all eat Doritos. We do it by portions. I'm measuring cup of Doritos. That one scoop, boom. You give it to them, but you want to make sure they're safe. So that means you need a sample taste of the Doritos. 7 to 9 chips usually is what you need. Make sure you don't miss anything. Bottom of the bag. Gotcha. But then once you give them their portion, you also want to make sure that you're a good steward of your resources. You're taking care of our environment. So you want to make sure you get all that air out of that bag. Just roll that bag down tight. Roll it tight. Then just mess things up. A chip will pop back up. You got to take care of that too. And it may be that chip and 15 of its friends. That's all it is. I'm a champion. He is a safe young man. He's safe, but he's also gross. He's just gross. All right, I want every guy in here, anybody watching, just think back to when you were 15. Your mother loved you. I hope she hugged you every day. She thought you were disgusting. That is just real talk. My kid is the most gross. I'm like, is gross a genetic trait? You got that from your father. It did not come from me. No, it's just gross. You know what he taught himself to do this week? Blow snot rockets. Right. What a disgusting and completely useless skill. Of all the things he could teach himself to do, that's what he decided to teach himself. And he's like, Mom. And then did it. I was like, oh my God, I need to find religion again. I don't know. This is my fault. They said you'd go to hell. I just didn't think it'd start on Tuesday. This is ridiculous. Wrong with you kind of thing. He's just proud. And I'm like, that's a completely useless thing that you don't need. That's as bad as me and my writing major in college. That's it. Because what am I doing with it? Coming here and telling you about my son's mucus. That's what I'm doing. That was a good use of all those years. You gonna write a novel? No, but let me tell you about his fluids. It's so great. They're projectile now. It's great. He's funny. You know, he is funny. And here's the thing. I started a little late in life, and so having kids. That's like I wasn't trying to have kids. I was actually trying pretty hard not to have kids. And my ex-husband managed to slip one in there anyway. He was very proud. He was like, pill-proof, bitches. I'm like, this is not. Like, what, now you're Superman? You evade contraception, now you're Superman. Get a cape. Do us both a favor. That's a much better thing. A cape and a condom. That's what we should have done, is planned ahead. But my kid's cool. My kid is very cool. And the thing is that, you know, I'm the oldest one in my family. I have 2 younger sisters, and they're like 12 and 15 years younger than me. So I was the only one that had a kid. And all they cared is they didn't want me to be a crazy mom. Because our mom used up all the crazy left in our family. That's it. Like, we have the kooky garage sale mom. The mom that has a garage sale all the time. Nobody ever buys anything. Nothing. Same stuff year after year that she wheels out and wheels in and wheels out. We be hoarders, but we're broke. But she's a mom, and you know what we moms do? We help. We have suggestions. So my mom always has suggestions for my act. Hooray. She's like, Shannon, you know what you need? You should get a puppet. I'm like, I'm not a ventriloquist. I don't have puppet jokes. She's like, no, don't use the puppet. Just take it on stage. And set it there. And never acknowledge it. Then, if anyone ever asks you about the puppet, just say, what puppet? Right, lunacy, right? You see this? Crazy talk. Also, the creepy granny that watches my son at night so I can go places and make you laugh. It's a sleepover at Granny What Puppets. Like he didn't need enough therapy just hanging out with mom. No. You know what that also is? A good way to get murdered by a puppet, right? You've seen the movie, you know what they hate? Being ignored. That's it. She should know better. Now her latest thing, she wants to change the way that I dress. Her answer, thank you. I think I'm fine. She thinks I need cargo pants. That's what she thinks. Right. She is wrong. She doesn't even have stock in Old Navy. I don't know why she thinks. And it snuck up on us, you know, because here's the thing. She turned 65, rediscovered cargo pants. Now she's a cargo pants evangelist. And every time I go over there, she drops little cargo pants fun facts on me. Like, I don't even have to carry a purse anymore. Because I have my cargo pants. I'm like, you still have a purse, Mom. It's just so large, it's become a garment. It's all awkward every time we go to the store. She's doing that saddlebag pat down, looking for a wallet. And I don't help because I'm really forgetful and I lost my cell phone. And she went full cargo pants infomercial on me. You don't know where your phone is. I always know where my phone is. Because I have my cargo pants. Goodness, phones have gotten so large these days, it takes up all of pocket number 1. And don't you constantly need a charger? I do. That's here in pocket number 2. I have an iPhone, but I carry an Android charger because I might make a new friend. Do you love celebrating things? I do. Pocket 3 has birthday candles and sparklers at the ready. Yes, Mom, you're crushing life. I got it. You also know where your phone is. Well, call mine. We'll solve this whole problem. And we did. It was in her damn pocket. I love my mom. My mom's really cool. Here's the thing. My mom is retired already. And she doesn't have enough friends her age. So I feel like I get sucked into stories I shouldn't have to listen to. Okay, you guys have lived here for a while, right? So you know what we do here in Minnesota. We send all our retirees to the casino. You see all old people at the casino, right? My mom doesn't do that, though. What she does do is she plays a video game on her phone. Now, the game she plays is one where she builds up little fake castles. Then her little fake soldiers go and attack other fake castles. That's what she spends all her time doing. But like I said, she's retired, so my mom has a lot of time to play this game. So my mom is kind of a big deal in her alliance. So she was playing, and I just went to pick up my son. She starts telling me about this new guy that joined the squad. She's all excited. She's like, oh my God, Shannon, we got a new player today. He has a really big castle. Well, you know I talk to everyone, but you'll never guess what his screen name is.
Oh, no.
Guesses?
Big Daddy 499.
Big Daddy 499. I like that. I haven't gotten that before. I like that one. Anybody else? Any other guesses?
Big Castle 69.
Big Castle 69. That was well done. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one. I like that. So she says, well, it's balls. With a Z. Oh, I just thought that was so funny. So I asked him, if that's your last name, What's your first name? Right. Any other guesses? What do we have? Harry? Harold. Harold balls would be good. No. Anyone else? Low-hanging fruit balls. I would do that. He went with smooth. Right. So now my mom is fascinated. Oh my, we didn't have smooth balls back in my day. Stop it. You know how your parents start saying something you can't unhear? I'm like, we didn't have the talk when I was 14. I am not talking about balls now that I'm 40. So. But she clearly couldn't read all the I just can't on my face because she kept talking. Well, Shannon, then he said, you seem really interesting. What do you look like? And I said, oh no, I'm too old for that. And I'm married. But my daughter Shannon has a YouTube channel. Right. Terrible grandparenting, right? I should go get my son right now. I'm like, Mom, don't send smooth balls to my YouTube channel. I got to say that out loud. And you know what she did? Just flipped it around and got mad at me. She's like, you're already out there. I'm like, I am not out there for smooth balls. That's not how your videos go viral, old lady. That's not what you do. She's like the worst dating app ever. Like, because you can block people on Tinder and Bumble. I can't block her. She's my babysitter. They're difficult to find. All right, I got a few minutes. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. I think it's funny. Okay, I said, so I'm the oldest one, like in my family. So I'm gonna ask a little poll here in the room. Where are the other oldest kids at? Where are you at, oldest kids? Well done. I'm gonna ask you again because the world falls apart without us. We need us. Oldest kids, where you at, oldest kids? Right. We don't even have the hard job. Here's the hard job. Any middle kids here tonight? Oh, they're at home keeping the peace. That's what they're doing. Just standing in between everybody going, don't fight, don't fight. That's the hard one. People forget your name. Occasionally leave them at the grocery store. That's hard. Any only kids here? Any only kids? Yeah. Oh, well done. Is this crowded for you? You're like, oh my God. All my friends are imaginary. This is a lot of people. All right. I'm about to take your shine, only kid. I'm sorry. Where the babies at? Any babies here tonight? Look at them, spoiled ass babies. Somebody raise my hand for me. It's really heavy. I need a piggyback ride. They're like, we were gonna donate, but then she came up and she was mean. I know you can't pick on the babies. You can't. Like you can't. Yeah, you are. Like, you know, and normally here's the other thing. Also, like the most adorable one in the family, like I get it, like, because all of us older kids, all we are just trolls ruining family photos, that's it. Then the baby gets here and like, thank goodness for this so we can send out holiday cards again, that'll be fine. Usually also the animal lovers in the family. Are you guys the animal lovers? Like, look at them like, we love the animals, that's it. That's the only reason we have pets. Babies and Hufflepuffs, that's it. There'd be no animals and no fruit. So that'd be fine. So thank you, God. Got it. Now they're just giving up. Oh my God, she shouted out Hufflepuffs. Oh my God. I know we don't give enough love to Hufflepuffs. They're like, oh my gosh, all you care about is Slytherin, they suck. And then everybody else is Gryffindor. What about us? People all brave and Ravenclaw and smart. We need us. You have gardens. Gardens and pets. I got it. No. For everybody else, that's just a Harry Potter joke. So that's all good. Yeah. Before it was trash because somebody can't keep her mouth shut. It's all good. It's all good. We can join that debate later. I'm one of those people that I'm like, I choose to rebuke you and keep your world that you created because it's dope and you're dumb. So that's fine. Keeping the world. But my baby sister, Lily, she's funny. She's the most millennial of my two younger sisters, very millennial. And I'm Gen X, so I'm just happy to be at the party. So it's all good. But I like her challenges. Like, she has these really cool challenges. Like, first she was living over in Northeast Minneapolis, and it was funny because she started some new hobbies during the midst of the pandemic. So the first thing she did is she got a flock of what I like to call boutique chickens, the little special chickens that everybody in the city got. Yeah, really fancy chickens. And one of her chickens got hurt a little bit. That's important to the story a little bit. Because this fancy chicken injury started a family text message chain, 225 messages long, to determine the proper course of treatment for the fancy chicken. It started with Lily, oh my gosh, Zena's hurt. Maybe I should take her to the vet. Our mom's response, no, bring Zena over to the house. We'll do rehab in the basement. That's message 2. Everybody, keep up. By the time we got to message 75, all I had to add to this conversation were photos of KFC and rotisserie. I'm a firstborn. We solve problems. The other thing is over in her North Minneapolis neighborhood, she started gardening. But it turns out in her neighborhood, they have some gangster squirrels. And they ate her plants. And the baby of the family lost her mind. We were on like a little Zoom chat. She's like, oh my gosh, those plants are really expensive. And it took a really long time for them to grow. And then the stupid fat squirrels came and ate them all. I don't know why they call them God's creatures. God would never do that to me. He knows they're important to me. I'm so sick of these stupid fat squirrels. They need to die. And we're like, wait a minute. That escalated quickly. So I was trying to help. I'm like, I heard there's some things you could do to deter the squirrels. Like maybe like put some cayenne pepper on the plants, you know, maybe like put some food on the other side of the yard. No, what the baby decided to do is go out and get a high-powered pellet rifle. Then climb up in her second-story window, start pegging squirrels. She started keeping little tick marks on the wall. She has 52 tick marks. That is a full-length squirrel coat she shot. But she has the best behaved cats ever. Like we don't know what those tiny bushy-tailed cats did, but we'll clean our own box from now on. This girl's tripping. And I'm like, Lily, you cannot just shoot animals. This is not Anoka. So she felt bad. So she's like, okay, maybe you're right. And I am a chef. Maybe it would be better if I cooked them. Nope, not better. Gross, that's the word you're searching for, young lady, gross. And what, now we're rednecks too? Ease on over to Coon Rapids, little girl. And I tell you this, when I go to her house now, I don't eat anything she cooks. Where'd you get these tiny meatballs from? Why are the meatballs so tiny? Don't tell me it's chicken. I met the chickens. I need to see a receipt. She didn't send me the pie. Tiny squirrel pie. That's it, no. But if you wonder what it takes for somebody to go from Sarah McLachlan to Ted Nugent, $62 in tulip bulbs. That's it. Thank you guys. I appreciate your patience.
So good. Yay! Let's hear it more. We need more for Miss Shannon. Woo! So good. Thank you so much. All right. Do we have any challenges or anything going on? No. Would you like any challenges going on? If so, donate at Fearless Comedy. Or we could use some donations anyway, because if you might not have heard, but Fearless is kind of awesome. So, and we need, what do we need to survive? Money. Help. Okay, up next, ooh, do we have our up next peoples? We do. Okay, up next, you're in for a treat. It is our longest running monthly Fearless show with your wonderful host, Ryan. Please welcome Fearless Lab.
What's up, nerds? Thank you so much for being here, and welcome to Fearless Lab. Thank you, thank you. If you were not sure or you've never heard of this before, Fearless Lab is indeed our longest running monthly occurring show. Yes, it's been around for a long time. And what it is, think lab, think experiment. It's experimental comedy. So you might see stand-up, you might see skits, you might see improv, you might see music. We've had puppets, we've had sideshow, we've had noise making, and all kinds of things. Yeah, noise making. One time I saw people stand on stage and like press buttons on a thing that made weird techno noises, and one of them fed the other an apple. And I'm not sure to this day why. But that's Lab. Tonight we've got a wonderful 5 performers who are going to do something for you. We have no idea because it's an experiment. The idea is that it's trying something new, or maybe they're trying comedy for the first time. So without further ado, if they're around, because I haven't seen them, please welcome to the stage Tom St. Tom St. There you are! Yay!
I wanted to stick around for Shannon Paul, so I figured I'll just stay here. Hello! I usually start by asking how everybody is, because I'm talking about customer service, and I'm operating under the phrase, ask not what your CSR can do for you, ask what you can do for your CSR. So tonight, I'm gonna ask you to ask me, how am I? Thank you for asking. I'm great. I didn't have to go to work today. No, for real. I do like being in a call center. So that may surprise people. Call centers are usually places where your hope and dignity goes to die. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. But it's predictable. It's like being an actor. You have a script, or you have like a general flow of how things should go, and they're usually very smooth. Your calls are over in about 2 or 3 minutes. It's fine. But there are some times when things don't go very smoothly, and I'm going to tell you about a couple of those times today. So the first was an incident that happened about a week ago. This was a woman, and usually the ones that go off the rails are the ones where they start irritating, where they're already irritated with something, are the ones that go the worst. No brainer. But this woman was just, there's a script. Like I said, there's a script I have to follow. So usually I have to ask their name, and I have to ask what the name of the company they work for, and I have to ask their position. And this woman was talking over me. She was trying to just like rush me to like just answer the question without getting the verification. I'm like, no, I do things by the book. The rules are important. The society would fall apart without the rules, so please can you tell me your name or get off the call? But she was having none of that, but I did in fact get her to do everything. I told her something she didn't like. Now I hate delivering bad news. It's the worst part of my job, but I do try to do it gently. And so I try to be like, well, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but this is a thing that you don't want to hear. And she obviously was not happy about that. She went off on a whole rant, and I tend to just step back because they'll usually just tire themselves out. Yeah, this didn't happen this time. What she said was, oh, I know it's not your fault. I'm a very kind person. I'm sorry, were you? Because I have about 5 minutes of recorded evidence to the contrary there, ma'am. And she must have realized I don't believe her. She must have been telepathic or something, because she starts telling me how she feeds the hungry. She works at soup kitchens after work. She's given blankets and clothes from her own very affluent home, I might add, to the homeless. And she's like, of course she has to point out she's affluent. Like, as if that makes it any better. Like, ma'am, I'm not simping for you just because you worked at a soup kitchen once. Especially when you spent the last 5 minutes yelling at me about something I can't control. Like, good for you, I guess, but I'm not impressed. The other weird thing that people get mad about is, so I talk to a lot of small business owners, a lot of like one person operations sort of thing. And people who name their companies after themselves get so pissy when you ask them their name. They almost like draw themselves up over the phone and like a celebrity who they expect to be recognized everywhere. They go, "Do you know who I am?" And I have to go, no, sir, you're no different than any of the last 50 guys I've talked to like this. What is your name, please? I'm not close personal friends with them. I don't understand why, I don't understand why they think I should recognize them. I'm just like, you could be, okay, fine, let's take an example. So, I have the John Doe Company, and John Doe himself calls in. And I say, what's the name of the company? He's like, John Doe Company. Okay, what's your first and last name? John Doe, obviously. You could have been Simon the intern. I don't know. Just leave me alone. And I should say that not all of my calls are like this. I'll end with the one wholesome interaction I had last week. I know there's so few of them. No, this one was cute though. This guy started off mad, and he had a reason to be mad. The bills he was getting were not formatted right for him to be able to pay, so they were behind. That's a reasonable thing to be mad about. And we were kind of talking. I was just getting contact information, and he gave me the last name of the contact. And it was something like Fiorello or something like that. And I said it like that, and he's like, "Oh, are you Italian?" I'm like, "No, but I learned a little Italian." He's like, "Oh, that's," and we had a little conversation about how Italian and Spanish are similar. It was just, and the end of the call, which usually just warms my sad little dead customer service representative heart, is when he was like, "Thank you so much for helping me. I apologize if I was short with you, and keep practicing your Italian." So it's not all bad, I promise you. So that's why I keep doing what I'm doing, and that is all that's all the stories I had for you today. So thank you so much for listening to them.
Keep it going for
Woo! Yeah, customer service. Ooh, yeah. No, it's that have the day you deserve. It's a good one. Learned so many people's life stories at this point, working call centers before. It's a whole thing. Let me just tell you my whole life. When they are like an old lady, though, it's just like, "Oh my God, no, what happened to your dog? And then what happened to the dog? And then," and you're just like, oh, I love it. Yeah, #relatable. Awesome. Up next, we have another Fearless member. And I'm so excited for what this person has today. But I don't know if they could top the last time they were at Lab, to be honest. I'll let him tell you why. But please welcome to the stage, James Fairbairn.
Yeah, the round that I always had chambered in my first call center job was, if anybody ever just really got under my skin, I was working for a fruit-themed technology company. That if somebody just really dug in there more than right, yeah, it was a Pac-Man firm. If anybody just really dug in there and got in under my nails, I would tell them, the parting shot would be, "Have an apple day." It's not going to make them feel better, but sure is going to make me feel a lot better. No, but I'm lucky to have the day job that I have right now. I hate interviewing. I hate it. Because interview questions are the worst. They're either asking you to brag about yourself. If you're a performer, you have imposter syndrome. Face it. And that's the worst. Except for asking you to defend your collegiate and career choices, which, again, performer, also gonna be bad. I don't know, I dropped out on that college and the next one. I was drunk, yeah. I'll be sober mostly for this, yeah. So the other thing that I hate about them is you can't really prepare for them. It's like an interview session that is an improv set that you can lose. Right, and it's also an improv set that will determine the grade of ramen you're going to be enjoying for the next few weeks. Like whether it has an egg and meat in it or not. Sorry, vegetarians, tofu. So You can always gauge an interview question, but there are some of them that I absolutely hate, and I have made myself a promise. Because you can't know when they're going to ask this question. I've said, if it ever comes up, I'm going to say it. And the story behind this is that I was interviewing for that fruit-themed company, and I had breezed through the tech exam. It's a written exam, and they ask you to like click on different parts of a computer, which can be hard for some people, but I'm interviewing for tech support. And because that's my fallback job, right? That's the one that I do accidentally. Yeah, when one of your friends is like, I can't click on this thing, and then like that part of your brain clicks on, right? You Hulk, you know. You wouldn't like me when I'm technically proficient. So I'm interviewing, and I've breezed through the tech exam, and I'm now in the one-on-one soft skills interview with someone who's dressed like Mr. Rogers, but he's got little, like, very German wire rim spectacles. Might have been a pince nez, I don't know. But he asks me a fatal question, and that is, please tell me about a time that you met or exceeded personal or professional goals. Which is a hard question to answer if you're normal. So it was an easy question for me, because my brain immediately flashed to my prior job, which was as a scare actor for a seasonal haunt. It was my job to scare people, and I was damn good at my job, right? Because everybody starts in that thing where, like, you jump out at people, rah, right? You make werewolf noises, which makes people more horny than scared, honestly. So I stopped doing that except on special occasions. And then I developed a tactic, which was I had an absolutely dark little room, right? With the entrance on one side, exit on the other side. And I would wait for people to get in there, and then my costume had lights for eyes, and the eyes would light up, and I would make a noise like an antelope drowning and being disemboweled with a Roomba. It was kind of like a... Right? People hate that. They did not like that. I scared one of my coworkers like that. He just like patted me on the back. He's like, oh my God, oh, you're doing such a good job. Yeah, I couldn't tell it was him. And it is my job to scare people. And I got better at the timing of it, which was people would walk into a dark, scary area. It's a haunt. They know that something is going to jump out at them. So they steel themselves when they go in. And they like ball up their little fists and they're ready for a fight. And then like... And they're ready to scream, and they get to the other end, and then nothing happens, so they breathe a sigh of relief, and that's when you get them. Because you have to breathe in to scream, and that confuses your body. And in that moment of panic, they just shut down. I've seen parents throw their kids at me. Go! I can make more! Yeah, so I'm telling the interviewer this, all of that. And I go on to say it is my job was to scare people, but it is a point of personal and professional pride if you get visual confirmation. Not only have I met that goal, but I have solidly exceeded it multiple times. And he could have said things like, that's not an appropriate thing for a professional atmosphere. Why would you say that? Or he could say, that's not really relevant. But what he said was nothing. Just stared over his glasses at me. And all of my normal friends and a couple of my abnormal friends would have said, well, that's when I would stand up, thank the person for their time, and ask if they wanted me to see myself out or wait for security. Me, being who I am, I just stared back. For probably 20, 30 days. Just right into the headlights. And eventually he said, what can you bring to this company? And I said, oh, well, I have a passion for customer service. Ask any of my extensive reference list. They'll, we just moved on with the interview, right? In customer service jobs, if you're a matron, if you that's the gender neutral term. If you are answering calls, whatever it is, you're gonna say something stupid. You're gonna find yourself 75% through a story about your friend's pet prairie dog learning to masturbate, and you're gonna go, these kids aren't even paying attention, right? Let me refill those drinks. Not milk? Okay. And I would, and then you just do that, and we're like, but I digress. And you just push the eject lever, gone, right. So I did that in that interview, and that's a valuable customer service skill, and they must have agreed because they hired me. After I described in an interview in detail making people poop themselves. They did not hire my friend who went with me, equally technologically proficient. His only sin was wearing his best shirt, which has a tuxedo printed on it. He did not get hired, and I got that job? So, yeah, that question is not the question that I've made a promise to myself about. The promise that I've made myself is that I will tell that story if they ever ask me the very normal interview question, tell us about a time that you made a mistake and recovered from it. Because if they can't appreciate an answer like that, that's not a place that's gonna want me anyway. They won't be able to appreciate the specific talents that I can bring to this company. Thank you very much.
Yeah, last time James did Lab, he proposed on the stage to Jax, and now I don't know what to do with my life anymore. That was the who else wants to host this? No promises. So, it's funny, James. Are we fighting still?
No. Over here. You gotta. No, you're right. 3 o'clock.
I'm a musician. I don't know. Oh, shit! Well, considering you're my ex's best friend, no. But I do love you. Yeah, that's true. That's like a whole thing. It's not really, doesn't tend to be my thing. Yeah, I've written a lot of songs about it. Anyway. So, James, actually, it's funny because that same fruit-themed company I've also worked for, and I got the job talking about working at the Renaissance Festival.
Same job.
Same job. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Does your voice change when you talk to people for customer service?
Oh, yeah.
You just go over and talking to a person, and be like, "Hi, how can I help you today?" And it's just terrifying. It's like something from a horror movie. Anyway. Up next is another wonderful Fearless member who often does Lab on this stage and at Finnegan's, which is where we do this show every month, the second Tuesday. Yeah. Which, that said, if you've ever wanted to do something like this and you're just like, oh, I don't know, Lab is the place to do it. We're here to provide a space for people to try something new. That's sort of what the heart of Fearless is trying something new, being fearless. So reach out if you want to do this, and let's get you up on the stage. Okay, deal? Awesome. Up next, we have this wonderful performer that I was describing. Please welcome to the stage, Eric James.
Hi. How's it going? That's good. That's good. I don't have the benefit of having ever worked a faceless customer service job. I got the benefit of saying no to people in person. It was wonderful. But I also had to suffer the repercussions of that. I've had many people tell me to fuck off. Well, later that night, yes. A little soft music. Box of tissues. Just me, alone. I know what I like. I'm single, you guys. Folks. I tried doing the dating thing. I tried doing the online dating thing. Tinder itself told me to swipe left. OkCupid kept on trying to set me up with my sister. Yeah, it was weird. My sister saw that I had a profile on OkCupid, and she messaged me. And at first, it doesn't tell you who it is that you get a message from. So I look at it. I just see the notification. Ooh, somebody wants some of this. And oh fuck, Megan. Hey, Eric, get out of my swamp. First of all, Megan, I'm not in your swamp. Secondly, quit calling it your swamp. That's why you're single too. Just saying. I got catfished once. Well, it's kind of fun, actually. So this girl that I met on Craigslist, I know that's a terrible way to start. Surprisingly enough, she's not the one who catfished me. Kind of. So I was talking to this girl that I met on Craigslist for a while, and we actually had a meetup, and everything was cool. We just decided that friendship was going to be what we were. That's it. But then she was like, "Hey, I've got this cousin." I was like, "Okay." So she gives me the information of the cousin. I start talking to the cousin. Turns out somehow there was a friend of the cousin that saw my picture and decided I want to talk to him. Which, I'm flattered. But when I showed up to the date we were supposed to have, I was like, "You're not the person." But I'm too much of a gentleman to not continue. So we sat at her place. We watched Robin Hood Men in Tights. And then she asked, "Well, what do you think?" I was like, "You're not. You weren't my expectation. I'm sorry." She's like, "Oh, are you angry that I'm not the person that?" Well, I mean, yeah. Also, she told me that she was married, and supposedly, I mean, this was not a polyamorous situation. So I was like, I'm not going to be the other guy. I'm just not going to be the other guy. So we parted ways. So that's kind of the story of my life. It's okay. Oh, God. Kruger, are you in the audience somewhere? Am I living up to my expectation of being the saddest comic in Minneapolis?
You are, at the very least, you are still the Monday Night Comedy show's saddest comic.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to spread that love everywhere. It's a shame we don't have some Enya to play me off. That's great. I used to work at a Cub Foods, you guys. Yeah, if that place had a dick, I'd kick it. I hate it. I hate it. That's where I worked the face-to-face customer service. I worked the service counter, and every now and again I'd have to answer phones. So it wasn't all face-to-face. But of course, as people are talking about, putting on the customer service voice, I did that. all the time. I did it too well. I always did it to the point where, hi, thank you for calling Cub Foods. This is Eric. How may I help you? And at one point, people would just like leave a pause. And then I'd be like, hello? And they'd be like, oh, you're a person. Oh. Well, yes. Yes, I am. What can I help you with? Can I get the lottery numbers? Click. That was a daily occurrence. One guy. Can I get the daily 3 numbers, please? Do you have the internet? Can you please do it yourself? Every now and again, I had to watch the self-checkouts, though. That was fun, I guess. Sometimes, but we'd have a group of kids. I don't know what the scam was, but they kept on trying to get cash back using the smallest produce.
What?
Yeah, they would put these tiny little bananas on the scale. They'd get their cash back, and then they would use the same banana to do the thing. And at one point, I was like, hey, do you just want to get another banana since you paid for 2? They're like, no, man, I'm good, as they left behind the one banana that they paid for twice. I was like, no, I'm insisting. You paid for 2. Take your fucking bananas. And they would be like, no, fuck off. And I'd be like, leave. Never come back. And sometimes the security guy would get involved. And the security guy, I would help him sometimes. Because it's his job to like find the shoplifters. And this one time we stopped 3 different, this was a whole thing. We had stopped 3 different people with 3 different carts just filled with paper towels and toilet paper and like laundry detergent. And then they would all 3 of them were coordinated, and so we had to get coordinated. So it was me, the loss prevention guy, a couple of our managers. Like, we were all over the place. It was a sting operation. It was great. And so we stopped these guys at the door, and I don't know what it was about me, but I got singled out. Like, one guy just like, he started like just doing these things, and he pointed at me and was doing the things. I was like, are you doing an interpretive dance? Are you coming to get me in my nightmares? What's going on here? But like the picture of all of the stuff was so good. And to just to throw in a couple of random things, they had a pie and a thing of pineapple. Like, but what are you gonna do with $500 worth of toilet paper and paper towels? And like, I can only imagine the black market for these things. Some guy standing on a corner with a trench coat on the inside, just all the things. Just what? Oh, it's ridiculous, you guys. Ridiculous. So I'm glad that I no longer work there. I now have a job where I don't actually know what I do. Well, I work for, like, I know that it's an electrical supply company. I know I work in a warehouse. I know that I drive a forklift every day. I don't know what anything is in the warehouse. Like, somebody asks me to go get something, I'm like, did you mean the flux capacitor? Did you mean the flux capacitor? Did you mean the odd-shaped flux capacitor or the circular flux capacitor? How about the square flux capacitor? What do you want? They're like, I'll get it myself. You guys, I get paid way too much to do what I do. On that note, you guys, I'm Eric James. Thank you very much.
I love watching my friends be funny. Oh, catfishing. I talk a lot, almost too much, about being a lesbian when I'm on stage. And speaking of catfishing, when back when I was playing on the internet in my parents' computer, I had a membership to a website called Club Penguin. And in my defense, I didn't know what I was doing, okay? I just liked to play as the boy penguins so that the girl penguins would want to roleplay flirt with me. And so now it's in my Tinder bio that I've catfished people on Club Penguin, so that's fun. I love that. It's a very specific skill, a very niche thing that only some will understand. And the ones that do, them's my people. I also love the self-checkout. I've robbed things from a store via self-checkout before. And if you're watching this and you're like the police or something, no, I didn't. But I like to think of it more as the you know that country song about how the guy built his car one piece at a time from all that, it's like, got it one piece at a time, and it didn't cost me a dime, that, and he built a car. I think of it that way, but with groceries. Or just, just sneak in a jalapeno. Just a jalapeno. Nobody will miss that jalapeno. And then the next time, you just maybe get a little bit bigger. So far, so good. So, anti-capitalism. Anyway. Thank you. Up next is a wonderful comedian who myself and some other Fearless members already bullied into doing a specific bit tonight in his set. So I'm very excited to welcome this next person. And I also went to McNally Smith College of Music with this person, so you know that we both share that dead look in our eyes. That's why, and now you know. So please welcome, please welcome to the stage, Ben Foddy. Ben Foddy.
I'm just going to take a minute to set up, and in the meantime, I want everyone to shout out whatever weird collection they have.
Spoons? Yeah. Coca-Cola merchandise. Regret.
Merch from Molly Monteely from the Critical Role franchise.
That's a good one.
You're welcome.
Coins.
Coins? That's not weird.
3M products. Corks.
Ooh, corks. That's a good, weird one. I personally collect bit of backstory. I'm a bouncer. I collect fake IDs. These are 3 of them. There are many more. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit tonight. I'm sitting with you. I'm here with you. That's why I had to do the prep time to get the chair out here. I started climbing recently. Going to a climbing gym 2-4 times a week. And I've realized a few things about climbing. Is that people who want to go do climbing are essentially just people who wanted uppies as a child. And I want uppies. I mean, there's also if you're belaying for someone, that's the person at the bottom of the rope who's holding on to you. That is an extreme level of power. I decide whether you live or die by my grip strength. And that's fine. I want them to live, but I want them to know that I have the choice. But as Ryan said, I was bullied into a whole bit, but we'll get there. First, I want to tell you about the time that I got jumped. No, don't. Oh, it worked out fine.
Fair.
I'm walking in Cedar Riverside, Minneapolis, Minnesota, because I was watching a WWE pay-per-view, because I'm a nerd in that way. And I was walking on that street because I ran out of beer. I ran out of beer because I drank beer. And I see this short Hispanic woman, about yay high, wailing on this white dude about my build, right? And I dial 911 on my phone because I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Get past them, and she throws him into the bus stop that was right there. She screams at him, "You made us miss our bus!"
Whoa.
Seemed a little extreme to me. Now I go to the liquor store, get my beers. So glad I bought cans. Because the dude, as I'm coming my way back, flies out of that same bus stop, punches me dead in the cheek, which did not register. Punches me dead in the jaw, that registered. And he's going at me. And then I was like, I've been watching a lot of wrestling. Side headlock. He went down. I have I'm not saying this to be any, like, trying to sound like a strong guy or anything like that. I'm not. But in that situation, I was. He runs off, and I'm picking up my cans, which again, I'm so glad I bought cans. Because glass would have broken. And the short Hispanic woman says, "I'm so sorry about my boyfriend. He's been drinking a lot." First thought, so have I. Second thought, I did not know that you could drink meth. But now into the story that I've been forced to tell. This is, it could be a sad story if I were dead, but it is a funny story because I am alive. Back in 2019, actually started in 2018, but I got diagnosed with testicular cancer. Which is the most treatable cancer. Honestly, the rate of survival is the same as pneumonia. So it's honestly like, I've had pneumonia like 3 times. But I got diagnosed with testicular cancer because I had a 6-inch testicle. 2 pounds. Easiest 2 pounds I ever lost. And I get diagnosed and go out and do it. Weird thing was that my doctor's name, his name was Dick Chop. Someone look it up right now. For real. He was on Kimmel. It's Dick Chop. 2 P's. His legal name is Richard. He goes by Dick by choice. He did wonderful work. But here's the, like a little bit of a fearless reminiscence. I got, it spread into a lymphoma. I'm good. We're good. We're good. We're good. But that second round where it turned into a lymphoma, I was scheduled to do Fearless 6 days after my surgery. And I asked my doctor, I was like, hey, do you think I can do that show? And the doctor said, under no circumstances do you do that show. So I did the show. And I cannot explain the level of emotional manipulation that I put into that show. I told that whole story of Dick Chop and getting testicular cancer in the past tense. And I just let my face kind of go down. I was like, and now it's back. And I started talking in the present tense. And that audience was so sad for me. Me knowing that I had the surgery 6 days ago. I was good. And so I fucking just made everyone real sad because I could. And then said, that surgery was 6 days ago. And I lifted up my shirt, showing all the scars. Oh, they ate that up. And I feel like being a comic is emotional manipulation. But that felt so good and so bad in the same moment. And then I just remembered Dick Chop. And I was like, yeah, this is what I'm supposed to do. Thank you, I'm Ben Fady.
Thank you. Yeah, please put that right there. You can help me. I appreciate that. I remember that show very vividly. Yeah. Well, yeah, we all do. Those of us that were there. Yeah, well, lab. You never know what you're gonna see. You might see noise. You might see an engagement. You might see cancer survivors. Awesome. You never know what you're gonna see in lab. Fuck this show. Yeah, I think I feel like we're now competing for who's the saddest comic awards with all is that not what was happening? We got Eric and Ben who are both just listen. And I'm here for it. I just want to be in the competition too. I just want to join that. I'm here for it. Maybe we'll do a lab themed it's emo lab and then we can all wear eyeliner together.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I only needed the one and now I'm gonna do it. That's amazing. Also, all of the stuff about climbing, which climbing in the lesbian community is a thing. It's you're lesbian, you go climbing. And then you talked about all that stuff about uppies and I'm holding your life in my hands. This is just BDSM. Maybe Maybe I need to go climbing. Fuck. Jesus. Okay. Okay. You literally roped in? Is that what you just fucking said? Oh my god. Amazing.
It's a community of harnesses.
And in every community, you gotta invest a lot of money to get the right accoutrement. And oh my god. Okay. We have a final comedian coming up tonight. And I just wanted to say it one more time here, that if you want to come and check out Lab, you can do so the second Tuesday of every month at Finnegan's. We do this. Thank you for the woo. We do this every month, and we have been. And this is, again, the longest running show at Fearless. Fuck yeah, everybody. And if you want to get up on the stage, you just come and hit me up, or find me on any of the social medias under Fearless Lab, and let's get you up on the stage. This last comedian is no stranger to Lab, but every time I am just so completely delighted. He proposed to me earlier tonight as a bit, and I said no. He is my ex's best friend. He is a lovely person. Please welcome Josh Knight.
Thank you. Whoa. I bought a beer out front based on the label because it was Heckin' Chunker beer, and as a borderline millennial, I thought that was amazing. It was a very strong beer, and I hardly ever drink anymore. And I love telling people that because they're like, yeah, I don't really drink anymore. And they always go, good for you. Good for you. And I say, yeah, I just smoke a lot of weed. Because it's way easier to just sit on my couch and vape and eat than it is to get hungover. But yeah, so no accolades for that. But I was pondering what I should talk about tonight because I work from home. I don't get out much. I don't have a lot to say. But then I remembered that I am a middle-aged, cisgendered, heterosexual male, which means that what I should be talking about are transgender issues. But don't worry, I must apologize to you. I'm not brave enough to come on stage and talk to the smallest minds in the audience and reinforce their prejudices and comfort the comforted and oppress the oppressed so that I can complain that I'm canceled on my next Netflix fucking special. I'm not that edgy, and I'm sorry about that. So instead, I want to talk about something a little less controversial. I want to talk about God's dick. Let me explain. I grew up as a fundamentalist Christian. I got better. Christianity, I have some sympathy for those folks. Christianity has a lot of good shit. Love your neighbor as yourself. Sell all your goods and give it to the poor. Curse a fig tree. Use whips on religious people because it might give them a hard on. Anyway, all of those things. But it's weird now because I have some family members who are still very much in that way. And when I try to gently nudge them about transgender issues, they always say the same thing to me. They say, male and female created he him, and created he them. And they always say it that way with the all caps. Male and female created he them. And they say it that way because that's how it is in the King James Bible. And for some reason, if you turn things inside out and say them in an old-fashioned way, it sounds more true, I suppose. And maybe that's why Yoda makes so much sense. Male and female created he them. Mysterious the gender is. But, so they say that, and what they mean is God created two genders, and gender and biology are intrinsically linked to one another, and those two genders just happen to match up with these norms that we have had for maybe the past couple thousand years, but completely ignoring the fact that there are other cultures that have had more different kinds of perceptions of gender, but no, never mind, ours is correct, and it's innate. Anyway, I may be going off on a rant, but what I mean is, they're making that verse do a lot of heavy lifting, right? Male and female created he them. God makes no mistakes. And if he gave you a dick, he intended for you to be a man, they say. And I say, well, hold on. If God makes no mistakes, and she created a trans man, maybe that's what that person was intended to be. And if she created a trans woman, maybe that's what that person is intended to be. And maybe if we're trying to force them into being something we're not, maybe we're the problem. And around about then, they go, she? And I say, oh, I'm sorry. Have you seen God's dick? And they say, no. But when God revealed himself to humanity, and I said, oh, so you have seen God's dick. And that's a cheap shot, I know. But when God first spoke to humanity, God said he. And out of respect for God Almighty, we say he. And I said, oh. Because God doesn't have a physical body, right? God is everywhere. God is nowhere. God is in heaven. He's in your heart. He's up your ass. God is everywhere. He couldn't possibly have a physical body, so what is he rocking in the crotch? We don't know. Could be a penis, could be a vagina, could be a cloaca, could be 6 ping pong balls and a bowling pin. It could be an entire complete set of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Star Trek crossover action figures in mint condition. It could be a screen-used prop from the original Star Trek series. It could be a lightsaber. It could be the throbbing purple lightsaber of God Almighty. We don't know what's in God's crotch. And yet, they say he chose to reveal himself. Okay, so what you're telling me is God came down from heaven and said, I am God and my pronouns are he, him. And you said, I have no follow-up questions. For fuck's sake. And I say, perhaps if you haven't seen God's dick, then don't be a dick to everybody else and use their fucking pronouns. But, so I also have no segue to my second topic because I'm not a professional comedian. I'm just an enthusiastic amateur. But I wanted to talk about something maybe even more controversial. So I may lose some of you. That's fine. I will get a Netflix special out of it. Fuck corn. And I don't mean like the band, like, no, well, fuck those guys too, but the food stuff, corn, fuck it. Fuck it right in the ear. Sorry, I'm a dad. I say fuck corn because corn used to be a side dish. You maybe find it in the chafing dish at the buffet. You could ignore it. Now it's everywhere. It's in salsa. And I say, no, don't put fucking corn in my salsa, but okay, no salsa. I got some guacamole. They put corn in the guacamole. Like, no, motherfucker, avocados, onions, cilantro, lime. Corn? Fuck off. I ordered ramen at a ramen house, and there was fucking corn in it. Corn just floating in the ramen next to the fish cake, trying to look like it belonged there. And I said, no, fuck corn. I'll tell you why. One, corn comes out of you the same way that it went in. It looks exactly the same. Who the fuck is this process for? Two, a bunch of corn is called niblets. I don't like that. It doesn't feel good in my mouth. It feels vaguely racist. I don't like niblets. No. Three, it looks like tiny baby teeth. The color of like a smoker's tongue. I don't like it. I don't like it. Three, the texture is like when you pop a pimple, it yields a little and then it bursts. I don't like that. See, now you don't like it either. The flavor is, it tastes like diabetic pea smells. And I can say that because I'm diabetic. That is our culture, corn. Stay the fuck away from it, or life will not be as sweet for you, little corn. But, okay, so there you go, the flavor and the texture and the niblets of it. But whenever I say that, there's always an imaginary combative person who comes at me for the purposes of enabling me to have an imaginary dialogue, and they say, yeah, but corn on the cob, right? It's like, yes, because you know when I hate a food, what makes it better is making it harder to eat. If you could just take those niblets and you could glue them on a log with glue made out of string that will lodge in my teeth so I can taste it for hours afterward, that would be so much better. Yes, that is way better than corn. And they say, well, but you like popcorn, don't you? And I say, no, I don't like popcorn and you don't either. And they say, no, but I go to the movie theater and, you know, get the popcorn, you eat the popcorn. Of course you do. I say, yes, however, you do not like popcorn. If I handed you a handful of popcorn straight from the popper, dry and unseasoned, you would not put that in your mouth, and if you did, you would choke on it. You do not like popcorn. You like butter and salt. I like butter and salt. If there was a more socially acceptable way to shovel butter and salt in handfuls into my face, I would never eat another fucking kernel of popcorn again. I don't like popcorn. You don't like it either. There's no part of corn that is acceptable to me except the jokes that you can make about it. You know, you can say, how much did a pirate pay for corn? Buccaneer, yeah. And if somebody doesn't like your corn jokes, you can say, oh, shucks. I know. And if I were a professional comedian, I would have a better way to end the set. But instead, I will just say, fuck corn. And for God's sake, if somebody tells you what their pronouns are, don't ask to see their dick. Just think of the throbbing purple lightsaber of God Almighty and use what they fucking tell you. Good night.
Thank you, Josh. Woo! All right. Thank you so much. This has been Fearless Lab. Yes, thank you. We thank you for watching deep down in our throbbing purple lightsaber hearts and dicks. Stick around for what's up next and come and sign up, be fearless, and do some Fearless Lab. Good night.
Thank you, Ryan. Give it up for Ryan Bellacourt and Fearless Lab. I am your new host. Yay! My name is Garrick Dietz. I am one of the assistant artistic directors along with Eric Thompson. We have a couple challenges as I understand it.
We do.
And we're getting set up for our next act. Eric?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Is Keith nearby?
Keith?
Okay. James, can you give Garrick a hand and get that Lego walk out while I do some other things here?
Okay.
So we're going to need Jason Kruger and Eric James up here. Angela, I suppose, is going to need to come out. So the first thing I would like to do is we have a compliment for Garrick from Robin, and I would like Angela to compliment Garrick.
Okay, I don't know if anyone knows this wonderful man, but he may seem tough and, yeah, you know, you don't seem tough. But you may seem like you have a hard candy coating, but this man is the biggest heart that has ever existed. You are, oh no! You are the kindest, most wonderful man. I love you so much. You're my life mate. I don't know what I would do without you.
It's not true. I'm dead inside. Went to the hospital last year. Fact.
You did not die.
James, from Lauren Haven, you have a Minnesota Nice, the most passive-aggressive donation we can get. So you have a snack. Here are some Gushers.
Oh,
And you have a Bean Boozled bean, which could be good or bad and is not Lauren's fault. So take one of those. Choose wisely. The smell is horrible. I'm just going to push
There we
that
go.
back
Yeah.
in.
Okay.
All right, we're
Good
about
luck, buddy.
No.
I'm guessing it's not good.
It's not cake.
Oh, is that the dishwater?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, buddy.
No, that one's no good.
Thank you, Lauren, for your donation to the company. I'm sure everyone but James appreciates it.
Oh, it smells so bad in my mask.
I've been told that, so Angela donated her 5 bubble wrap redeems for me. And I've been told it's not meant for a scarf, but for some other reason.
Yes.
So Angela, would you like to?
Explain?
Yeah.
Yes. So you might have to un-ascot.
Okay, I'll work on that.
So, gosh,
What do
it's
you want?
almost a tradition now. So I'm a dancer, and so someone got me a Lego walk, and Eric was so kind to do the walk for me, so I wouldn't hurt my feet. But instead, he made me feel even more. Someone had gotten me bubble wrap at the same time. So, we laid down this lovely bubble wrap, and I got to do the coolest thing ever, which is walk on bubble wrap, and or anything you want to do on it. But maybe we should have you do it while Jason does the Lego. So it's like a reenactment.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, sure.
Kruger, you have a Lego walk. Are you ready, buddy? Here.
Oh, you should take your shoes off if you want to, because it's amazing without shoes on.
Okay. I'll go this far because that way it's still quick.
All right, ready,
Yeah.
and go.
Oh.
See, that's what my feet feel like. What that sounds like is.
Isn't that great?
Jason, how come you weren't jumping around like Eric?
Because that costs $100.
Do I have $100? Do I have $100?
He volunteered for it, yeah. Do we still have Eric James nearby?
Eric James!
Yay! Eric, you're also going to need to take off shoes.
Oh, no. You get to walk on bubble wrap, too.
No. Eric's been around for a little while, but is getting a lot more involved in Fearless, which is awesome to see. Did some amazing sketch acting and Sketch to the Max this past fall. Has really stretched his performance experience with Fearless, and now gets to have the full Fearless experience and walk on some Legos, buddy.
Cool. Do I just once through, or
just one time through?
But then Eric will do it with you.
Oh, thanks.
Solidarity, man. Don't jump.
Just keep moving. Okay. Yep. This is the reason I don't have kids.
Well, where do you usually put the Legos?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Round of
Oh,
applause
sorry.
for Jason.
Yay! And actually, I messed that up because the plural of Lego is Lego.
It's Lego. Yes.
Yeah. So
Are we done with this?
I think we're done with.
That was it?
I'm just helping.
All right, we have 1 minute before the next show starts. So a little bit of housekeeping. You will see me 2 more times before my hosting shift is done. If we can raise $1,000 in the next hour and a half, I will do a Lego walk, and I will pay to do a Lego walk.
Whoa.
Okay.
So for the folks in the audience, for the folks streaming, you can hit that donate button. And yeah, you can even donate challenges. So if you really want to pay me back, feel free to donate a bunch of Lego walks and just assign them to me. All right. Without further ado, I'll give you your bamboozled beans or whatever they're called. Many flavor beans. Our next act is an improv act. Please welcome Reservoir Frogs. Cue music.
Let's play. Wait for it.
Stuck in the middle with you. There we go.
There's supposed to be walk-on music here.
Yeah, I know.
Yay!
Live theater.
Hi everybody, we are the Reservoir Frogs. We are a local improv troupe. We try to do shows actually here at this theater about once a month. And what we do is we tell a story of interwoven monologues. And it's usually of 3 characters that have high ambitions and really low morals. So without further ado, we do need 3 suggestions from the audience. So the first thing we need is an object that you could lose in a poker game.
A watch.
A watch, thank you. And the next item would be a location that you might find in a small rural town, a place where people could get together and meet. Picnic table, I like it. And finally, we need a relationship between 2 people, or how 2 people know one another. Teacher and student, picnic table, and a watch. Thank you very much. We're the Reservoir Frogs.
Roger Gale. Been working for the Park Service for, I don't know, 15 years. It's a pretty good gig, most of the time. But I see people dealing drugs in my park. In my park! It makes me mad. Really mad. I'm not supposed to do anything about it, but I want to.
Jocelyn Huff. I teach running in nature. I love the feel of the outdoors, and I don't just run in nature and teach people how to run in nature. And yes, it is different than normal running outdoors. I also teach them how to sleep on benches and on blankets and not look like you're sleeping so you don't get kicked out. that's my goal. To always be outside and not have anybody care.
I'm Darren Caulfield. I'm the local picnic table maker. I measure twice, cut once, put the table together, and you know, I think they're pretty nice. But lately I've been learning how to run. I've been found a teacher that's teaching me how to run out here in the park where I build the picnic tables and put them out. And yeah, my goal is I'm planning to run the local marathon later.
Roger Gale, Park Service employee who's had it up to here.
Jocelyn Huff, outdoor runner lover, and gonna stay outside forever.
Darren Caulfield, local picnic table carpenter, and looking to run a marathon sometime soon, near future.
Yeah, I am a little disappointed in Daryl. He don't want to sleep outside, let alone pretend he's not sleeping while he's sleeping. It's kind of weird. I mean, if you want to be outside to run and get in shape, don't you want to feel the dirt in your fingers and your toes?
I absolutely do not want to feel the dirt in my fingers and toes. I mean, I like to deal with wood, and I like to cut it, and I like to, you know, sawdust. Sure, that's great. But dirt, well, I mean, it gets kind of icky because I'm a sweaty guy. So it's like, you know, it gets a little bit,
Yeah, he creates mud in his toes. That is a thing. But there's streams and puddles, and when it rains, you can just...
It all started with Dare, you know? I mean, that's how most people develop a lifelong hatred of drug use, right? Right? I mean, I couldn't be the only person. I mean, yeah, I spent a lot of time in middle school hanging out by myself. I'm sure other kids who graduated the DARE program really felt like I did. So, yeah, I didn't have a lot of friends in junior high or high school, but I figured that made me perfect to work in nature, out in the Park Service where I didn't have to deal people pushing me around.
I do like the Park Service guy. He's pretty nice. He doesn't like it when I don't leave, though. I mean, during the day it's fine, but he's giving me pamphlets and stuff. I don't smoke weed.
I do not like the Park Service guy. I mean, every time that I'm out there running and trying to follow the rules of the class and, you know, sleeping in the park bench without sleeping, or I don't know, some such stuff as that. And he's always like giving me the side eye and making me feel uncomfortable, like he wants me to do something or leave.
The weirdest thing he did is I was sharing my brownies with my students, and he comes running in and grabs them and throws them out.
90% of brownies are hash brownies. That's just math.
My secret ingredient was cinnamon. It wasn't hash. I don't like hash.
She said they weren't hash brownies, but I swear that cinnamon flavor got me high. I'm not quite sure what it was all about, but then the park ranger came running up and ripped the brownie right out of my hand, like I was literally taking a bite.
Cinnamon. That's street slang for marijuana. I know because they taught me that in 6th grade in DARE. Yeah. I also reported the grocery store for that too.
And after all that, they found out sometimes cinnamon is just cinnamon. I mean, I guess I understand where he's coming from.
I know, right? It's all weird how much he's so obsessed over cinnamon. What's he gonna do when I tell him that there's nutmeg in it? I mean...
Right. Maybe he doesn't even know what cardamom is. Oh, wow.
The Parks Department did make me write an apology to Jocelyn. Turns out there was not marijuana in her brownies.
No, I did not get an apology from the park ranger. I mean, he chipped my little pinky fingernail when he like manhandled me and ripped that brownie right out of my hand. I think I got a little sliver of a walnut stuck up in there and it's kind of infected.
See, I didn't want to get park ranger guy in trouble, but he was getting a little too close. Nothing in the brownies, nothing in cinnamon, but my walnuts, man, yeah, there might be something there.
They sat me down and said, Roger, this is the 15th time. 15th time to think of. I've been put on probation. Probation for doing my job and keeping this park free of drugs.
So there it was, at the starting line. My teacher, she was holding her stopwatch, getting ready to time me in the park run. It's like 5 laps around the park. It's, I don't know, like 13 miles. And there's the ranger down in his running shorts, standing next to me. And I was like, oh, gosh darn golly nabbit. You know I'm upset at him because I combined 2 different swears together at the same time.
So yeah, as I'm cheering Daryl on to run his 5K around the park structures and avoid them, park ranger guy, Roger, does come up, and he's running too, in the shortest shorts.
They recommended I attend therapy. Don't know why. I kind of am offended at the notion, but you know, gotta do it to keep my job.
Apparently nut hugger shorts are therapeutic. Who knew? So,
They said what you need is a hobby. I said I have a hobby. It is keeping drugs out of my park. They said, no, you need an actual hobby. Well, where do you just find a hobby? I mean, guess I'm taking up running.
So there we were running around the 3rd lap. And, I mean, Mr. Park Ranger was keeping up with me pretty good. I wasn't quite sure how he was doing it because he was sweating bullets and he was all red and huffing, but he was keeping up. I mean, I had been running for probably, 2 weeks now, and I had got my endurance up. But, boy, this kid, he just was not looking good, but
Daryl and park ranger guy were both very impressive. Roger was even leaping over the tater-totters, and Daryl was using the playground equipment, and they were getting very physical. But yeah, park ranger guy just was not.
I tell ya, running a marathon, not that hard when you've been running from your demons your entire life. I think I've got this. I kind of have to admit, though, I sort of feel bad now about taking those brownies because the guy he's been a little upset with me. I think his name's Darren. He was there. And as I was running past him, he kept trying harder and harder to catch up with me. I thought, this is somebody who's dedicated, you know? This is somebody.
So this guy was huffing and puffing and could hardly stand, but passed by. So I picked up a stick and threw it between his legs. That was fun to watch.
Okay, Daryl made me feel bad for park ranger guy Roger. So I walked over to him where I was laying on the ground, stick cut his knee and everything, and I gave him some of my trail mix, forgetting that it was my special trail mix. I also gave him water.
Can you believe it? That asshole threw a fucking stick right in my path. I mean, I understand, but as a public employee, I am used to abuse. I mean, I took this job to get away from people like that, like bullies. This is a really good trail mix.
He ate the whole gallon bag while he was talking. I will just have to subtly keep an eye on him. I mean, it's nice that it tastes so good. I mean, I know it tastes good. I like it.
I mean, this is really good trail mix. You want some? You should try some.
I'd already had some of that trail mix, and I said no. No. Because I was still running. I was on my 4th lap. And, I mean, I was on my PB. That's personal best if you don't know. But, yeah, so there I am. I'm running. And Park Ranger Roger was standing there with the stick. And I'm like, oh. I mean, the first time I swung it, I hurdled it. I don't know what's going to happen on lap 5.
Daryl is my favorite student. He's very good. And even though he was wary about pretending to be awake while sleeping outside, he's come a long way. He can run. He can really run. I think I can use him as a poster, well, I was going to say poster child, but he's not a child. But as part of my logo, as part of my brand, put these pictures up on the trees. You know, with Park Ranger guy Roger all high eating my trail mix, he's not going to notice.
What? No, I did not swing a branch at another person running a race. Going after these bats. What do you mean there's no bats? Oh, there's...
Yeah, he may have scared away all the other people enjoying the park that day. They thought he was trying to hit them with the branch. I feel a little bit bad about that, but it's getting me some peace and quiet.
I finished, and it was fantastic. Yeah, as you might guess, I ran well enough that they gave me automatic entry into the local marathon. Now, I don't know what the 5K divided by the marathon is in distance, but I mean, I ran the 5K pretty well, and the marathon's what, maybe 5 times that or more? I mean, how hard could that be just to do 5 times what I just did? So there I am. I'm standing there and I'm finishing, and as I finish, I get clipped on the side of my head by a log. I don't know what he was thinking.
I have no idea how I won a silver medal at a 5K. I don't even remember running a 5K.
Well, he didn't finish the 5K because he was swinging his stick, but he got the silver medal because he was the only other contestant in the field. And anyway, so I'm having my teachers like really ramp up my training for this marathon deal. Who knew it was so long? She had me run half of one, and it was like 3 times as far as I've ever run before.
Yeah, he doesn't know math very well. That's true of Daryl. But if he just keeps running, he will get there eventually. I have faith in him. He can run. He's almost as good as I am, which is saying a lot.
Yeah, I know, right? It was just hanging around my neck when I woke up under a park bench. With a note from Jocelyn, of all people. Call me XOXOXO XOXO XO. What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah, I kind of went over-exaggerated with the XOs, but I wanted to make sure he called. And, I don't know, when he's high. But also, I need to make sure he doesn't connect the dots there on that. So, multifaceted wants here because I want to talk to him.
They were making googly eyes at one another. And I can't have that. So I called the park ranger station and called in an anonymous tip that their park ranger was out in the park high. So I don't know what's going to happen, but they said they'd look into it. And Jocelyn, well, she's really got me like working hard, doing push-ups, and said, I don't know what that has to do with running. She said something about core work. And I'm like, but I need to run my feet and my legs, not my abs. But
there's been an anonymous tip that one of the other park employees has been getting high on the job. Don't know who it is, but I will find out. Well, obviously I can't just ask them. No. I know how this goes. Deceit is a part and parcel of this beast. Yes.
Roger came to me asking for more of the trail mix. He's hooked. He loves the carob and the nuts and the M&Ms. Okay. But I'm also worried for his job now. He told me somebody's getting high, and he has no idea it's him.
I've been staying up all night, going over just tracing where my coworkers have been, who they're talking to. I've created an entire board. I think it's Martha. She goes to bake sales.
well, since I've been in the park a lot, Roger called me over to his house and had him look at his murder board. And I mean, he had red strings and yellow strings and blue tic-tac marks and like black marker, and he even drew some mustaches on some pictures, and I don't know what the heck he's doing, but I'm surprised he doesn't know that it's him.
And it all ties back to the JFK assassination!
Epilogue! It turns out I'm not quite as sneaky as I thought. And when Vice came to investigate park ranger people getting high, they also followed me to where I thought I was sneakily crawling to the rock by the little waterfall from the creek where I kept all my nuts. Like a squirrel? They didn't believe I was a squirrel. They took the nuts. I'm sitting in, jail, waiting trial. Why are marijuana nuts illegal? Don't like that.
I did run in the marathon. I did not have Jocelyn there to help me or coach me or tell me when I had to slow down or when I had to breathe. And let me tell you, when you're running a marathon, you need to know how to breathe. And there I was running, and I saw one of my very comfortable picnic tables, and I stopped and I took a rest, and I don't know what happened, but I did not wake up. I think I died. I think I had a heart attack there on that thing because I wasn't breathing and I was running fast, and I laid down on my own handiwork and passed on.
They took my job. They took my badge. They took my park ranger hat. They even took away my silver medal for that 5K for performance-enhancing drugs. But the worst thing that they took was the rest of my trail mix. I've heard You can go buy some in the park.
The end. Thank you. We are Reservoir Frogs.
Thank you. Let's give it up one more time for Reservoir Frogs. All right. We have made $50 in the last half hour. So if you want to see me Lego walk, for the folks here, go outside and donate. For people online watching the live stream, just click that donate button and help us out. Make me be in pain. That's where the best comedy comes from. All right, I don't think we have any new challenges coming up, and we're just gonna get, I think, a mic set up here. I have been one of the assistant artistic directors for a little over a year now. We do a lot of great stuff. You probably saw Fearless Lab right before Reservoir Frogs. That's our monthly stand-up experimental showcase. It's wonderful. We also have a monthly improv show called Double Blind Improv, which is also fun. That's run by our other assistant artistic director, Eric Thompson. And those are the first and second Tuesdays of the month. So really easy to remember. Then our next big show coming up is near and dear to my heart. One of my truly great friends, Angela Fox, wrote a brand new musical. So if you like musicals and you like comedies, that will be opening in April. Check out our website for all that information. It's about an ensemble coming together and realizing that there are no small parts when you're putting on a show. Keith, no challenges, right?
Nothing right now.
Oh, I need to pay for something for you.
Okay. I'll eat anything.
Oh.
It's after 7.
The meds are in. We're good. So we have coming up a stand-up showcase, and then right after that we will be having Judging a Book, which is an improv-based show. Which, yeah. Melissa, what's the best way to describe that?
It is two teams of experts describe the contents of a book by just seeing the cover.
Sounds challenging.
It's fun. You're going to be part of it.
I signed up for that? We're not doing that on Legos, though, right?
Not yet.
We can.
This can be done. Is this a request?
If you have a book cover with like Lego for Dummies, I'm in trouble, I think.
Not yet, but I've got an hour, right?
All right, what else can I tell you? I'm supposed to vamp for a couple more minutes. Yeah, this is our fundraiser. This fundraiser helps support our programming for a whole year, and we do so much. This fall, we will be doing a sketch showcase where our company members write sketches, and then the company puts them all together in one night. Think about Saturday Night Live, but we know how to actually end a sketch.
And they're funny.
And they're funny. Yeah. What else can I tell? Anything else I can say, Keith?
I think that's what we got going on right now.
That's what we got going on right now. We will also be doing a murder mystery boat cruise this summer. If you've been able to take part in that over the last couple of years, it's a lot of fun. You get to ride down the Mississippi on a paddle boat, and there are actors, and they are putting on a mystery show, a murder mystery, and you get to try and figure out who the murderer is. And if you don't want to do that, you just enjoy the river and drink heavily. So perfect. Jason Kruger, who is our wonderful artistic director, he does so much, so much, basically because I tell him what to do.
Yeah. It's a great arrangement.
Basically, I'm like, Jason, you need to do this. Okay, I'll do it. And this is me paying you a compliment that has not been paid for. Jason, your love for others and care for others is what has driven the company for the last almost 2 years now, right?
Yeah, coming up on it.
And without that love and care for the members and wanting to do right by them, we would not be where we are. So thank you to you, Jason.
Thank you.
With that is our...
He's downstairs, right.
Hey, all right. So we now have a stand-up showcase hosted by the wonderful, oh my gosh, Aaron Wodizalili. Wodisalasi. Oh, I practiced that like 20 times, man. I'm so sorry. So welcome.
Keep it going for Garrick, everybody. You know, he got my last name wrong, but he got my middle name right. It is Oh My Gosh. That's, yeah, gosh, I'm feeling very good. How are we all feeling? Yeah, okay, I'm feeling all right. Like that was a very like tepid, like woo. I'm gonna like right now we're at like a 2. I'm gonna like try my best. Hopefully we'll get to a 5. First things first. I'm seeing us like spread out a little bit. How about we just move up? Like just like say like I hate like we're leaving a lot of room for Jehovah. So let's let's kick him out of the room. That's a fun blasphemy for all of us. Okay, remember that during your next Passover. But let's all get a little closer if we want to. Okay, I'm feeling very good. I just came back from another show. And I crushed, and I was feeling sky high, and I was feeling so fucking good. And then a lady, she looked confidently up at me, and she went, "When does the comedy start?" And I was like, I know, guys, that's so fucking disheartening. I've done so many other interesting things in my life that had to lead up to that devastation. I went to my parents are immigrants, you guys, all right? They went on a plane, they started new in a brand new country, they had a son, he went to college, he wrote a book, and he tried his best at stand-up, only for some random lady to be like, "When does the comedy start?" That's the lead up to a series of sacrifices. Good Lord. But that's life for you guys. If you can't tell from that joke, I'm not just black. I'm African. I'm East African. I come from a small country called Eritrea. Have we heard of this? Yes. Yeah. Like Eritrea is great. You go to Djibouti. You take a left. That's us. That's That's it. It's really really great. Being African, it's got its perks. Like for starters, when people go, "Hey, go back to Africa," you know how people do that to you guys. So. That's a spicy crowd work right there. Oh God. When people do that to me, I can take that however I want because on the one hand, that's very racist, but on the other hand, I should probably visit my grandfather. That's a solid point, racist pedestrian. I hadn't thought of that. My grandfather, he'll call and be like, "Where are you visiting?" And I'll tell him, "Well, people aren't reminding me, so it's not happening, okay? God." My grandfather's a wildcat. He doesn't speak any English, and I don't speak any Tigrinya, which is what we speak over there. But luckily, because I experienced a language credit, and he experienced colonialism, we both speak Italian. So you're not gonna get better colonialism bits than that, okay? All right? Like, you don't know it. That was a very that's a very big claim because there's an Indian man on the lineup. So anyway, we both speak Italian. Here's the thing, though. I speak like regular everyday Italian, whereas my grandfather speaks like Super Mario Italian. He's way over the top, you guys. Like, I'll say regular shit like, "Oh, Baba, cosa successo?" And he'll say shit like, "Andiamo!" Like a fucking cartoon character. You've heard of blackface. My grandfather does marinara face. It is so much. Oh, gosh. You guys feeling good? You warmed up? Yeah? Man, if you guys love me, then you're gonna absolutely love our next comic. I've seen her be doing stand-up for honestly like the last year and a half. She's been crushing it. Not only that, she's also a great satirist, great writer, and a lovely person. Keep it going for the one, the only Lucy Zarnes.
Like Aaron said, my name is Lucy. A little bit about me. I'm actually married, which I think surprises some people to learn, because my whole energy just like screams musical theater virgin. Yeah, but I'm married, and I like being married. My husband and I got married when we were pretty young. We were 23 years old, which, oof, exactly. No, in Minneapolis, like where I'm from, that of course means that I'm a child bride. But then I'll like go to shows in Wisconsin, and they're like, well, hey, better late than never, right? We definitely, I mean, when you get married at 23, we definitely felt young. We felt young. But you guys gotta understand, okay, my husband is an amazing guy. He's super cute, he's funny, his parents are rich. And I'm a college dropout with a diagnosed mood disorder, so I knew I was gonna need to lock him down, right? Like before his frontal lobe fully developed. A lot of times when people find out we got married young, though, they like get this look in their eye like, okay, married at 23, I did not know you were Mormon, you know? Which we're not Mormon. My husband was actually raised atheist, which is just to say that his parents were raised Catholic. And we've also, preach, I love it. That's like a good, like a Catholicism pun. Did you even realize that? No, people do, they think that because we got married young, they also think it means we want to have kids young too. You know, they're like, oh, you must want to make like a second life-ruining decision. I don't know if I ever want to have kids, but I know that like right now, I'm just in no place emotionally to be able to like share a Go-Gurt. You know? We got married young because we've been together for a really long time. My husband and I actually started dating when we were 17 years old. So yeah, you know, I taught him what boobs are and he bought me a diamond. Over the summer, we actually adopted a puppy. Yeah, we went in looking for a kid, but you know, it was one of those classic Stuart Little situations. Do you guys know Stuart Little? Yeah. It's a kid's movie or book if you're a nerd, I guess. I remember in like the opening shot of the movie, it's got this married couple, and they walk into an orphanage, and they look around and realize how much kids suck. And they're like, we'll take the rat. We did rescue our puppy, which, yeah, we rescued our puppy just because I think it's like the morally correct thing to do. And it's also the significantly cheaper option. Yes. It's still expensive though to get a new pet, even if you're rescuing, buying it from wherever, I don't know. It's always expensive, but what they don't tell you is that the thing you're spending most of your money on is just upgrading your iPhone photo storage. Right? And we rescued our puppy. We learned that she had been rescued from a meth house in North Dakota. I know, this is also called a house in North Dakota. I'm obsessed with my dog, though. I didn't realize like how quickly I would become that person who just like only talks about their dog and only thinks about their dog. And like right now, I'm like, God, I can't wait for my set to be over so I can go home and play with my dog. And like, you know, just like always taking pictures of my dog and like just talking about her and always thinking about her. And I can tell the people around me are annoyed, but I still can't stop for some reason. And I know too that like if I'm already this insufferable about a dog, like, what would I do if I had a baby? All I would want to do is show it pictures of my dog. And I know I said I don't have kids right now. Ultimately, my husband and I, we don't have kids now because we got the dog, right? And when people think that we would want to have kids, I don't know, like, I didn't get married to like repopulate the earth, right? I got married for lifelong companionship. and to live off someone else's income. And speaking of income, as I'm sure we're all aware in this room, there's a huge problem in this country known as the gender pay gap. Yes. So if you're not familiar, women make about 80 cents for every dollar men make. Huge problem. And this is really relevant to my life because my husband makes a lot more money than I do. And I was talking about this recently with a friend. We were talking about the wage gap, and I was talking about how my husband makes more money than me. And she was like, Lucy, do you think that could be because you work in retail? And he is a biomedical engineer. I was like, wow, I didn't realize you hate women. I do work in retail. I like my job fine enough. Are my coworkers out here at all? Good, that was a lie. We're gonna cover some bases. No, my job is fine. My job is fine. It's just that one thing about my job is that my boss is really, really nitpicky about little details. And she's 5'2". So this, of course, makes her a micromanager. Or a micromanager. Or kind of a bitch. A little bit more about me. I said I grew up around here. Actually, I grew up in the suburbs of Minneapolis. And I went to high school with a lot of kids who were incredibly wealthy and incredibly dumb. Do we know the type? Yeah. Yeah, probably, right? No, I remember once overhearing this kid in my high school who couldn't read, and now he does business. And he was talking to his buddy. He's like, hey, Braden, do you like brunettes or blondes? And his friend's like, well, Braden, because they were both named Braden, but it was spelled different. Yeah. Well, Braden, blondes have more fun. And then they high-fived and went off to exploit the working class. I just remember overhearing this conversation and knowing that in this scenario, brunettes or blondes didn't mean me. Because I was sort of a mentally ill little teen, very kind of quiet, and I had a much more, I was less of a hot teen and more of a Victorian child. Does that paint a picture? I had a real Dickensian energy about me. I have less of a resting bitch face and more of the resting face of a stern schoolmistress. You know, no guy's ever talking to his buddies hey, do you like brunettes or girls who look like a ghost in a play about an orphan child? That's me. This question, though, about brunettes or blondes, we've heard it before, but really when someone asks you, do you prefer brunettes or blondes, what they're really asking you is, are you more attracted to a hot girl with brown hair or a hot girl who's so down for anything she puts bleach on her scalp? Right? A little more about my childhood, let's say. When I was a kid, I would see the commercials for Barbie dolls, and I wanted Barbies so badly. And I would beg my parents, and they said, they were like, you know what, Lucy, you can't have Barbies right now. You can have them when you're a little bit older. And this used to drive me crazy, because I just wanted Barbies so bad. I wanted Barbies so bad. But my parents said I couldn't have Barbies, and this used to drive me nuts, right? But now as an adult, I kind of get it, right? Because I think my mom didn't want Barbies to give me a bad body image. You know, I really think she wanted to do it herself. I don't know also if Barbies affected my body image, but I know that they taught me a lot about scissoring. The first time I heard the phrase sex doll, I was like, yeah, that's redundant. Like, if you think G.I. Joe is an action figure, you should see the action my Barbies are getting. That's all I'm trying to say. And my body image is fine. I want to be clear. My body image is fine. But I would be lying if I said there weren't nights when I like laid awake just praying for that type of scoliosis that makes your ass look fat. Do you know what I'm talking about? No, I know scoliosis is a very serious medical condition. When I was growing up, one of my good friends had scoliosis, and her spine was messed up, but her butt looked incredible. I also, I don't want to rag too much on my mom, rag too much on my parents. I have really good parents. I'm going to tell you guys just one final story before I get out of here. Just a story about my parents, about my family, that I think it's not necessarily a joke, but I just think it's kind of cool, and I like to share it on stage. So I'm just going to end with this, I guess. When I was a little kid, or when I was like in middle school, high school, whatever, it doesn't matter. But when I was younger, my little brother wrote an essay about our dad. And our dad was then nominated and selected as a top 5 finalist for Minnesota Father of the Year. I know, right? Who knew that was a thing? I mean, it was so cool. It was this like crazy, crazy cool thing for our family. And we like got free tickets to a Twins game and got to go out on the field. There was like this ceremony, and it was just so crazy that not only did he like get nominated, but that he cracked the top 5. And he didn't win, but it still just like meant so much to us. And I don't know, what I just think is so cool about that story is that like we all think we have the best dad, but I actually know that mine isn't. I'm Lucy Sarnes. Thank you guys so much. Give it up for Aaron.
Keep it going for Lucy, everybody! Isn't she incredible? You guys, although I want to comment on something that I heard during her set. Is one of you people from Edina? Yeah, okay, that's not okay, all right? That's not okay. You say you're from St. Louis Park, sir, okay?
Damn right I am.
You Edina people, you come in here, you steal our jobs, and you complain about our lack of cake, and you come to our comedy shows. Sick of your baloney. You know who likes baloney? Our next comic. I hope that's not true. It's a fine meat, whatever you want. That's the wrong thing to say. I just don't want that to be the thing I say right before she comes on, because she's like a really, really funny comedian. You guys have seen her all over the Twin Cities. She's incredible. She's so funny. Keep it going for Lauren Rice, everybody.
I'm getting a laugh from over there, so I'm gonna keep going. Yes, I am from Edina. I am wealthfully. St. Patty's Day is coming up. I think it's so hard having huge knockers. It's like, how are we going to get anything done? My eyes are up here. My ex, he put his hand on one of these fun bags, but he didn't know it, because I have a round stomach and an outie. So he couldn't tell right away. But I knew. But I didn't say anything. Walking on the highway. If you do it, people will stare, because you're not supposed to be there. Me and my mom, one time, we walked down the highway to get me a swimsuit, because we didn't have a car. fun. I should be doing comedy, but I'm having so much fun chewing my gum. So I brought my taco with me into the pit of a concert pit, you know? I brought it in there, and I brushed it on everybody I walked by. So the insides of my taco flopped open, and it was just... And then I took a bite of it, and right when I was taking a bite, I made eye contact with a woman in the front row, and she laughed. And she was like, "Get on in here." So my taco got me to the front row. Isn't that nice? A wonderful story. My sister has a baby, and it keeps making me think of this baby that I recently killed. I think it would be like this big. Yeah, we couldn't keep it. We had to have a boardy board. I had to give it a nickname because people were getting so fired up about it. You know, relax, you know. My ex's parents were so worried that I was having a boardy board because it was my ex's baby. And the mystery remains. We decided we were going to have a pregnancy reveal party and be like, "We're not having it." Surprise! I think that's good. Yep. How are you guys doing tonight? What a night it's been. I think that over time, people's thoughts start to show on their face. So if you're a happy person, you get smile lines. And if you hate yourself, you get plastic surgery. You guys are really good laughers. Earlier today, I was on a walk in this like very quiet area, and I ran into a woman who was obviously having a private cry. Yeah, and I could tell that I ruined it. I felt really bad about that. So I walked up to her and reminded her of what she was crying about, and she got right back into it. Just doing the Lord's work out there. I'm pretty sweaty. That's a party. So I also went to a Bruce Springsteen concert. Are you guys Bruce fans? Yeah. Okay. I was really inspired to add some of what he does to my act. Bruce. You are gonna go home after tonight and you're gonna tell your friends and your neighbors what you saw here. Pretty good, Bruce, huh? I had so much fun there. I went by myself, I bought a ticket, and I was like, if anyone wants to come with me, good luck, you know? Good luck getting a ticket. That's how I do things. I'm like, well, I'm doing it. We'll see if you can work it out, you know? So if you can get yourself there. So, what else should we talk about? Oh, I got something. I've been noticing a lot of biracial couples recently. And also racial couples. Hey, Aaron, did you watch that 3-hour YouTube video I sent you? It's well worth your time. Justin Bieber, all he wants is to have clear skin and to get his master's degree. Even when I was homeless, I never stopped singing in the shower. I would turn up the radio in my car and just scrub away. Right. This is a new character that I'm working on. It's the woman who is surprised by her period every month. There seems like there's some sort of wetness. And I didn't pee. All right, that's all I had time for. You guys have been very fun.
Lauren Rice, everybody. Isn't she so great? Oh my gosh. Man, I don't know whether to shake her hand or give her a diagnosis. Oh gosh. What can I say about our next comedian? He's something else. 5 years ago, he and I inadvertently ran over a nun on the way to a show. We took her to the woods and we buried her together. And I'll never forget the look he gave me. We said, "Tell no one about this." Which is also, forgot to say, this is also streaming. So, that's exactly that's what I wanted to hear, sir. Give a big round of applause to our next comedian, Derek Myers, everybody.
She's gone. Whole audience of people, Aaron. What are you doing? She deserved it. She was jaywalking. So. It's not very religious of her, right? Not a good Christian. Give it up for Lauren again, everybody. Wasn't that fun? You believe she's single? My name is Derek Myers. I don't know if Aaron even said that. I've been I just quit my job. Yeah, thank you. I wish my parents were this supportive about my decision. I was working at the USPS. I was a mailman. Yeah. So I quit my job, and I might have to go into work tomorrow because, instead of calling my manager or emailing him, I sent him a letter in the mail. Not sure if he got it yet. And tomorrow's Sunday, so I don't think he's gonna get it till Monday. No, I had to quit. It was entirely too stressful. There's too much going on. They don't have enough people, and there's too much workload. And the thing is, it's not even mail, it's Amazon packages. Yeah, because lazy pieces of shit like you won't go to fucking Target. Come on. Support your local corporate juggernaut. What are you guys doing? you guys even know the name of the Target CEO? Neither do I, because he's not a crazy spaceman like Bezos. Go to Target. Shop local. Okay, I don't have the job anymore. I don't know why I'm yelling. I'm sorry. When I was working there, during the training, they kept warning me about all the dogs. Like, apparently, mailmen get attacked by dogs a lot. And they even issue us pepper spray to like spray the dogs. Yeah. and I came across a bunch of dogs while I was working there, and they were all fine. They were all super friendly. I did, however, get attacked by a wild turkey. Yeah. Yeah, have you seen these fuckers running around? I was scared of the dogs, now I gotta worry about the turkeys of New Brighton? What is going on? And then I had my dog spray on me, so I tried to spray the turkey, but they got those like little heads, so he just kind of dodged out of the way like that. All right, so I covered the body in the pepper spray, so come Thanksgiving time, that'll be actually pretty good. A nice seasoned turkey. A little bit of spice. Minnesotans needed that in their lives, right? Cool. I like hairy woman. Anybody else? Hairy woman? Give it up for hairy woman. Yeah, see? See, you guys are cool. The last people booed me when I said that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I was trying to figure out. I don't know why that's funny. I was trying to figure out why I like hairy women. Like, what happened in my life where that happened to me? And I think I pinpointed it down. It's from my childhood. Because my dad, he was really hairy. But hold on, there's more to the story. I don't want to fuck my dad. That's not what I'm saying. My dad, he was hairy. Like think Robin Williams' arm, but just all over. You know. Like one time, the neighbor lady called the cops on my dad, they called the cops because she thought she had seen. Man, I'll get to the joke eventually. She thought she had seen a Sasquatch in the neighborhood. It turns out it was just my dad going for a walk without his shirt on. Right? My dad has a cowlick in his back. That's how hairy he is. My dad is hairy. Have I made that point clear yet? Anyways, when I was a child, a way of bonding for me and my dad is we watch TV together, and every once in a while he would let me watch an R-rated movie with him. And when we would watch the movie, he would be fine. One night we watched Friday the 13th, and he was totally fine with all like the murder and the blood and the profane language. Even the drugs were fine. But when nudity came on the screen, he would put his hand over my face like this. Yeah. And he's only really doing it to please my mom, so he like opened it up for me because he's looking out for me. So then the teenage girls went skinny dipping. I got my first boner, and I was watching the TV through my dad's hairy knuckles. And now I can only date French-Canadian women. And I can only reach a climax if I'm wearing a hockey goalie mask or something. That story is mostly true. I'm getting into running. I like running. Any runners in the audience? Not a single one. All right. Well, I wonder why America has an obesity problem. Sorry, that was me. No, I like running. I'm pretty chubby myself, so I'm trying to run. I'm one of those fortunate people that gets a runner's high, which is nice. But it's also kind of hard because on top of that, I'm a huge stoner. So every time I run and I get my runner's high going, I just want to do stoner things, right? Like the other day, I was going for a run around my neighborhood, and one of my neighbors was getting rid of a couch, so he put it out on the curbside. I couldn't run past it. I had to sit down and do nothing on it for 4 hours. Only getting up to get a bowl of cereal, and I had to use Cool Whip instead of milk because my neighbor was out of milk. You know how hard it is to improve your mile time when you keep waiting for the stop sign to turn green? It's impossible. It's been forever. Runner's drunk. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be better? Maybe that would motivate some of you people to run, right? If you get runner's drunk, there we go. You get to add extra distance with ease with all the swerving that you're doing. Wouldn't that be fun? And then in the middle of your run, you start fighting a parked car for no reason. I don't like the way my hips look in the reflection of your bumper. Thank you. Runner's tweak, how about that? One more, the runner's tweak, right? That's where you bring a toothbrush on your run and you clean all the curbs while you're running around the neighborhood. Silly, silly, silly. This is fun. I'm having fun. Who's the foot stomper? Somebody's gonna bring this building down. You ever heard that song, Foot Stomping by the Jives? All right, never mind. I thought it was a popular song. I know it's from the 60s, and it was my dad's friend's garage band that did it, but I thought it was a good song. Anyways, I'm also into photography. I like photography. Oh, yeah, photography, okay. Every time I get a new camera, I like to take a picture of my butthole, right? Because I like to see how my camera operates in low light situations, right? And it's just like, you know, it's smart to keep up with your general beehole health. I think we should all do more of that. Like I did it with my new phone camera. I did it with my fancy DSLR camera. I did it with my car's reverse camera. That one was kind of hard. I ran myself over a couple of times before. Went and got my roommate to help me. Teamwork, that's how we figured it out. I've got one of them drone cameras coming in the mail. That'll be pretty fun, right? Figure I can trim my nut hair while I'm at it. Oh, okay, yeah, now that I say that out loud, it doesn't sound like a good idea. I'm gonna cancel that Amazon package. So I don't have to deliver it, God damn it. I don't have to go in anymore. I'm not there, I'm not there, I'm not there. I'm here. I'm here with these friendly people that love me. What did I want to talk about next? My mom, she's really cool. She said something really badass the other day. She said, "What's the point of living if you can't live?" I was like, "Wow, Mom, that's like a really badass philosophy." And then I took a step back and looked at the context and realized she was saying it because my sister, who's a doctor, was taking away her M&Ms because she's a diabetic. And it's literally killing her. It's like, Mom, it's not badass that I love you and you're gonna die. God, this got really sad. I'm sorry. No, this is not sad. This is me processing my emotions, and I'm okay with that. God, you guys are so supportive. This is amazing. I feel like I'm bombing up here. Thank you. I needed that. That's exactly why I said it. Oh, God. My mom did get a tattoo, so that's pretty badass, right? It was the first tattoo. She's 72 years old. It's a tattoo of a nipple, a human nipple, right where her old nipple used to be. She had breast cancer and had to get it removed. But it actually looks pretty real. Anybody else here ever get an unsolicited tit pic from your mother? Yeah. We got a weird relationship. I'm the youngest of 5 children, so by the time I came around, my parents, gave up. Yeah, and you can tell by looking at the family photo or the baby albums, because my oldest sister is about this thick, then the next one is a little bit thinner, and then you get all the way down to mine, and it's a bunch of loose photos in a Tupperware container. Tupperware container? Would I bring my leftover spaghetti to work in? Come on, Mom. You can do me better. And I accidentally did that once. I actually brought my photos instead of my lunch. I had to tear up my bar mitzvah photos and make a salad. I stole some ranch from the fridge. I'm sweating. All right, I gotta do one more and then I gotta go. You guys are so cool. Thank you so much. You're so fun and supportive. Thank you for laughing. This is my last joke. It's might not work. It's a little bit out of season, so we'll see. Yeah, it's about vampires, and it's not October, so maybe you think it's like vampires? Yeah. Okay, maybe it'll still work. All right. I want to have sex with a vampire in front of a mirror, right? Because vampires don't have reflections, right? So you just watch yourself doing your own thing. Doesn't that sound fun? I mean, you're still having sex, but your partner isn't blocking your view of yourself. Doesn't that sound great? Am I the only narcissist in the room? What's going on? Vampires, they don't reflect in the mirror. And that kind of made me think, like, does vampire semen reflect in the mirror? like, what if I met a vampire at a party and we hit it off, and then I let him come on my face because I'm a gentleman, and then I get up to go to the bathroom to clean it off, and there's nothing there. It took care of itself. Magical vampire cum. And then I go into work looking like a glazed over Cinnabon. Oh, why is it so hot in here? Somebody turn the dehumidifier on. That's pretty good. All right, I gotta go. My name's Derek Myers. Thanks for listening to me.
I freaking love Derek. And not just because we killed a woman of God. You guys not following the subtext, the B plot of this stand-up set?
I'm with you.
Exactly, yeah. Man, what can I say about this next comic? I'm really happy that we got him. He's been doing comedy at clubs and bars all up and down the Midwest. Give a big round of applause for the one and only Sentinel, everybody!
Hey, thanks for having me, Phoenix. Yeah. How's it going? So, let me get this mic out of this mic clip, move it away. Who are you? This is how enthusiastic I get usually, so don't. So Derek Myers, he was fantastic, wasn't he? Derek Myers, yeah. Love that kid. So I learned something. So his mom's tit tattoo. So like tit tattoo tip. So it's reminding. I mean, I'm gonna be like a 10-year-old kid saying tit tattoo tip all night long. Tit tattoo tip, tit tattoo tip, tit tattoo tip. So it's kind of fun, isn't it? Tit tattoo tip, tit tattoo tip, tit tattoo tip. So it's kind of fun. So I do have a last name. Aaron brought me up as Senthil. I do have a last name. My last name is Rajashekaran. Very common name. So so it's spelled Rajashekaran. So it's a full name. So people have trouble saying my last name, so I help them using nursery rhymes. You all know that popular nursery song goes something like this. Old Rajashekaran had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. On that farm, he had some rice, E-I-E-I. Little rice here, a little pig there. So that's me, old Rajashekaran. So I think we should get to know each other. So I think I already know a lot of people here. So, but in case you didn't know, I have many diseases. Don't worry, it's not contagious. I was wearing a mask, so it's just a little cough, I think. So here's how it happened. Every time I call the doctor's office to set up an appointment, they always ask me, "Sir, could you spell that last name again?" So I have to use the military phonetic letters, R as in Rambo, A as in
Then by the time I get to N, as in November, I don't remember why I called you doctor's office. I forget why. I forgot why I called you, so I have to. I think I'm feeling better already, so I don't need this. I don't need this appointment, doctor's office. It was nice chatting with you, Cindy. So great conversation. Was nice going through all the alphabets with you. So that's how I ended up with all these diseases. So I have to say something about this chair. So because usually stand-up shows you have like a stool. So this is like a chair. So now I have to do long-form improv, I think. So. All right. So. But I don't know. I think there's a man that, and thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I love you. So I think I'm gonna name his name is give it up for Salsa. Is that his real? Yeah. So I'm gonna name my firstborn Salsa now. So all right. So I don't do improv because I missed a key ingredient that is needed for improv. I think, I haven't verified this, but I think the key ingredient that is missing in me is I don't have that one ingredient, happiness. So I think you need a lot of that to be good at that skill. So I don't have that. This improv stage, reminds me of every other improv stage I've seen. So I think if you've been to one improv stage you've seen, it's like McDonald's. So into one, I think so. Okay, so I was at the McDonald's. Speaking of McDonald's, I was at the McDonald's, and my mouth was dry. My mouth was dry, so I wanted to get a sandwich, and I said, "Hey, can I get one of those filet of fish sandwiches?" And that didn't hit, so I had to do a quick edit, rephrase in my head, and say it, in a different way. I said, "Hey, can I get the fish sandwich?" That didn't work either. So now, I've completely, lost the girl behind the register. I don't know how to communicate now. So, I don't know, sign language, fish stands, so fish sandwich. So she punched in chicken sandwich. That's one chicken sandwich, and then she moved on. So now, I had to bring her back to the first step. It was frustrating, man. So frustrating. I just wanted to have a normal interaction, get a fish sandwich, and just go on about my day. I couldn't do it. It was very frustrating, so very frustrating. One time it has happened. So I walked into a McDonald's, I was very confident, and I said, fish sandwich, and then I got the fish sandwich and I walked out. Happened. I was so excited, I turned around, high-fived the guy behind me, was giving out free high fives, but it happened. So you think, if you stick your landing once, you'll stick your landing every time, but that's not how it works, So I'm not a floor exercises guy, so it doesn't work that way. You have to practice. Keep practicing. It's like throwing a touchdown once. So you have to keep practicing. So this is my big American adventure now, I want to spear that fish fillet sandwich. That is my big American adventure. This is my Moby Dick. So I'm going to spear that Moby Dick, and then fish fillet sandwiches for everybody. So so I just use the kiosks now. Kiosk is not gonna give me attitude, so it's not gonna roll its eyes, judge me if I push a couple of wrong buttons. So I can always tell the kiosk to shut up, hit the cancel button, so tell it to shut up. So 2 weeks ago, I was at the Starbucks drive-through with my friend Mark. I'm gonna call him Mark because if Steve finds out that I'm using his name, he will kill me. So he's a tough guy. Mark is a tough guy, military type, so Wisconsin boy. So I was at the drive-through with Mark, and this is how he orders his Starbucks. Hey, can I get one of those lemon poppy seed thingies with my coffee? And the Starbucks guy was confused. Sir, do you mean the lemon poppy seed coffee cake? And Mark was already pissed, like, so. No, the lemon poppy seed thingy, so. And then there was silence, there was tension, there was standoff, so. There was a lot. I was sitting in the passenger seat. I was very, I was shivering. I was nervous. So what's Mark gonna do to the Starbucks, So his face was getting red, Somehow, the Starbucks guy, he found out, the lemon poppy seed thingy, and he gave him the pastry. He saved that Starbucks. So from destruction, that Starbucks lived to see another grande, and saved the day. So, man, I can't, I can't give that attitude at the McDonald's. I can't go to the McDonald's and say, hey, McDonald's, can you throw a piece of meat in between two buns and give it to me? So, I use the kiosk, man. I use the kiosk. That's how I get my sandwich. So, all right, that's gonna do it for me. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thanks for having me, guys. Bye.
Keep it going for Central, everybody! That is so fucking funny. Man, I'm really excited for this next comic because he actually just rolled on in and was like, do you want time? He's like, yeah, man. And this is really exciting because I don't get to see him perform enough. And I fucking love him. Also, a lot of people say we look alike, which I think is also true and is very flattering. Keep it going for Lucas Ramsey!
How's everyone doing? Oh, excellent, excellent. You know what? I'm doing all right myself. Let's see. I realized a few things recently. I think I want to be a trophy husband. Again, here's the thing, because I think I've got it, right? I think I look kind of good on an arm. I like to bake. I like to cook. I'm good with children, and I just want somebody to care for me. And some people are like, well, why don't you try getting a sugar mama or a sugar daddy? I'm like, that's not the same thing at all. That's a very transactional relationship. That's where they ask you to do weird stuff and pay you. I want to fall in love with someone not for the money. I just want them to have it. Is that not too much to ask? God. And by the way, that is true that I'm good with kids. All the stuff I was listening, that's true stuff. I'm good with kids. I used to be a preschool teacher and a nanny a few years ago. It was such a great job. I loved it. Every once in a while, people would ask me, they're like, aren't you a little worried, being a nanny as a man? I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, well, sometimes people get a little suspicious when they see a kid with a strange man. And I'm like, that never happens to me. Every child in the world looks like it could be mine. I don't get that look, what are you doing with that child? I get a much weirder look. I get the, who did you fuck to make that child? Oh, and that's a lot of overlap between that and the sugar mama. I'm telling you, those looks are very similar. Let's see, what else did I want to talk about? Thought about killing myself on the way to a Trader Joe's recently. How embarrassing is that? On the way to a Trader Joe's? You know how friendly the cashiers are there? Oh my God, it's I'm gonna be asked how I'm doing, and I'm suddenly put in the position I have to lie for the sake of their feelings. You know what I mean? No, I can't tell them the truth. They'd freak out. They'd be like, oh no, don't kill yourself. I don't know why they make such a big deal about it. Are they mandatory reporters at Trader Joe's? And I sound like I'm trying to be over the top, but I know that it's Trader Joe's do go more above and beyond. Because if I was at a Walmart, they'd be like, fucking do it. You know what I mean? But it's I'm not at it at Walmart. I'm at a Trader Joe's, one of the few grocery stores that requires you to put on bike pants. Or pants of some fucking variety. I can't roll up in there in shorts or inside out, backwards boxers. That doesn't fly there. And then I have to like explain it to him where it's like, hey, I'm not going to kill myself. I just thought about killing myself. Those are very different things. There's a period of time between 2001 and 2006, I thought I was gonna be a wizard. You know what I mean? Like thinking something's not the same. Besides, look at my purchases. These aren't the purchases of someone who's going to kill themselves. I bought a facial exfoliant. If I'm buying a facial exfoliant, I'm either in a committed relationship or I have a skincare routine, right? And it is the latter. If you guys want to like buy me a drink or something after. I bought basmati rice, even though medium grain rice is cheaper, because I thought I was worth it. Yeah, and then at the end of the conveyor belt, there's a butternut squash. You guys realize that nobody buys a butternut squash without a plan. Like a butternut squash isn't one of those sexy pieces of produce that you can eat right before shooting yourself. Yeah, like we're not talking about like a strawberry or a grape, a carrot stick. Like a butternut squash, it requires you to like answer long-term questions before it goes into your basket. You know, you're standing in the produce aisle and you're like, do I have enough olive oil at home? You know, it screams commitment. It tells the person, you know, buying it like, hey, the person buying this squash is gonna be around at least as long as the squash is, right? All right, thank you guys so much. I've been Lucas Ramsey.
Freaking love Lucas Ramsey. He's so fucking great. All right, guys, we've only got one more comedian left, and she is so funny. This next comedian has been hitting every big club in the Twin Cities, as well as several other states, as a matter of fact. Besides all that, she taught me how to do something pretty fantastic, and that is eat pussy. Give a big round of applause for the one, the only Shiloh Blake.
Keep it going for Aaron. God, that was quite the intro, right? I feel like I should explain. Aaron and I are very good friends, and one time he asked me how to eat pussy without sneezing. And I was just like, I don't know, dude. I think you're allergic. Like, how do you answer? I don't fucking know. Like, oh. I'm glad I explained that, so you're not wondering. You guys, I'm really happy to be here. I'm glad we got a stool here. I was watching the show. It's like this progression of like, this is a theater, but now we're stand-up. Just getting it right. I went skydiving recently. Woo, yeah, I know. I went skydiving and I wasn't scared at all. And that terrified me. You should be scared, you guys. Like when you get there, they make you sign a pile of paperwork where you are literally signing away all of your legal rights. Okay, a week later, I was like, did I overturn Roe v. Wade? Oh no! Because you know I didn't read it. You know I didn't read it. But I went there. It was my first time, so I did a tandem dive. So I had this dude strapped to my back, right? I'm gonna tell you guys, that is not my typical strap-on. All right? It's not. But I didn't mind it. I didn't. It turns out dude who keeps me alive is my type. The whole experience just had me questioning some things, right? You know, for example, I went with my little cousin, and his instructor was like this adorable, like short European man. And I don't know, it just had me questioning some things, right? So naturally afterwards, I started flirting with him, right? The dude, not my cousin. I'm not that progressive, you guys. But my cousin, he was super embarrassed, you know. He was just like, dude, I thought you were gay. And I was like, well, yeah, but a girl can dream, right? Like, let me have my fun. You guys, I'm really happy to tell you I have some great news. After 3 years of living with my mom, I finally got my own place. Thank you. I know, doesn't that make you want to become a stand-up? I think it does. I'm so grateful for everything my mom has done for me, right? But it was getting dark for me there for a minute, you know, like I wasn't suicidal. That's Lucas's thing. But I was waking up every morning like, damn it, not again, you know, like, you know, it's just not great for me. But, you know, it's great now. I can just like relax, be myself, spread my legs, you know, just having a good time. But I got in there, I got to my new apartment and the shower needed to be fixed, so I asked the maintenance people to come fix the shower. And it's a historic building, right? They like to keep everything original as possible. So they get up there to fix my shower and they're like, hey, you know that removable shower head, that's not original to the building, we can switch that out for you. And I was like, don't you dare touch the removable shower head, right? This is a joke for the women. Some of you seem confused. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't ask. If you don't know, this isn't for you, okay? Your 8-year-old is discovering the removable shower head. I'm not even gonna ask you how you know that as a parent, because I'm not looking to get anyone removed from, listen, I'm not CPS, but I feel like I should call them right now. What the fuck was that? Okay. Okay, hold on. I have more to this story. Let me tell my story. Jesus Christ, my 8-year-old. Okay. All right. So they told me they wanted to replace the shower head. I was like, absolutely not. There's no way I'm gonna let you take the one thing in my life that is bringing me joy right now, right? Like that thing has 5 settings. You guys, I have tasted the good life and I refuse to go back to using the handicap shower at the gym, okay? Never again. I'm allergic to shellfish. Yeah, so I'm a cheap date. But here's the thing, I love shellfish, you know? I'll just be sitting there with a plate of crab cakes calling 911, like, hey, there's about to be an emergency. Thought you might want a head start, all right? And here's the thing, and this is true, I have a history with chemical dependency. So based on my life experience, I truly thought that you could build a tolerance, okay? And I hurt myself pretty bad, you guys. But it turns out drugs and allergies are not the same. So I told my doctor about this, and he was speechless, right? Holy fuck, he didn't know whether to put me on suicide watch or order an IQ test. Because I'm just out here in the world treating a Red Lobster like it's a fucking methadone clinic, right? But it turns out you cannot microdose on muscles. You cannot. I'm really bad at dating. I'm really bad at it. Does anyone else just like miss the good old days when we just sold our daughters? Does anyone? I mean, it's not right, okay, but it is easier, okay? Easier than like working on your trauma or whatever, I don't know. But I'm really bad at dating, but here's the thing, I am a good time. So recently I accidentally flirted myself into a date with a dude. And I don't typically date dudes, but he said he liked dancing and he offered me ramen. So what was I supposed to do? Okay, right. And I'm telling my friend about this, he's like, Shiloh, I didn't know you were bi. I was like, I'm not, dude, I'm hungry. You know? But it's not like I'm not curious, it's just that like if I were to date a guy, my family would win. You know? They will have successfully prayed the gay away. And I'm just too competitive to let that happen. No, I'm an aunt. My sister had a baby. And now that she has a baby, she like is always asking me to babysit. But you guys have known me for a minute, and you know I'm not the one, right? Guys, I can't keep my succulents alive. How am I gonna keep a human baby alive? Right? My nephew, he's been in the hospital, and when he's there, they give him this toy doctor set, so he's like playing with this toy syringe. He's just drooling all over, and he tried to hand it to me, and what I should have said was, ew, no. But what I actually said was, hey, bud, we don't share needles. And then they're asking me to babysit. So anyway, I was babysitting my nephew. And he's a fun kid, right? He's super funny, he likes to be tossed around and stuff. So I was like, oh, I have an idea. I'll put him on my office chair and I'll spin it. And I did that, and he started laughing, like he loved it. So I spun it a little faster. He started laughing a little harder, and that went on for a while. And then my smart brain kicked in for half a second and was like, hey, dude, that's a baby. He's probably dizzy. And then my dumb brain kicked back on and was like, I don't know, dude, how do we tell if he's dizzy? And I was like, I know, I'll take him off the chair, set him on his feet, and see if he can walk. Guess what? He could not. He took one step, he tried to, and then he just tipped over and smashed his head really hard on the wall. Yeah, and this is the part where I found out what kind of aunt I'm gonna be. Okay? Because I picked him up, I looked him straight in the face, and this kid can't talk yet, but I looked him straight in the face and I just said, hey, we don't need to tell your mom about this. So I'm killing it as an aunt, dude. I'm trying to be a better person. You can laugh at that, that's funny. I'm trying to be a better person though, so I started paying attention to this idea of pay it forward, and we know about this, right? Like, yeah, like someone does something nice for you, you take that energy, right? And then you do something nice for someone else. It's very simple. So the other day, I went out to my car, there was a note on the windshield. It said, hey, love tabbed you. If there's any damage, call this number. And I was like, oh, that was nice. I can do that. Right, I can do that. Like next time I smash into somebody, I can take this note with this phone number and pay that shit forward, right? You guys, thank you so much. My name is Michelle Blake. You've been wonderful.
Keep it going for Shiloh, everybody. Right, we're a little bit over, but that's great because you guys were a great crowd, you guys. Keep it going. Give a big round of applause for you motherfuckers. Give a big round of applause for all the comedians you've seen tonight. Give a big round of applause for me. All right, thank you so much, Fearless Fest. Goodbye.
Thank you, Aaron Woldeselassie. I got it right that time.
You nailed it. I love you.
Aaron, oh my gosh, Woldeselassie.
Yes.
Yes. So thank you to Aaron and his stand-up folks. Wonderful job. We have some challenges.
We do, and we're going to try to hurry through this. So first I need Jason Edstrom. We're also going to need James Fairbairn.
Yep.
James, you're going for king.
All right.
Hi, James. James has a spicy bean.
Buy me dinner. Oh, it's the same one from before. He sucks so bad.
Yep.
Injuring yourselves for money?
Yeah, that's kind of how this works sometimes.
It's the one time Salsa's not doing that.
Oh, Jason.
No, right?
We got a donation from a viewer online that said they wanted to give bubble wrap to the person who's running the stream.
Woo!
Woo! So you get bubble wrap to distract yourself.
Yeah.
We also had a lovely donation from somebody who said they wanted to give out 5 snacks to Fearless members. It is nondescript. So Keith has some snacks that we are going to
Oh, wrong hand.
So if I could have 5 Fearless members come up and grab a snack to help us keep going through this. Woo! Kara, thank you. Zach.
Fearless members.
Need 3 more Fearless members.
Something to get this taste out of my mouth.
Dave.
Thank you.
Michael.
Thank you. Ooh,
Here, let's give a snack to Salsa.
Yay.
Some gushers for Salsa.
Sorry.
Thank you all so much for your donations. If you would like to donate and have us either do things or get positive or negative gifts, we would very much appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This is my last hosting intro. Oh, I know. This one went so much better than the last one. So thank you, everyone. We did not hit the challenge, so I'm not going to have to walk on the Legos. On the Lego. So that's okay for me, but bad for Fearless. So please donate. We have a bunch of different challenges, both good and bad. This also works on the streaming folks. If you want to click on the website and click on that donate button, please do so. But without further ado, we have our next act, judging a book by its cover. And Melissa is running that from the booth. I am. All right. Take it away. I'm going to take off this microphone.
Hey, I'm also helping to run the show. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Judging a Book by Its Cover. My name is Duck Washington. I will be kind of your MC through this madness. But basically, the idea is, am I going to the other microphone?
That one's for you.
Oh, exciting. The thing to know is that the amazing Melissa Kircher has put together some slides that have actual book covers. We will be showing those book covers to two competitive teams who will be describing to you what they think the title of that book is and what exactly those books are about. But without further ado, if we can have all of our talented book reviewers come out on stage, we would love to meet you. Everybody, Angela, we have Eric, we have Jason, behind Jason is James. Behind James is Liz, and I believe behind Liz, now behind James also is Garrick. These will be our presenters for today. So welcome. Thank you all for being here. I think you're going to be divided into two separate teams. Melissa, remind me who's on which team?
I believe we have Garrick, Liz, and Jason on one team.
Correct.
Yep. And then the rest.
And then first place.
Yes.
I see.
All right. Well, I think it is time for us to reveal our first book cover. All right. So this is the cover of an actual book. Go ahead and get a good look at it.
That's a piece of art. Wow.
All right. So team it's Garrick, Liz, and Jason on that team? Yes. Garrick, Liz, and Jason, I'm going to have you tell us the title of this book, and then our other three presenters are going to have 5 minutes to describe it.
What the hell?
I know.
After conferring and checking our memories, we figured out that this is obviously the cover for Apollo, Lord of Raptors.
Apollo, Lord of Raptors. All right. Angela, Eric, and James, you have 5 minutes to describe this book, starting now.
I do remember this now from the required reading of high school.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you
Sure.
remember when we were doing the Greek god units? Yes.
Yes, yeah.
So this is actually a sequel to Apollo, Prince of Raptors.
Yeah, of course.
If you've ever read the first one, it was riveting, and then it's a journey that he went on to become actually. What was it? The king.
The Lord.
The Lord.
Yes.
The Lord. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so this picks up where the first book ended, just after he has found his raptor guide, and they have truly completed their journey, which I won't recount to you because you already know.
Oh yes, I'm sure everyone. Let me see. Raise the hands. Everyone who's read this one.
Yeah. Of
Oh
course,
yes.
of course.
yes.
All right, okay. So we're just telling you what you already know. Yeah.
So at this point, Apollo has realized that he has his companions. He is ready to undertake the trial that his father was putting forward for him. He thinks he is totally prepared, and he realizes that now that he has his companion, he doesn't have the equipment that he needs. He doesn't have the magical rope that he needs to complete the task, to complete the climb up the mystical mountain.
I do want to add that this book is not only based on the Apollo myths and the previous book, it is the sequel, but it actually ties in weirdly to the biographies of both Fabio and also Michael Flatley.
Oh, yes.
He gave his powers of bird calling to Fabio and his lordship to Michael Flatley, the Lord of the Dance. But as far as the magic rope goes, I think that was a truly touching, a little moralistic, but very emotional story.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely. Yes. It was tie the rope around my heart, Father. If I remember right, there was a bit of a song and a dance portion that happened.
Just very vertical.
Yes.
It was also, I think, because the book came out in the 80s, I also think it was a ploy to sell magical rope toys.
Yes, the merchandising that went with this book was actually quite brilliant.
You can tell by some of the artwork that this was clearly a grab after the popularity of the Prince of Raptors book that preceded this to start making action figures of Apollo. Little known fact, the Apollo missions were actually named after these books.
The first one, yeah.
Not after the myths.
Yeah. Well, what I appreciated, to your point, much like the cartoons that were, toy cash grabs, they also had to end this book with a small after-school segment where Apollo finds somebody trying to put out a grease fire with water and stops that child from doing that and covers it. Birds bring the lid and put the fire out that way with that and baking soda and
actually, yes, his shirt was a fire blanket. He did use it to put out the fire, which is why he is now shirtless.
No,
it's a little bit of a spoiler right on the cover.
And it did have the catchphrase that did not catch on as much as the and knowing is half the battle.
Right.
It was magic rope, not dope, that he yelled at
Yes.
the kid. Which never really caught on with the audience.
Yeah.
That's very true. But we didn't even get to the love story portion.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we really should talk about that.
I try to avoid it, but I will let you take the realm.
Oh, but don't you just
you know what?
wept to me about
So
it.
you folks have seen Lady Hawk, right? It's the guy and the lady. They can't be. One of them is an animal when the other one is a human. And this is much the same, except he's always human and he's in love with a bird.
But otherwise, it's
always
exactly the same.
Yeah.
Besides the transformation in humans, yeah.
A little weird, yeah. But I mean, if you like Lady Hawk, I guess you can like this too.
That's very true. Although it does get a little kind of graphic in chapter 6. So they did have a lot of discussions about this at the PTA meeting in my high school. I don't know about yours because it was on our required reading, but they were like, okay, so. Just so you know, in the
I just want to point out that the 30-second warning happened.
Then I probably shouldn't go into bestiality.
No. I learned way too much about cloacas.
Just to be clear, when she says graphic, she means that it becomes a graphic novel for about 40 pages, which was a clear design choice.
It was very strange. The author took inspiration from manga, so you have to start at the end of that chapter and work your way back to the beginning of it, and then go on to the next chapter. It's
So our
very
recommendation is stick to the audiobook.
Yeah.
Oh, the audiobook actually has bird calls in it, so it's very.
Your time is up! Give it up for them. Awesome. That was Apollo, King of the Raptors, right?
Lord,
Lord of the Raptors. Apollo, Lord of.
That's the
That's the next one in the series where we really get up in that cloaca. But we know that is not the name of this actual book. Melissa, what is the title of this actual book? It's
Pierce Anthony.
It's Battle Circle by Pierce Anthony. Battle Circle.
Yeah.
I was right.
Wonderful. All right. So our other team of Jason, Garrick, and Liz, you will be coming up in just a moment. But James, Angela, and Eric will get to put the title on our next book cover. Can we see that cover? There we are. This is the cover of our next real book. All right, James, Eric, and Angela, what is the title of this book? I wonder if I should be vamping. I want your blood. I don't know. I mean, there's so many things that they could. I think they have an answer now. They have an answer. James, what is the title of this book?
Moses' magical explanation of healthcare benefits.
Moses' magical explanation of healthcare benefits, which fits so well on the cover of a book. Team 2, please describe it, starting now.
So this is actually a bit of a spoiler later in the book, but this is actually Moses' magical invisible ambulance, which is very similar to Wonder Woman's invisible jet, but it's an ambulance that also flies.
And one thing we should mention: this book is European, so it actually does have universal health care there.
Yes,
which is nice.
Yep. And I think you'll notice the spiritual themes already even coming out from the very beginning of the cover. You know, you see the levitation happening, and we were already really getting a feel for Moses' mystical powers.
Yes, absolutely. And right there, actually, on the invisible ambulance is Lazarus. Now, it doesn't hold completely true to Scripture, but because it was, a healthcare parable, they decided to bring Lazarus in, and you can kind of figure out what the spoiler is that I'm not going to give you. He ends up okay.
And one thing that we should mention, there is also a couple chapters dealing with Greg, who you can see down here at the bottom.
All about Greg.
Yeah, Greg. Greg and Moses, they went to school together.
Yes.
Well, and you can see that Greg reaching out, in the distance, feels like he was just always a shadow to Moses. And as we think about that in the parable of our healthcare system, it's really, Moses, in the upper class is able to afford whatever he can afford.
Yeah.
Of course, Europe, so
And
free, but
it's interesting that you bring that up because I also felt like in the book, Greg was constantly trying to warn Moses against danger or against moving too fast. And as you can see, Moses never listens. And Greg's like, wait, stop. And Greg saying, wait, stop. It appears in the book 32 times. I actually counted. It was really obnoxious.
32?
Yeah.
Wow, jeez.
Yeah.
That's really
10 of them are in the first chapter.
So we talk about Greg, and Greg has his whole line of sequel books just focused on Greg and his adventures in biblical times.
Right.
But we need to talk about this book.
Yes.
This book is really important for the couple people up top who were in the prequel book to this.
Oh, I forgot about the prequel.
Yeah, it's the founding fathers.
Oh, yes.
Of universal healthcare.
So Bernie Sanders, one of them, yeah. Who else do we have there? Was Elizabeth Warren?
Yeah, I think that's one of them. It's kind of hard to tell because they changed the faces a little bit so they wouldn't have to pay for
royalties.
Well, yeah, because one of them's Tupac.
Right. Right.
Likeness, image, sort of.
And in this book, Tupac fakes his death at least twice.
Well, and of course it didn't matter because
Yeah,
they
it
could
didn't
just
matter.
revive him. I mean,
Right.
Moses has that power.
Yeah, because of the magical
Ambulance.
universal health care. And I mean, we can take care of anybody. You can even bring Lazarus back to life.
That's
right.
Yeah.
And I think this scene actually takes place about 3/4 in, where the reason Lazarus died is for this time is because of a breakdance battle
Yes.
between Lazarus and Greg.
Right.
Because Greg is all like, I need the attention, and Lazarus is like,
Yeah.
well, beat
Well,
this.
that head spin, it was really, I mean, he just up and just around and
Which
something
was like-
his neck just.
Because I always thought Greg was a bit of a prude until we got to the breakdance scene, and then immediately I'm like, this is a character I need to know more about. He's not just a comic relief or a foil for our main character. Like this guy actually, he's got some depth to him.
Hence the spin-off series.
Sounds like he
Right.
made you feel something.
Yeah, I did not expect to feel anything from Greg. I mean, look at it. Like that doesn't evoke anything in me. But like if they would have put him spinning on his head on the cover, I'd be like, who is that motherfucker?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, and I can't help but notice that we have some geography themes here going on as well. The context of coming forth from the mountain as if they've really experienced the joy of having universal health care.
Yeah, well, it's Mount Etna.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Which I saw as an allegory from having to, summit the peaks of capitalism and then deal with the denouement of finding a new system in order to continue on and get everybody health care. Like it was, a pretty arduous thing to both climb and get over that mountain.
That's right. That's right.
So, all right, thank you, 30 seconds. I think the most important part about this book isn't necessarily Moses or Greg. We haven't talked about this at all, but the guy in the back, Jerry is Moses' right-hand man, and he says about 5 sentences total in the book, but every time he says something, it just impacts.
Just an absolute nugget of truth.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what I found amazing is that those 5 sentences, it's one word at a time in each chapter.
Yes.
Did you pick up on that?
I did.
It took me so long. I got up to about chapter 8, and I'm like, why is this guy? Oh my God.
And then you go back and you put it all together and like, that's deep.
Yeah.
This is like House of Leaves deep.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, yeah.
And your time is up. Wonderful. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised that you couldn't tell that Greg wasn't a prude by the cover, because the guy in the back is clearly ready to give him a full proctology exam. Safe word, wait, stop. But anyhow, we know that this book wasn't about Moses, Lazarus, and Greg. What is the actual title of this book? The Cyborg and the Sorcerers by Lawrence Wall Evans. That's what that says. Wops Evans. Wonderful.
And what is Moses if not a sorcerer?
The cyborg just wanted to live. The robot wanted to die. The apprentice just wanted a sorcerer. Wonderful. Let's give them a round of applause. And I think let's get ready for our next book cover. Our next book cover is here. If you all want to give this book cover a title. Oh, we will switch teams again. So I believe that is Garrick, Liz, and Jason who are naming this book. And then Eric, Angela, and James will give us all of the tidbits about it in a few moments once they have come to a consensus on what this title is. It looks like they have a title. Garrick is moving to the microphone.
The title of this book is Love in the Time of Watercolor.
Love in the Time of Watercolor. James, Eric, and Angela, please tell us what Love in the Time of Watercolor is about, starting now.
Well, just as a summary, because that's basically what we're doing, is the elevator pitch for this book. I wholeheartedly recommend it. It's a kind of a Kafka-esque alternate history book where Pablo Picasso is just the dream of a person who is in love with this dream of Pablo Picasso. And but tragedy, like when they break up, there's a lot of ennui and a lot of like what is going to happen to me, Pablo Picasso, when you break up with me and wake up from this dream that is our love.
And wow, I just and understanding, that this person is a watercolor artist, and that they have a conflict of medium and a different love language. How that's a metaphor. It was so powerful. Yeah. What did you think of the romance in this book?
I was really confused because I thought this was a Hallmark movie,
Sure.
kind of a book, because love, watercolor. I was prepared for a more traditional kind of romance. I didn't expect for the love interest to actually be a ghost.
See, I mean, you wanted something formulaic, and I think it's lovely that this book isn't. Our protagonist, of course, our main character is Francis.
Right.
Francis is an aspiring watercolorist, an artist who is just not good. And I think sometimes we can all relate. Francis had huge aspirations and just didn't know how to get there. And in trying to idolize and trying to learn more and grow, fell in love with the idea of Pablo Picasso. And then in his dreams, literally fell in love with Pablo Picasso. At first I thought it was just a metaphor, but then it just kept going.
Yeah.
That part's fascinating.
Like by the time they were at like the 4th dinner date, I was like, oh, this isn't like
Actually with Pablo Picasso.
Like I thought there was gonna be, oh, okay, now that this has happened, maybe there will be another inspiration. It'll go for no.
When they were arguing over what to have for dinner for what seemed like just pages, I felt deep inside that conflict between the two of them.
Oh, but didn't you kind of see it coming though, because they kept like arguing over, should we have this bowl of fruit or should we have this bowl of fruit?
Yeah, I should have seen that.
I mean, but don't you think that the 6 straight pages of, well, where do you want to eat? Well, I don't know. Where do you want to eat?
Yeah.
Don't you, like, I know that it makes it feel like it's a real relationship, but I feel like 6 pages is excessive.
Well, but I also feel like it romanticizes, having read this book now, I feel it romanticizes those moments in our own lives. When I feel that same moment coming up, I reflect upon it and think, I'm living in a romantic novel about dreaming, falling in love with the dream of Pablo Picasso. And
see, I would believe that if by the 6th page it started to turn into, no, seriously, where the fuck do you want to eat? But it was just the same over, and it was like, I guess, just repetition.
Okay.
It's like padding out the 1,000-word essay. It started to lose me.
Gotcha.
I really liked where it took a complete turn though. Did you, when you got to like chapter 12 and it started to get like really surreal. It was really going into dreams, and then they started like painting complete love scenes in their dreams. Do you remember that part? Where there was like the rival sister.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So the rival sister, not watercolors, oils. Oh, that, I mean, this is where
mix.
They did not mix at all. I mean, that is when things got really exciting. Oh, and actually, I think that was the inspiration for the sequel, which was Oil and Water.
Yeah. Oh, that makes so much sense.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Didn't you?
Well,
we should have discussed it.
30 seconds.
Yeah, see, I feel like I delved more deeply, at the time, I could stand a reread, but I delved most deeply into the examination of the impermanence of still life and how meaningful it is to capture those moments, both in our memory and also with whatever implements.
I also appreciated that the book became kind of avant-garde. There were, when you got to chapter 16, they switched the ink to blue ink to represent the blue period.
Oh, yeah.
They changed fonts to represent the different styles. Certain impressionist pages and chapters were just unreadable, though. So I would say, try this, but keep an open mind.
Time is up, everyone. Time is up.
I had a funny
All right. I have to say that if it takes you 6 book pages to figure out where to go to dinner, you're doing a lot better than we're doing in my house. All right. So, of course, Love in the Time of Watercolor is not the title of this book. What is the title of this book, Melissa? Darkness at Noon by Arthur Kostler.
Well, and that's why he could sleep, because it was dark at noon.
Although just don't get the audiobook because the pictures didn't translate.
Very true. Let's give a round of applause to that group. Before you go running away, we need you to name our next novel. Melissa, can you please give us the cover for the next book? Here we are. What could this book be called? Angela, Eric, and James are going to talk it over, and then Liz, Jason, and Garrick will tell us all about it. What could it be? Eric's got an answer.
I fell in love with a chapel tattoo.
I fell in love with a chapel tattoo.
So first of all, a lot of people don't know this bit of trivia, but this was actually the book that inspired the girl with the dragon tattoo. Yes. Like the whole magical tattoo theme was something that was used in that other novel series, but they got the idea from here.
Yeah, in fact, it was really a post-war II, metaphor for that sacredness of the body and the whole, and really focusing on the start of the women's liberation movement.
Yeah, but the twist that I found a little trite was that it was also based on Ray Bradbury's The Illustrated Man, and the tattoos came to life, which was extremely odd when you think it was a chapel that came to life.
Well, another interesting tidbit of trivia is actually that chapel tattoo. You see our female protagonist there. Now, the male protagonist is the one that we follow most of the time, but Sasha here. Sasha is one of the other main characters, and she's actually the one with the tattoo. And the tattoo is placed on her lower back, which also is where people figured out tramp stamps. It was from this book.
Yeah, and you'll see it was so attractive to Gerald here because he had just, as you can see in the background, come off of a ship where he had been for many, many months. And of course, arriving at port, it was only natural that he would be taken by Sasha's tramp stamp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I also think, because it's a cathedral that comes to life, there is some, I feel, meaning about Gerald's spiritual yearning for something more that he's trying to find, through a romantic partner and this piece of living artwork that he falls in love with.
But Jason, I'm going to have to disagree with you a bit on that because you mentioned cathedral, but this is such a more intimate story, which is why they specifically use the chapel.
Yes. Sorry, I get those two words transposed, but I think you're right. Yes. Yeah, that's clearly a chapel. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and it's I really think about all the critical acclaim that this book generated, and I'm assuming it was for those reasons that Oprah picked it for her book club, right? So
I believe so. Yes. I will say that some of the dialogue between Sasha and Gerald is really snappy. Scenes that you think wouldn't be interesting at all, like they were ordering tea at some restaurant, and it was one of my favorite scenes of the book. And we learned a lot about their character, and they were talking about nothing. You talk about various random things he did as a sailor, but it told a lot about the character. And we learned that Sasha actually is more than just a female character put in the book. They actually, wrote her a life and a personality, which, at the time that this was written, that didn't happen as much as we would have liked.
no, and I think that language makes it really accessible even to the modern reader, even though it was written, obviously many decades ago.
I think so, and the first part of the story is so much about their internal journey, and then I love the ending, and I'm sorry, this is totally spoilers,
just do it.
They go on a literal journey. Once they have the chapel there, they flip it over, put it in the ocean, put all the masts and sails on it, which you can sort of see there.
Yeah.
I don't like this cover of this edition because it gives that ending away too much. But they put the masts and the sails on the chapel, and they sail off.
Yeah.
Right into the sunset.
It's beautiful.
And the stained glass was just glistening
Right.
in the sunset,
Yeah.
just straight through it, and it was just the most brilliant imagery.
Now, I've heard opinions about that ending that I don't agree with, and I've heard the opinions saying, like, well, obviously they're riding the chapel into the sea and there's stained glass and everything's beautiful, that, you know, like they died together, and I just don't think that's true. And maybe that's me wanting a happy ending in my books, but I just don't agree with that stance that some people take.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people hate that that one sentence, which I think is just mistranslated.
Sure.
Because at the end when they're sailing off, Gerald says, "Look, you can see the fish through the glass."
Yeah.
And it doesn't quite work because it's stained glass.
Yeah.
And it was an actual fish on the stained glass.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I totally missed that part.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah. People take that part too literally.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, the end of the book just really clips along, so I think that's an easy thing to miss.
Well, it's a clipper. It's a
Right.
chapel clipper.
Yeah, it's a real page turner. Also, I was really impressed by how detailed the descriptions of fashion were, even though everything was gray and white.
It focuses on Gerald's butt a lot, though.
Like, a lot. Like, uncomfortably a lot.
Some of us didn't mind, though.
I mean,
it just seemed out of place for a post-World War II.
Sure.
That's fair.
I mean, like, but I'm sure there's lots of authors that have learned a lot about writing butts from this book specifically.
That's the end of time. Awesome work. I think that judging by the picture, the chapters about Gerald's butt had to be very boring. Of course, your title for this book is not what this book ended up being. What is the title of this book, Melissa? A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. Yes. A portrait, yeah, oh, that's wonderful. Complete and unabridged. It's the little James Joyce for you. Little James Joyce. All right, I think we have enough time to do some more rounds of books. So let's get a new cover up. And Liz, Jason, and Garrick, you have the glorious honor of naming this masterpiece here. So get together and figure out what this book is actually titled. We're all eager to know. We have high expectations for the title of this book, so don't fuck it up. Yeah. It is not RRR2, but it does involve a tiger. All right, I think we're ready.
Urban Tiger Dynamite Justice.
Urban Tiger Dynamite Justice. Angela, James, and Eric, your time begins now.
Urban Tiger Dynamite Justice.
The title really says it all.
How could you
Sophia.
not fall in love with this book?
I did. I have bought a copy for myself and a copy for each of my friends. Wow. As they form...
All three of them?
Yes, every time they signed the form that says, I am James's friend, I hand them their copy.
I actually got two of them from them.
Of Urban Tiger, as we like to call it. Yeah, there was that time that we broke up our friendship for a short period of time for legal reasons.
See, I don't like shortening the title because I don't think calling this UT is good.
Yeah, I don't want to say that I gave my friends a UT. Yeah.
UTJ.
Yeah.
And that one gets a little more personal.
Mm.
But no, what I really liked about this book is you think it's just about justice, but it is also like a supernatural thriller. I don't know if you can recognize it, but do you see Sigourney Weaver's character Zool from Ghostbusters here?
Yeah.
Yes. This is actually her story. Because once she was possessed by Zool, you think that's an evil character, everything's going to be bad now from this, right? No. She finds justice in her own life and then brings it to the world with her tiger friend.
Right.
Yes.
I thought it was so impressive that they managed to tie in not only Dana, but that through Dana's powers with Zool.
Exactly.
That Zool takes her into the future and she becomes, she fights aliens
Yes.
as Sigourney Weaver's other famous role. And then, of course, after all of that, has a tiger boyfriend and bodyguard. So a completely non-Sigourney Weaver role, the bodyguard. That this is just a film extravaganza, a celebration of American cinema,
It was.
and Sigourney Weaver. Yeah.
Oh, and then when it changed to her just saying things that a computer was saying when she kept repeating it
Right.
in chapter 6.
Yeah.
The only one thing about this book that we should probably mention, it has been banned in most countries because of copyright laws, because it
Yeah.
really is just Ghostbusters, Aliens, and Galaxy Quest kind of wrapped into one. And then the tiger from He-Man.
Yeah.
Right.
See, I would say that in my personal opinion, this is the pinnacle of the entries into the Dynamite Justice series,
Oh
which
my
we
gosh.
know developed alongside and was often compared to the Animorphs series.
Oh, Right. yep.
It
Sadly
followed,
overshadowed
Yes,
because they
of
were beaten
course.
to market. Yeah.
It followed these different crime fighters who were blessed or cursed, depending on the book and depending on the characters' their acceptance with their situation, their blessing or their curse with this bestial spirit.
Yeah.
It once again, this is a problematic book in some places because of some of the characters are not very well developed. And there are some phrases that are not as kosher today that we don't use anymore. So we like to describe them as beast companion.
Right.
Because that is the most respectful way. We also don't want to sugarcoat anything because to pretend that these are not problematic in ways would be to pretend that those problems don't exist. And we
there
don't
is
want
an
that either.
Entire page about discovering his new tiger penis.
Oh,
that
I mean, you would have to lose about 13 of the 15 chapters if you took out the animal sex.
Right. Which is also, I think, why it didn't
Wait,
do
there-
well against Animorphs, because that's YA, right? And this is basically YA, but unacceptable for children.
But it's spelled WHY.
Yes.
And that gets into chapter 7, YA. I mean, that gets a little. Well, you can imagine what they might have been talking about.
So in addition to Urban Tiger, we've also had other entries like Kung Fu Dolphin, Dynamite Justice.
Yep.
James, which was your favorite entry in the Dynamite Justice series?
I have to say that Suburban Bear.
Ooh.
30 seconds.
Dynamite Justice. It really captures both my laziness and love of food, in addition to my thirst for justice.
Angela, your favorite entry?
Oh, mine by far was Uni the Unicorn Fights for Justice.
Yeah.
Because the stabbing was so viciously described that you were just there. You felt it. But it was magical.
See, I like Perturbed Panda because of my...
And that is time. That is time, everyone. To answer the question, why A? Because up the butt, no kids. That's why A. All right. So, what is the actual title of Urban Tiger Dynamite Justice? Forests of the Night by S. Andrew Swan. Forests of the Night.
In the Forest of the Night, that poem? Wow. Wow.
All right, let's give another round of applause to that group. Before that group goes back, remember you have to name our next book, which will be appearing on the screen as soon as Melissa deems us worthy of seeing it. Yes, and here we are. Wow. There's a lot going on the cover of this book. I'm really interested to see what the title of it may be. Looks a little bit like Lady Gaga in the new photos that got released from the Joker Harley Quinn movie that's coming out today. If you haven't seen it, the costume does not look good. But Eric looks like he's ready. I can stop vamping.
This is, of course, Insane Clown Posse, the autobiography.
Insane Clown Posse, the autobiography. Insane Clown Posse from my home state of Michigan. Let's hear what it's about, starting now.
Well, the thing I appreciated the most about this, I think, is the format, where it's more like a choose-your-own adventure.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you can start with the band's very humble beginnings, but you don't necessarily follow them on their meteoric rise to fame.
Right. Actually, some of the Insane Clown Posse members that ended up not being in the version of the band that we know, actually, if you follow their stories, they are the ones that just end up having like boring desk jobs and things like that, while these real juggalos are down to clown. And that's what's...
Well, and the choose your own adventure aspect is really cool because you do get, as you mentioned, you do get to follow the other original members of the band. And surprisingly, you find out that one of them was Vanilla Ice.
Yeah. Blew my mind.
Right?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
And then MC Hammer was also a member very briefly.
Yes.
And they originally had one of the paths I took. MC Hammer gets all of them to wear the big L.
The hammer pants?
The hammer pants,
Yeah.
the parachute pants. And couple of their first gigs, they're jumping off the stage and trying to see if they can suspend themselves and float down and then crowd surf.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
And I think this illustration from the cover is a depiction of that scene, and you'll see obviously that they can't touch this.
So what I took from this illustration of the cover was that this was actually like an artist rendition, like an impressionistic first gathering of the Juggalos. Because at the very bottom you can see all of the enthusiastic Juggalos, and then almost like a fiery spirit, you see Violent J just rising up there, almost like a rocket, which is why they put that in there.
Well, and I love the fact that this cover does bring that orangeness to it, and the crowd is symbolically spraying Faygo.
Yes.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I actually got to watch a documentary about the production of this novel, and there were Faygo bottles in the original artwork. They had to cut them for legal reasons. Faygo didn't want to be associated.
And you can sort of see it in his left arm still.
Yes. Yeah, and his left arm, that's all blurry and made to look like the mist because that was just like a big old bottle of Faygo.
You see that, yeah. And I can't help but wonder about the rocket in the background and the real symbolism behind that.
Oh, did you not get that path?
Oh,
the path, the rocket path.
Yeah, the rocket path.
They go to Mars, and they find David Bowie.
Yeah.
Shit, man, I missed
And
that
they
one.
introduce Faygo to him.
Yeah. I think it's written in a way where you can't tell if Bowie likes the Faygo or not, which I think is like the author's intent. I've heard other takes on it, but that's kind of what I get out of it. What I was really impressed with was I did not know how politically involved Insane Clown Posse was. There are multiple bills that got signed into law based mostly on them advocating for some change.
Well, I think the most important change was the wearing of the Juggalo makeup.
Yes.
Of course, there's a lot of controversy surrounding what we can and can't wear these days, and especially in more conservative states.
Yeah, because of the gangs, they are touted as being a gang, so they aren't allowed to gather, which is why in a number of the chapters they have the gathering,
right,
and the gathering of the Juggalos.
It was their nonviolent resistance.
It's nonviolent resistance.
Right.
It's a real statement on the right to gather and the Constitution, really.
Did either of you find the path where they tried not wearing makeup?
And it didn't work.
Oh, it hilariously didn't work. It's the funniest part of the book, in my opinion.
What did they do instead?
So they just still did all clown-themed things, wore basically the same clothes, and then just their normal ass faces.
Did they still call themselves the Insane Clown Posse?
They did, actually.
Yeah, because they kept the squeaky.
Oh,
nose.
yeah, they had the red noses. That was the
Squeaky
one thing.
nose,
They
yes.
kept that.
And they had an instrumental album of just squeaky clown noses.
Right. Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's almost like the author was actually able to go to multiple dimensions to see what these different choices in this choose your own adventure would lead to. Just really an incredible work in my opinion.
I heard they're making this into a movie. Marvel just bought the rights.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I wonder how they're going to handle the choose your own adventure aspect.
30
They're just gonna
seconds.
Choose the best path.
I mean, I imagine they might have a multiple ending sort of scenario, wouldn't you think?
Well, there's certainly going to be credit scenes. I know that. But I just was really surprised by how much I liked this book and how much it made me really appreciate the Insane Clown Posse more.
Yeah, I got a new tattoo of them.
Oh, did you?
Oh, time.
No, it's not. Now it is. Oh, you all made me want Faygo so bad. From being from Michigan, I grew up on, Rockin' Rye soda and Moon Mist, and I'm pretty sure Faygo's the reason I have type 2 diabetes now. But anyhow, what is the actual title of our Insane Clown Posse book, Melissa? Michael Moorcock's The Fire Clown.
He was a mysterious cosmic presence who came out of nowhere with the incredible promise to free the dying planet. It's the same book.
Wow. Michael Moorcock's pretty cool, though. I've read some books that he's written before. Not this one, though. Not this one at all. All right. We're running. We've got time to do 2 more, yeah? We don't have. Okay. Great. So that means that we're at our time. As the screen says, thank you so much for being here. We really, really appreciate you supporting Fearless Comedy and all that we strive to do. Let's give a round of applause to Jason, Liz, Angela, Eric, Garrick, James, and of course, the amazing, spectacular, fantastic, bodacious Melissa Kircher. I'm Duck Washington, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
The audience won. Hey, everybody. Hey, thank you all for sticking around. There's a small but mighty contingent, and I'm glad for each and every one of you. So, first off, I just want to double check. Do we have anything from challenges?
I just left the stage, so I don't know yet.
All right, I'll vamp. So, coming up next in a few minutes is somebody that is a very good friend of Fearless that has appeared at some Fearless Labs. I've gotten to be in a play with him, and I think he's a pretty great guy. I'll tell you who it is in a little bit, but first, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about why I feel like Fearless is such an important thing. The hardest part for being creative or even breaking into a creative scene oftentimes is just knowing where to look, knowing what to do, getting started. And those are the things that we can help out with a lot at Fearless. We had somebody, Rouge Zestera, they had never done stage management before, and they volunteered to stage manage for our Fearless 5 mythology production, which is one of the bigger stage management gigs you could take and was super complicated, and they did a fantastic job and was so great to help them grow and figure out that they have a skill in a area of technical theater. It was great.
So building on that, there is somebody else who had brought up that they had never done something before.
Oh, yeah?
To you and I.
Yeah.
On Friday.
Yeah.
So you want to help me move something?
Yeah, I'd love to help you move something. You see, one of the best or worst things you could tell a fellow Fearless Comedy Productions member is that you've never done something.
So Tom St. has been really involved in the company, has been a fantastic member, and has been doing a hell of a job. So we have a thank you for Tom from Jason. You get a snack.
Yay!
Among other things, because yesterday what you said to us is, I've never done a Lego walk.
Oh.
And we said, Tom. And you said, I'm going to regret that, aren't I? Yeah. And we said, eventually.
Yeah.
So, eventually is now.
Yeah, I just checked my watch. It turns out it's eventually right now.
So, part one of your lovely little donation from Alex Bajwa is a Lego walk, and I'm going to get the second part ready in a second.
Oh boy.
So enjoy your Lego walk, and I will be right back.
Okay.
Pro tip, they stick to the weed, make sure you shake them up.
Yep.
You don't want stuff Lego on your face night.
Yeah, it's like you can't decide if you want to go fast to get it over or go slow so you don't hurt yourself.
Honestly, going slow.
Yeah. Woo!
Now, Tom, before you get to your lovely snack, there is one more thing. And that is we have these spicy bean boozled beans. So Tom, I would like you to select one. It is your choice.
All right. I guess I'm gonna go for this orangey looking one.
That is a choice.
I would give an opinion, but I have not had to take one yet.
Oh.
Is it nice?
Yeah.
I mean, I like spicy things, so it is nice.
See, it's a
Get the nice
thing
man
to
some
count on your
beans.
Lego.
Spicy bean, Eric, go.
How dare you?
Like that. Just I hand money to Eric James and he does my stuff because he's my friend.
So, just donated from Jason Kruger.
Hey, I'm also gonna donate for Jason. And since I have a 20, I'll take one with you because I love you both.
Okay, well, because we have a show, come do that and then we'll pay.
Yeah.
All right.
I choose this. Yes, you are
Oh,
free.
God.
I choose this one blindly, which could be bad.
I'm going to choose this orange one. Oh, that's habanero, yeah.
I don't know. I keep getting the same one.
Oh, I know that flavor.
This one's almost good until, oh, there it is. Oh, God. Oh.
It's spreading.
Ah.
Fire is spreading across my mouth.
Flames on the side of my face.
Oh my God.
Don't vomit on the stage I'm about to be on.
Ah.
Bucket?
Um,
I have 3 kids. I deal with them all.
Oh, that floor.
all right. I'll figure it out.
Introduce me, Jason.
Yes. So, hey, everybody. My good friend, our good friend, Jeffrey Brown, everyone.
I'll take these out to the big. Good evening. Where's that table? I'm right behind you. I'm 40. Oh, hey, look at that. Salsa. Salsa Sterling keeping the stage management going this evening. Give it up for the technical crew. Hi, I'm gonna take this off now. Hi, I'm Jeffrey Brown. I'm a local, I don't know what you call me. I have like 3 part-time jobs. That's good. Oh, no. Oh, look at that. Well, there you go. I needed the angle, though. Salsa, in both microphone craft and sex, angles are very important. I'm sorry for your wife.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thanks. Now I'm sorry for my wife. The left one's not going to be working tonight. This is good. This is fine. I'll make it. Oh, look. Oh, wow. It's not often you have a man on his knees in the front of the stage waiting for you to get there and perform. All right. You've probably heard this song before if you've ever seen me live in different iterations, but it's a universal song. Pets are temporary companions because they always die. They're by your side for just a little while, then their souls to heaven must fly. Cats are fun to have around. They remind us we don't control anything. But after 20 years or so, it's time for them to go and stop playing with little balls of string. Cats are temporary companions. Their lives just aren't that long. Don't get too attached, for the couches they've scratched will be with you long after they're gone. Dogs love you unconditionally. They love you no matter who you are. Hold on a second. Eventually you get to take them to the vet. There it is. Unless they get hit by a car. Dogs are temporary companions. They trust you with their lives. They love to play fetch, but sometimes they catch diseases which cause them to die. Kids get rats, gerbils, and hamsters. To care for them isn't that hard. But just like this song, their lives aren't very long, then you bury them in the backyard. Rodents are temporary companions. By two, they've entered old age. Dead they may be, but conveniently, you can always reuse the cage. Once I had a betta fish. Short verse. Fish are temporary companions. An aquarium is their whole world. They're gone in a rush because they're usually flushed. We watch them go down in a swirl. Macaws can live for 75 years or more. They'll outlive you, it's a cosmic switch. For when you are dead, they'll peck the eyes out of your head. The circle of life, what a bitch. Humans are temporary companions because they always die. They're by your side for just a little while, then their souls to heaven must fly. If you believe in that sort of thing. I always like to start a set with the saddest thing you can think of. Anybody here have a pet? Anybody? Dying pet? Anybody? Anybody have a dead pet? Everybody? There you go. So give yourselves a hand for having dead pets. But it's universal. We've all been through that, right? It's something we can all, get our heads around. Speaking of dying and death, I used to work for a hospice. Yeah. No. It wasn't. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't in the good part of the hospice where you take care of people and make them feel good. I was in marketing. Do you know how weird it is to be a marketer for a hospice company? Like, the best day of my life when you work on commission is the worst day of your life. So you get it. Yeah, marketing I've had a lot of weird jobs. I was giving Salsa a round of applause before he smacked me in the dick, because I used to be a technical director for theater, and I used to run a children's theater, so yes, they let me around children. Now I just make my own. I do. I have 3 children, and I've been married. I'm married now, and I was married before, both times to women, which I get it. I know how I come across. My favorite thing is when I meet new people and I'm talking to them. Oh yeah, I'm Jeffrey. And then I invariably say, well, my wife, and that's when it happens, when I meet new people. They get this look on their face like, do you think she knows? She knows. Definitely knows. I brought notes because I'm 47. Pets did that. Okay. I also have ADHD. So this show's gonna be all over the place. Let's hear it for the neurodivergents in the crowd. Oh, you're looking at your phones. I know you are. You need the dopamine. We all need the dopamine. Chase the dopamine. I found out I had ADHD last year. I was 46. Well, okay. We always suspected. It's much like that other thing. We always suspected I had ADHD. And then I went and took an assessment, and a doctor went over the assessment. They ask you like 150 fucking questions, and you fill them all out. This is one of the funny things to me was like, how did you handle homework in school? I was like, I didn't. Once I left the school, it didn't exist anymore. So if you're neurodivergent, you'll understand it's called out of sight, out of mind. You've heard that phrase, right? It's a real thing. What's really fun about being an ADHD person is you literally hide things from yourself constantly. All the time. This morning, I was looking for a sweater. I'm like, whoa, where's... I know I had the sweater on when I got home because I was warm, and then you stand in, and here's the other thing about it, you look in the same place over and over and over and over again, thinking that somehow magically it's just going to appear. But what's really weird is it does. Like, and you know, it's, I don't know how that happens. It does. What are some of my other notes about, here's the thing about being ADHD. When I gave that assessment to my primary care physician, who's a great guy, he's really good, he laughed at me. He's like rifling, he's like sifting through that assessment and everything, and he goes, well, yeah. Oh. I'm like, you're not supposed to laugh while you're diagnosing me. And he's like, well, he goes, this is what he actually says to me. He goes, yeah, you could probably benefit from some amphetamines every day. Really? Okay. I mean, I knew that I could benefit from amphetamines because when I was, my 21st birthday, my boyfriend and I were going out because it was the first time I could legally drink at a bar. And so we went out, but his friend from the bookstore that he worked at, Larry, who was an awful human being, he brought an 8-ball with him, to my 21st birthday. And that's what we did for my 21st birthday. And it was awesome. And I had a really good 21st birthday. I did cocaine off the back of a toilet at Burkhart's in Atlanta, which is where I'm from. And that was so much fun. You know what's great about cocaine is you can drink as much as you want, and all the like happy, fun parts of drinking still happen, but the tired, sad parts of drinking doesn't happen because it goes together. And so I was gonna say after I woke up the day after, but I didn't go to sleep. After I got home, the day after my 21st birthday, I was like, that was great. I really enjoyed myself, and I better never do that again. Because I like having furniture, and I like having sound equipment. And I don't want to sell all my stuff just to get some more Coke. I have to go talk to my doctor all the time about my ADHD because they, the way... This will be easier if this will be easier if I just explain it in song. Notes. 47. You know the other thing about being 47? You know something I never thought would ever happen? It's hot mic. I never thought I'd ever sit on my balls. But it happens. I've had a scrotum for 47 whole years. Actually more than, because I'm turning 48 this year. Right? That's not a good time to realize that. Jeffrey, go be on stage and realize you're getting close to 50. But yeah, so I sat on my balls the other day, and I never thought that would ever happen. I didn't know it could happen, but it can happen. So if you're in your, who's anybody in their 20s out there? 30s? Yeah, oh, you're in your 20s? Oh yeah, it'll come for you too. So enjoy your nice tight sack while you have it. Oh, speaking of doctors too, I had a colonoscopy a couple of years ago. And I don't know, there's certain things you should know before you get a vasectomy or a colonoscopy. Just let me explain these to you. You need to know how you react to tranquilizers. Because apparently I said something while under the influence of some serious knockout drugs during my colonoscopy that embarrassed the nurse and the doctor. I don't know what I said. I was completely knocked out, but when I came to, they were like pumping oxygen and they were trying to wake me up, and they were like, they kind of were, hey, and you're not used to getting poked by a nurse, like just kind of, wake up, the nurse will come take you to recovery in just a minute, and they couldn't wait to get out of the room. So what I have to imagine happened is this nurse, who was very nice, and prepped me for the colonoscopy, and the doctor, who I did choose the doctor because of how his picture looked. And I was like, if I want somebody doing the procedure, I'd like it to be somebody I could at least envision going out on a date with. that's how I picked my proctologist. He's a silver fox. He had a little Anderson Cooper vibe going. I mean, right? Wouldn't you? Yeah. So I don't know. I might have said something like that while under the fentanyl that they gave me. And then they couldn't get out of the room fast enough. The other thing is when I got my vasectomy a couple of years ago, because I had 3 kids, and after the 3rd kid, I was like, nope, no more. I get real talkative on Valium. I'm not on Valium tonight. I did have a weed seltzer a little while ago. But apparently, a urologist needs to concentrate when they're digging around in your scrotum to snip your vas deferens and put a titanium clamp on it. And I'm already a talkative person. I don't know if you noticed. And Valium just enhances that effect. So I'm like on this little padded thing with my feet up in some stirrups. So that's a dignified position to start with. And he's rooting around up in my scrotum. And I'm just talking to him, and I'm like, oh, what a weird job you have. I mean, do you do this all day? Am I the only person you're doing this with today? Are you going to have another guy's scrotum in your hand in a little while? And I was like, hey, do you smell something burning? And that's when, like, he's kind of looking down, and then he kind of just does one of these, like, are you serious? And I was like, oh, it's me. I'm burning. Oh. I see. You're cauterizing my vas? I'm going to shut up now. Because you don't want him to slip. Right? What was it? Oh, I'm going to tell you about ADHD. I wrote this song. I wrote this song. I don't really know much more about it than you do. Okie dokie. Notes. It's chicken scratch. And I get on to the 8-year-old for her penmanship. All right. I promise I've played it before. I take amphetamines every day. I'm a legally sanctioned tweaker, 'cause my doc says it's okay. I take prescription uppers so my brain will do what I say. Yes, I take amphetamines every day. I was 46 years old when they figured out the cause. My lack of serotonin, my synapses are at a loss. Here we go.
Do you want a music stand?
Yes.
How about getting you a music stand?
I guess I could have asked for that before.
Probably could have asked for that before.
Oh, there you go. Well, that makes it much easier. Thank you, Salsa. Don't hit me in the dick.
Everybody gets one.
I got 2 already.
No, everybody gets one not getting hit in the dick.
Oh, everybody gets...
This is your one.
I don't want to know about the math on Salsa hitting people in the dick. All right, I'm going to start that one over. Here we go. I take amphetamines every day. I'm a legally sanctioned tweaker, 'cause my doc says it's okay. Oh, I take prescription uppers so my brain will do what I say. Yes, I take amphetamines every day. When I was young, they called me gifted. Everything I read would stick. It's like I had perfected a genius Jedi mind trick. I retained information. I tested off the charts, but I was booted from tag programs because time management is an art. Yeah, right? I get my uppers from a pharmacy. I have to beg my doctor for them quarter annually. They only give 30 days supply because they're Schedule C. I get my uppers from a pharmacy. Let me just talk about that for a minute, though. Why are they Schedule C? If they're things that make people's brain actually work. I mean, you don't stop somebody from, you don't like make yogurt illegal because people need it for their gut bacteria. That would be a ridiculous law, right? I mean, I don't know. I've always thought that the failed war on drugs was stupid anyway. It's like you can't smoke that plant that you grew in your backyard. It's like saying you can't eat those tomatoes that you grew in your garden. Right? I'm dropping truth bombs, y'all. I'm getting political. What was I talking about?
ADHD. Your notes are on the music stand.
Thank you. I was 46 years old when they figured out the cause. Bad neurotransmitters have my synapses at a loss. Dysregulation, hyperfocus, and anxiety. Forgetfulness, depression, extreme impatient, yeah, that's me. Careless, restless, edgy, a lack of attention to detail. You might forget to ask for a music stand. Constantly misplacing things, it happens without fail. I find it difficult to keep quiet, and I talk out of turn. Just ask any teacher I ever had. And mood swings, irritability, a quick temper that often burns, poor organizational skills, an ability to deal with stress. I start new tasks before finishing old ones, and my bedroom is a mess. Acting with no regard for my safety, it can get intense, and suddenly my whole life starting to make sense. If I don't take these uppers every day, my lack of serotonin gets in everybody's way. I've lost friends and jobs and family, and it pains me to say I need amphetamines, a smidge of norepinephrine. Just give me that good old dopamine, a pill, a shot, a tablet, any one of them's okay.